Well, isn't this a sight for sore eyes? A little later than expected, yes, but we're here at Royal St George's for the 149th Open, golf's oldest major, the original, if you like, and now, of course, the final major of the golfing season. Royal St George's, where it all began for the Open on English soil 127 years ago when J.H. Taylor won the first championship held outside Scotland. It is a cracking morning. Beautiful weather conditions, the temperature's going to rise throughout the day, and we're going to have, well, a little bit of breeze to keep things interesting as well. Course is in absolutely wonderful condition. Little greener than maybe we've been used to in past events here at Royal St George's. Just two par fives. Plays to a par of 70, and don't forget, stay connected with us at the Open, theopen.com, and across all our social media platforms. Use the hashtag #TheOpen. Frank Noblo and Dom Boulay alongside myself, Dom Hollier, in this privileged position as we wander down towards that first tee and the first three ball about to get underway. Frank, will Royal St George's play quite as fearsome as its reputation this year?
Dom, no, I don't think so. I actually think it's a far superior course to the one that I played in 1993. I think the superintendent, Paul Larson, has done a marvellous job. Just the changes he's made. Dom Boulay, I know you've been out there on the golf course as well as myself, and it is greener, it's a little softer. I would also say it's a little fairer.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the players are saying, Frank. The fairways are quite generous, and because there's such undulating fairways, because they're a little bit softer, you're not going to get those crazy bounces into the rough. Having said that, though, if you drive the ball well, this course probably is there for the taking. But if you look at the rough, if you're wild off the tees, I've never seen rough this brutal, especially this first hole on the right side, 8 yards right of this fairway. It is deep. It's a foot deep in places. So you've got to be careful.
You've already lost a pair of shoes out there. That's what.
And unusually, this is a north wind, northeast, and it's not the prevailing wind at this time of the year. The last time it was played here 10 years ago, it was the exact opposite direction. So it'd be a little bit different for the guys who've played here in previous Opens.
Well, down on that first tee, you've seen him swishing away there. That is Richard Bland, 48 years young. Got his breakthrough victory on the European Tour earlier this season at the Betfred British Masters in his 478th attempt. And what an honour to strike the first tee shot at the 149th Open. I wonder how he feels. There's Marcus Armitage, Andy Sullivan. It's an all-English three ball out first, and we are just a couple of minutes away from getting this championship underway.
And what a great honour it is for Richard Bland, and playing with such confidence too, coming to a big championship like this, playing perhaps the best golf of his life, Frank, and you know, confidence is a powerful tool in this game.
It certainly is, but you're right, it's a great story, and that translated well on both sides of the Atlantic. It's always one of those feel-good stories. We often just focus at the great names at the top of the leaderboard. But really the fabric of this game is about all that teed up at the professional level. It makes a believer in everybody, all those young kids out there. And, well, you never know. This Open, England, 3 Englishmen off the first tee, what a way to start.
Yes, he went on after winning the Betfred British Masters to lead the US Open. I'm sure many of you will have seen that at Torrey Pines through 36 holes. Yes, he may have faded over the weekend somewhat, but it has been an amazing year, and he is going to cap it by striking this first tee shot. Well, I don't mind admitting to getting a little bit excited, a little bit nervous at this stage of Open week about what lies ahead. The twists and turns, the bumps and bounces, the fairy tale stories that could be written over the next 4 days as we begin our journey to identify the gold medalist and champion golfer of the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Royal St George's for the first day's play of the 149th Open. This is game number 1. On the tee from England, Richard Bland.
Breathe deeply. Exhale. And off we go.
Little foot slip straight out of the gate. That works out well.
On the tee from England, Andy Sullivan.
And he was on the reserve list and got in thanks to the withdrawal of Matt Wolff. So he'll be hoping to make the most of that. He has played in the Ryder Cup. He's a 4-time European Tour winner.
On the tee from England, Marcus Armitage.
Happy 34th birthday to Marcus Armitage. What a way to celebrate your birthday. Got his breakthrough win in Germany on the European Tour just a couple of months ago.
Absolutely perfect. Look where the pin is and the angle he's created. He and Bland, perfect off the tee.
Excellent stuff. Day one of the 149th Open. Well, Frank Nobilo mentioned the fancy footwork. The slip may be from Bland. Let's take a look.
You just focus on that right foot. Well taught by Tim Barter. Very simple turn. Well, to be fair, the slip doesn't come till late.
There will be a lot of relief, I imagine, now. Always something you want to get out of the way, get off and running. 2 years ago, we all remember Portrush and that stirring victory for Shane Lowry. Well, the reigning Open champion, he's had it for a couple of years, but I'm afraid he's got to bring it back, and there is the famous claret jug. Returned to the R&A, to their chief executive Martin Slumbers, and that is the prize, as ever, on offer for the Open champion.
And what we love about this great championship is the first tee time is 6:35, Dom, and the last tee time is not till 4:16 this afternoon. It's an all-day affair, and I remember growing up as a kid watching it all day, and what a great moment it is for these three players. Great characters too. Marcus Armitage, one of the most colourful guys on the European Tour. If you follow him on social media, you get some laughs.
A Guinness World Record holder for hitting a golf ball into a speeding car. That was set earlier this year, something like 303 yards. So 2 in the fairway. Andy Sullivan away in the left-hand rough. We'll have to keep our fingers crossed for his sake that he gets some sort of decent lie, because it's been mentioned, you're going to hear it again, there is some treacherous stuff out there.
Yes, speaking to the greenkeeper here, some of the real native areas play further away from the fairway. They haven't cut for 2 years, so if you hit some wild drives, you're going to be in big trouble.
And John Wood has made his way across from America to go out with this first group.
Gorgeous morning out here, Frank. Absolutely perfect. And Andy's ball has settled down in some rough. He can get a club on it. I don't know how much control he's going to have over it. I think he can carry those front bunkers, but in terms of stopping the ball on the green, that's going to be a tough play with this helping wind. He's got 144 yards. This whole location's pretty accessible from the fairway, Frank, but like you guys talked about earlier, anything out of this rough is so difficult to control, distance and direction.
Well, Dom, you just referenced too how nasty this rough is. We're going to see it straight out of the gate.
We are. I watched Dustin Johnson, one of the strongest players in the world, play yesterday, and he hit one in the right rough over here and advanced about 80 yards still in the rough. And then next one, club head really got grabbed and he hit it long left, so it's going to be very difficult out of the rough. This is wedge, just trying to land it somewhere near the front edge. Asking for it to go.
I think he'll take that. What a great shot.
Happy with that? Let's go 18. Straight down on the angle.
What a moment this has to be for him, Frank. Just, I got to believe he's going to remember this for the rest of his life, to be able to be the first one to tee off in an Open Championship, and whatever happens the rest of the week, it's already gravy.
That's right, and this, of course, is the first course from England ever to host the Open Championship, the first one outside of Scotland.
It's on a good line right at it, Frank.
It's part of the game he's worked really hard on with Tim Barter over the last couple of seasons. They've identified that as an area that needed improvement, especially as he gets a little older, you know, loses a little bit of distance against a lot of the other younger players coming through, needs the wedges to be sharp, a sort of Dustin Johnson style move.
The birthday boy.
130, this green sloped severely front to back. Got to play for a big bounce here.
Yeah, had a big first bounce, but it grabbed pretty well on the second and third bounce. Actually got a little bit of spin back. 3 good shots. I think they'll be very relieved, all 3 of them. On the fairway, 2 of them. On the green, all 3 of them. 3 birdie chances.
It's a wonderful opportunity on this opening morning just to see especially how these first few holes are playing out there. And what effect the breeze is going to have. I think we're going to see the course drying up, aren't we, over the course of the week. We had a lot of rain the last 2 months in this part of the world. It's a lot greener than, as I say, we're used to at this time of year, but no rain forecast and a good breeze for the next 4 days, Frank.
I saw Rory McIlroy on Tuesday in his practice round, Dom, and to your point, he was saying if the forecast continues, we're going to start to get it to slowly brown out. By Sunday, it should be the Open Championship final round that we all expect. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of roll, and a massive test.
I heard Martin Slumbers say that, or there's a suggestion, maybe Lee West would say he was talking to Martin Slumbers, the head of the R&A, saying that they might just water the fairways in places, because otherwise it's going to be quite difficult with the rough as deep as it is, because the fairways here are really undulating. You might hit a good tee shot, get a bad bounce, and end up in some really thick stuff, and they're keen to avoid that.
Yeah, the criticism over the years is that the fairways are quite crowned, so you can actually hit the ball slightly right, the ball will kick right, slightly left, and the ball will kick left.
Not not so bad if it's thin and wispy stuff out there, but it ain't.
Certainly not. And the second group are on the tee. Chan Kim, Justin Harding, and Hao Tong Lee. A big American, Chan Kim. His last 2 tournaments, the PGA Championship and the US Open. He's just a major specialist.
Well, let's get down for the announcements to David Lancaster on that first tee.
This is game number 2. On the tee from the USA, Chan Kim.
Playing in his 3rd Open. Just outside the top 10 at Royal Birkdale in 2017. So he's got some form on the links. 5 times a winner on the Japan Golf Tour.
Beautiful balance. He's one of the longest hitters in the game.
On the tee from South Africa, Justin Harding.
Picked up his 2nd European Tour victory in Kenya earlier this season. He had that wonderful spell, didn't he, in 2018 when he won 5 times in the space of a year, 4 times in the space of just 2 or 3 months, to rise inside the top 50 of the world rankings. The man from Somerset West.
On the tee from China, Hao Tong Lee.
Well, difficult to know what's going on with the game of Hao Tong Lee. Such a superstar until about sort of a year, 18 months ago.
On the right edge of the grandstand.
And from the top 20 in the world, he's now down at 379.
And hasn't made a cut all year.
It's a good job there are some marshals down there, some spotters, as that is thick down on the right-hand side. Remember, he shot a closing 63 at Royal Birkdale just 4 years ago to finish the highest ever finish by a Japanese male golfer in a major. Beg your pardon, Chinese male golfer. Try and get that right. Right, up to the first screen, and a birdie putt for Marcus Armitage.
What a roll though, beautiful. The surface of the greens are absolutely perfect. Not a bobble whatsoever. Unlucky. Still rock solid par.
Andy Sullivan next to go. May have had a little teach. The first birdie of the 149th Open goes to the Englishman Andy Sullivan.
Came early, first group. Fantastic. Probably the one we didn't expect to make birdie coming out of the rough. Now Richard Bland. Pretty straight. Oh, we could easily have had 3 birdies in this opening group.
do believe his coach Tim Barter, I should say, who's working for Sky Television this week, is actually going to follow him for the first few holes and do the on-course reporting. So a thrill for both those men at the end of an exceptional season.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying about the marshals on the first hole, I was talking to them yesterday, Dom, and they're going to place 4 marshals on that right, in the right rough region there, because you can easily lose a ball. Even with marshals there, they said sometimes it takes them a couple of minutes to find the ball, even though they've seen where it's ended up.
So to the par 4 second hole, John Wood.
Dogleg left par 4. These guys with this helping wind will want to carry this bunker on the left-hand side. Just 272 to cover that. Shouldn't be any issue whatsoever for any of these 3 players. A little discussion here about their line. A lot of blind tee shots here, Frank, that you're going to really have to have figured out in these first 3 practice days.
Well, that's for sure, especially on this front side. And they really start on that 4th hole. There's about 4 holes in a row where you don't see the flag with your second shot.
Hitting right back into the sun. This is a really good line. Should cover that bunker perfectly. Frank, is there a better tee time than first off at the Open Championship? Nobody in front of you, perfect greens, and play at your own pace?
Yeah, there is. Last off on Sunday.
Very true. Fair enough.
No, you're right. 6:30, and just to do the conversion to 16 degrees Celsius, so that's about 61 degrees Fahrenheit. And I think the hottest it's going to be is 66 or 20 degrees Celsius. So certainly good time to play.
Up the right center, this one should be just fine.
Well, we'll see how they are lying, Andy Sullivan and Richard Bland. Chan Kim into the first from just under 140 yards.
Got to play for a big first bounce. That's okay.
From what's theirs at 7, there's a good 6 in it.
Big tee shot from Justin Harden. That bunker's 357 yards from the tee. So he's hit that a good 340.
Shot. Huh?
Well, downwind and sort of down slope when it hits that green almost, isn't it? Very difficult to get it to stop quickly.
Well, Hao Tong Lee just obviously hacked it back out across the fairway and in fact went over the fairway into the semi-rough. Great thing about this championship, I'm sure there are lots of players who are tuning in and they're probably learning this golf course a little bit. I'm sure they've noticed that there's a big first bounce here on this first hole. You've got to land it basically just on the front edge if possible.
it's quite surprising how firm they are this morning, but I think it's an important sort of hour and a half out on Lee. You referenced his sort of slip down the world rankings, but it's just 4 years ago when as a 21-year-old he shot 63 in the final round of the Open Championship. So, I mean, the talent we know is there, but to see someone slip off that dramatically, it is concerning.
He was playing with Ernie Els that day too, that final round. I know he's working with a new swing coach, and you watch him out there. He's trying to, you know, doing a lot of practice swings and mini swings, looking at the top of his backswing position. So a lot of thoughts running through his mind.
And he's no longer like the new young guy. For example, Min Woo Lee, who just won last week. You know, they're coming through thick and fast. I actually saw him in the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship about 4 years ago when it was played in New Zealand. I mean, you could just see his talent. It was actually won by Yushin Lee, who was also in the field today. But Min Woo Lee, just like his sister, is just an absolute natural.
Terrific win last week, wasn't it, in a playoff?
Yeah, that's the way to finish, isn't it? Booming drive, wonderful iron shot, stuck it to 15 feet, hold the putt, effortless. Thank you very much and good night. Right, back to the first tee where Mike Lorenzo Vera, Gonzalo Fernandez Castano and Abel Gallegos are about to get underway.
This is game number 3. On the tee from France, Mike Lorenzo Vera.
The ponytailed Frenchman, who he's not quite been the same player actually. He didn't play too much last year with all the COVID restrictions, and he's just struggled to get his game back to where it was because he'd become a very consistent contender on the European Tour.
Left, right, 4.
Good break.
On the tee from Spain, Gonzalo Fernandez Castano.
Gonzo, as we've come to know him over the years. First time playing the Open in some 7 years. Top 10 at the 2013 US Open is his best major finish.
On the tee from Argentina, Abel Gallegos.
Just 19 years of age, won the Latin America Amateur Championship to earn his spot in the Open last year. The winner of the Open Championship gets the gold medal as well as the claret jug. There is a silver medal awarded to the leading amateur at the Open, so he'll be very keen to get into contention for that.
Yeah, excellent player. Now up ahead on the green, Chan Kim. About 35 feet, putting back into the wind.
Now Bland at the second. So much depends on the lie here. How much club he can get on the ball.
There's a very sharp fall off down on that left-hand side.
That's not good. Like you say, it's a big bank he's coming up, and it's downwind. It's going to be a really tough up and down. Now, par putt for Lee.
Well, we've had the first birdie, and we have now had the first bogey of the day, or we will when he pops that one in, Hao Tong Lee. To Andy Sullivan, his second to number 2.
Pin is only on 12 yards. Oh, wow, got that to sit down very quickly.
Who needs to find a fairway?
I think this guy's one of the best putters in the game, Justin Harding.
Yeah.
Finished tied 12th in the Masters 3 years ago, and he led the stats that week on the greens as a first timer at the Masters. That doesn't happen very often.
He's very much enjoying the success that's come relatively late in his career. He's 35 years of age now. Andy Sullivan leads the Open. The Richard Bland has chipped up this bank at the second. He's got work to do for his part. This is Marcus Armitage. John.
So many options around these greens. Most likely a bump and run into this hill. You've got to make sure you've hit it hard enough to get all the way up top without it scooting away from you once it does get on the flat. Actually went up a little bit.
Couldn't have done much better than that.
Back to the first.
You can see enough of the ball, Dom, so that part's not the hard part, but trying to judge it to just get over that front bunker.
The more you see of this first hole, the more incredible Andy Sullivan's shot out of the rough was. How he got it that close. It's unbelievable.
Well, he was shouting, go, 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 wasn't it? He thought he had found that front bunker, and it just got over it.
Well, speaking of Andy,
Just a little bit of right to left, and this is a very slow putt.
Always amazes me how much the wind can affect a putt. Very nicely played. Bases himself in Florida, does Abel, and he won the Azalea Invitational, which is a big amateur tournament in South Carolina in the States. Just recently, so coming here with a bit of confidence.
now Gonzo. This turf is great too to hit short irons off. There's enough bounce in the turf. And that's tremendous.
He is a shot maker. He's a winner as well. He's won 7 times on the European Tour. A couple of big tournament victories, although hasn't won for 8 years. Par putt for Richard Bland at the second.
That's a bit disappointing, not getting it to the hole. He was putting downwind, so maybe he thought it'd be a bit quicker than it was. So 1 over par after 2 for the Englishman.
It was the one thing that his coach Tim Barter said to him when he went out on that final day at the Belfry and won the Betfred British Masters. You just need to putt a little more positively. He did, and it paid off. Armitage for his par.
You can see already how hard these players are having to hit these putts. In the meeting yesterday, we were informed that greens are barely going to be 10 on the stimp meter, which would be relatively slow, but given the conditions here, the nature of the greens, breezes in excess of perhaps 20 miles an hour during the course of the championship, you cannot afford for them to get that much quicker.
Andy Sullivan, one ahead of Chan Kim and Justin Harding, who both parred the opening hole.
You can tell it's just a light breeze at the moment, but it will pick up as the day goes on, and as Frank just referenced, it's forecast to be up to about 20-25 miles an hour at some stage this week, and it's going to stay from this direction, northwest, which makes this third hole play downwind off the left, thankfully, because it's over 200 yards.
First of the par threes here at Royal St George's.
.217 here, 210 to the front edge with, as you said, that helping wind. Probably looking to land something around the front edge and let it release from there. This is 5 iron. Heading a hair left of the hole.
Back to the first tee, where we find Sweden's Alex Norum with that familiar pre-shot routine. Served him well.
On the tee from South Africa, JC Ritchie.
Making his Open debut, the South African, who won a co-sanctioned event between the Sunshine Tour and the Challenge Tour in Cape Town a little earlier this season.
And one of the bigger hitters in the game.
On the tee from England, Richard Mansell.
His rookie season out on the European Tour. 357th in the world rankings. But let's not forget that Ben Curtis was 396th in the world when he won here in 2003.
Okay, qualified from Hollingwell, did Richard Mansell.
Beautiful course.
It is, in the Midlands there. There were 4 qualifying sites, all fantastic golf courses.
Gallegos, the Argentine, for an opening birdie. Third tee, Richard Bland.
And that flag just on the front edge of the screen.
Excellent shot, landed it in the perfect spot.
Mike Lorenzo Vera, remember, he found the greenside bunker at the first. He's out to here, so this is for par. Well, the breeze is always a factor when you're playing links golf. Very few days, even when it's not blowing elsewhere in the country, that you don't get some sort of breeze, difference between the land and the sea temperature. And you can see that as you make your way around the course, slightly different wind directions out there to deal with. It does throw you around, Frank, doesn't it, Royal St George's? All angles.
I think that's one of the beauties of the golf course. It's almost like a figure 8 going out. So played a lot of the golf course, you get confused without the compass. As Gallegos taps in. But looking at this opening hole, you were just referencing Ben Curtis. And Dom, I know you've got a good story about Ben Curtis, sort of an ominous start back in 2003.
Yeah, he was playing with one of our colleagues in the first 2 rounds, Anthony Waugh, and picked up a European Tour caddy the day before. And he holed 2 20-footers on the first 2 holes for par. And the caddy said to Anthony Waugh, says, well, that's not going to keep going on, is it? It's probably going to be a short week for me. It turned out it wasn't. It was a rather good week.
Yeah, what a lovely story. You just never know, do you? Ben's given up competitive golf now. Runs his academy back home. Bringing on the next generation of young players.
Over to the par 3 third. You see that flat portion is fairly flat. Once again, bring in John Wood.
All 3 players have finished almost in the exact same spot, so the other 2 will be very interested onlookers here of this first putt.
So a little downhill, just outside that left edge.
Pace was good.
This is a good view to watch that rehearsal swing you were talking about, Dom.
Turned 39 on Monday. I always think of Alex Noren as being about 25, but there you go.
Yeah, but you think you're 33 as well. Oh, a super shot. Very nearly got that first win in America in Detroit just a couple of weeks ago. Missed the playoff by a shot. Eventually won by the Australian Cameron Davis.
David McNeely caddying for him, long-time caddy for Podrick Harrington. So Richard Bland, drop shot at the second. See if he can get it back at the third.
Had a great look there at the first putt. Dropping just a hair to his right, back into the wind, downhill, a tough combination to get the speed just right.
Not bad. Sam Torrance has joined Frank Noblo and myself, Dom Hollier, in the commentary box. Sam, what a thrill for Richard Bland, and what a delight to be here at Royal St George's.
Absolutely fantastic. It was a heartwarming victory that he waited so long to get. He went on to the US Open and was leading now after 36. Right up there, but he's a new man.
Now Mansell at the first. And Sam, already we're seeing a bit of a bounce in these greens.
Yeah, which is surprising, Frank. It was very soft Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, but haven't had any rain for a few days, so it dries out very quickly, which makes it much tougher.
Well, last to go at the third, Andy Sullivan, to extend his lead at the top.
I remember 1973 playing in the Open at Troon, and I was first out and I birdied the first, and I suddenly realised I was leading the Open. It was an awful long way to go though. Like Andy Sullivan, 1 under after one, and he stays 1 under.
You're not predicting doom, are you, Sam?
No, not at all. Just, you can't get carried away that early, like I did.
Hey, if ever you're going to get carried away, this is the championship to do it in. Especially for a Scot.
Yeah, it's an amazing event, the British Open. And you think it was 174 years ago that this event was first played here at Sandwich. That kind of gives you the history of this great tournament.
How did you play that year?
I'll miss the cut again. I made it the next time.
Good job you two are friends, isn't it? Maybe were friends, I should. It's a perfect morning out there, though, really, isn't it? You couldn't ask for much more.
When I was coming in very early, there wasn't a breath of wind, Dom, but as soon as you see the flag starting to flutter, you know it is coming. You want to get as many holes in as you can before it gets strong. Well, the course is fairways are a lot wider this time than the last time it was here. A little softer. But a much fairer prospect, I feel. Fairways are always a little bit too narrow.
They've also increased some of the size of these greens. The front bunkers used to be at least 10 or so in front of the green. Now some of them lap up to the front. So I would think, if anything, you actually have to play this golf course a little more through the year than even before.
Richard Mansell from, what is that, about 40 feet or so for an opening birdie. He's quite a confident young man. He played well on the third tier of golf, the Euro Pro Tour, and had a good season on the Challenge Tour last season. Back to the opening tee, and one of the strongest hitters on the European Tour, South Africa's Dean Burmester, shot a closing 62 to win the Tenerife Open just a few weeks ago.
On the tee from England, Danny Willett.
Five years since he won the Masters. And another player who's just struggled to sort of rediscover his best form over the last year or so.
On the tee from England, Laird Shepherd.
An Englishman, Laird, 23, won the British Hour to get here at Nairn. Was 8 down after 17 holes of the 36-hole final. Just wanted to keep playing to make it not an embarrassing defeat, but he ended up winning it. Gets in the Open, gets in the Masters. What a throw, more steady, steady, steady. Oh, goodness gracious. That's a big hit. 330 yards to reach that bunker.
Bit of support as well. He comes from just along the coast. East Sussex, plays at Rye Golf Club. Up to the green, and the birdie putt for Alex Noren.
Bit of a misread there from Noren. One of the hardest workers out there. Great player. As Frank said, very close to getting his first victory in America.
Now the magnificent fourth. Take it over that cauldron type bunker on the right. You never know where it's going to finish on the other side. Talking Thomas Bjorn last night, Sam and I were, he was saying in 2003 it was a par 5.
Yes, it certainly was.
JC Ritchie, the South African, for an opening birdie. So on his Open debut, he has a share of the lead here at Royal St George's. Well done him. Briskly after the second, and you can see a little bit of white water out there on the English Channel. So the breeze is picking up on this opening morning of the 149th Open at Royal St George's, and we have a two-way tie at the top. Englishman Andy Sullivan and South Africa's JC Ritchie. The 15th edition of the Open to be staged here at Royal St George's. Down on the range, Brooks Koepka, four-time major champion. He is all business as ever. Doesn't mind playing the bad guy. Doesn't mind being involved in a dust-up.
Yeah, he's the sort of man you'd like to have him on your side, that's for sure. But you're right, brash I think is an easy way to describe him. But also confident in the big championships. Does the basic mathematics, which Jack Nicklaus used to do. Figures half of the players think they've got no chance winning an Open. And then he looks at the rest in the field and said, well, half of those are out of form. And then he normally looks at it and says, I can beat the rest. And perfect on holes like this where you need power, Sam, to blast it over the top.
Yeah, it's an extremely difficult hole, and that is one bunker you don't want to get into. I have been there. It took me 2 weeks to get out.
That makes us 160 front.
It's going to be Richard Bland first away. It's a very undulating green, isn't it, this one, Sam, at the fourth?
Yes, huge slopes at the front. Quite a small putting area when you actually get up there. A couple of sections. He's been a bit lucky here, Richard. That's Richard Bland.
It's on 32.
Good 30 yards in the rough. And not lying badly at all.
I
Very
mean,
fortunate.
strong line, strong downwind. Obviously, we can't go long. I'm thinking 9 iron. Kind of, you know, if it gets lucky and jumps a bit and runs up, fine. Otherwise, it should fall off to the right. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think it's any more than that.
No.
like the number 4, really.
Let's say 5 short of the green's 55. That would only be playing under Thornton. So you thinking maybe a wedge better? You know, we're not looking at the flag really from this situation, are we?
No.
You know, and that fairway, that 14 there is all downslope, so it's only 146 to there, look. But I think, in hindsight, looking at the strength of the lie...
Let's go ahead and hit this.
Yes.
Great chat there between caddy and player. And I have known that caddy for 50 years, and I still can't tell the difference between him and his brother, the twins, Guy and Gary. And I honestly can't tell the difference. Excellent shot, beautifully judged. And a good chance of a birdie, get his drop shot back. Richard Bland.
Back to the first, second shot. Danny Willett from the left side. So shallow through the hitting area, so gets that one to dance around the hole.
Gallegos coming out of the rough at the second.
Now Sullivan after a perfect tee shot at fourth. Looks a good line. It's just not carried it far enough up, but good shot. Still receptive there on that green. That stopped very quickly. Down breeze.
Saw Dean Burmester take the driving iron at the first. He hit the right rough. He's had to hack it out. This is his third.
Fantastic recovery from Burmester there. And his 4 will feel as good as Danny Willett's 3, I can promise you.
Gallegos. Very short with his putt at the first screen, but the pace was good there. So it's a par-par start for the Argentine teenager.
We haven't seen an amateur make the cut over the last couple of Open Championships, so hopefully that trend will stop this year.
Well, we've got a couple out there at the moment, not just Abel Gallegos, but Laird Shepherd. He's driven it into that fairway bunker at the opening hole. Big drive from the young Englishman. Right, let's wander back to the first tee. And the 7:30 group about to get underway. Sadeno, Sam Horsfield, and last week's winner in Scotland.
This is game number 6. On the tee from South Africa, Christiane Berzadinho.
Has established himself over the last couple of years inside the top 50 of the world rankings. I think he's missed a cut this season on the PGA Tour. He's won 3 times on the European Tour, including holding off John Rahm down the stretch at Valderrama.
On the tee from England, Sam Horsfield.
Another player who got in off the reserve list, and he got in for the 2015 Open champion Zach Johnson, who sadly was forced to pull out after testing positive for COVID. He's an exciting prospect, Sam.
Is that a question to me? He sure is a great player. And the next man on the tee, how good can this boy become?
On the tee from Australia, Min Woo Lee.
Playing in his first Open, courtesy of that playoff victory up at Renaissance on Sunday.
The second win too. What a player, what a swing, rhythm. This boy has everything. Silence, maybe a bit right. Long way right. That is really thick. Much thicker up the right than the left.
Well, we've seen drivers, we've seen three-woods, we've seen long irons already off that first tee. That's the wonderful thing about links golf, isn't it? You have options.
And perhaps see Willett make birdie. Great start.
Funny thing about Danny Willett is even when he has been quite streaky since winning the Masters, if he's in contention, he's able to win still. He won the DP World when he wasn't in great form. He won the BMW PGA Championship, again not in great form coming into the week. To Sullivan at 4 to get to 2 under.
Never anywhere else. Wonderful putt from Sullivan. He goes one ahead again. Lovely start.
And if you think about it, he was short in the jaws at the second, he was short in the jaws at the third.
Now back to the par 3 third. And Gonzalo Castano, excuse me. It's a nice links look there. Gives the players a chance. No defensive bunker in the front.
Marcus Armitage is for birdie. Lovely second shot into 4. Straight in, he gets back to level. Recent winner, Marcus. New lease of life.
Alex Noren. Abbreviated follow through. Nicely done.
Who's coming in here? One of the stars. Dustin Johnson, the back seat, just coming out. Runner up here the last time it was played to Darren Clarke. Famously hit a 2-iron out of bounds at 14 in the last round. But what a player he became, and still is. #1 in the world. Didn't play last week, but passed John Ram. John Ram had to finish the top 6 to stay at #1, but
Fifth hole, you play back towards the water here, don't you? Just an iron off the tee for Andy Sullivan.
just hung on, Dom. Not a foot left, and that just feeds into that bunker. Seaside golf, it's fantastic.
162 yards for Minwoo Lee out of the thick stuff. It's going to be extremely difficult. It's going to have to keep it right of that bunker, perhaps allow that ball to bounce up the slope.
This is where it's such a great design when you've had in trouble. These other bunkers, you just cannot hit it in them. The one's 40, 50 yards short of the green. Well, he's done extremely well there. Got a wee slingshot round the bunker back onto the green. Well, he did win last week. He's capable of anything. A good chance to save his par there. Excellent shot. Umi and Lin. Umi.
Obviously, these two don't like each other. About 80 yards between them. One way right. Horsfield a little on the left side. Just to move a little bit of grass around the ball.
Well, that's going to be gathered up by that greenside bunker. And he's a strong young man, so it gives you an idea how thick the rough can be. Up to the second, birdie putt for Noren.
Makes it to the house. So par birdie start for Noren.
Well, not one on the PGA Tour, but he has won 10 times on the European Tour, including the BMW PGA Championship in 2017, which is actually what gives him his exemption into the Open Championship this year. You were there for that, Sam. Didn't he? Do you remember he shot a final round 62 to come through and win?
Yeah, it was fantastic. And it was effortless too. Just hit the ball almost perfectly in the last day.
It's quite well done. Obviously that lie was thick. Judging by the length of that backsweep. So it's a fairly tame wind blowing from the northwest, so those first few holes gettable, as we've already seen a few birdies. Andy Sullivan with a couple in the first 4 holes. 4 players already in red numbers.
What do you think will be winning score, Frank?
Well, we had that debate last night. I mean, Mother Nature's going to have you would have to think between 5 and 10 under, depending obviously on the strength of the breeze, maybe what side of the draw, but I think one of the things to guess is what the low round of the championship will be. I remember Norman shooting 64 final round all the way back in 1993. A couple of good ones since around here. Now Horsfield.
That was an exquisite chop in the bunker.
What about you, Sam? What do you think, scoring-wise?
Yeah, I was exactly the same house as you. I was thinking it's all down to the wind. I think it's gettable though, the course, if it doesn't blow. It's still quite soft, very lush. So the ball's not running out as much, but it is very severe, but it's also quite generous off the tee. I'll go for 11 under.
Yeah, the forecast is for it the breeze to stay in the same direction. If it were to turn, then all of a sudden these opening 2 holes become extremely difficult. That's what I'm hoping for.
Woman Lee. He's going to come up a good bit short. Not the start he was looking for.
Right, let's wander back to the first tee.
This is game number 7. On the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
Well, we've said what an exciting young prospect Minwoo Lee looks like. Well, how about this young man? The first Norwegian to win on the PGA Tour, the first Norwegian to win on the European Tour, almost certain to be part of the European Ryder Cup team, and still just 23.
And very serious chance to win in his debut.
On the tee from the USA, Ryan Palmer.
Came over last week to play in the Aberdeen Standard Open up at Renaissance and played very nicely up there as well. Playing in his 5th Open. And played here at Royal St George's back in 2011 when Darren Clarke won.
On the tee from Belgium, Thomas Dietrich.
Came so close last week. I think his first victory. And we all just can't wait till he wins it. Get the monkey off his back because he is such a beautiful player. No reason why he hasn't won yet.
Off they stride into the rising sun, and we'll go up to the green, and Berzadinho for an opening birdie.
Great effort from the young South African. Very popular on tour, extremely nice and a gentleman. A gorgeous golfer.
Good view of the 5th hole. That sandy area to the left of the 3 bunkers, that's relatively new. And he just narrowly missed those, so you can barely see the flagstick.
Stay there. Stay there.
Too bad they can have a go at that green when it's downwind. DeChambeau might even have a go to it into the wind.
Gallegos for his par at the 3rd. Nicely done. Very steady start, considering he's only 19. Well, it is great to be back here, isn't it? Albeit after a hiatus of a couple of years. 32,000 spectators allowed in every day. It's one of the test events that the UK government are staging. Everyone's being tested, or you have to show that you've been double vaccinated to be able to get in, and face masks being worn in enclosed spaces.
It's a great month of sport, isn't it? Just finished Wimbledon, British Grand Prix this weekend, obviously the Euro Cup, so it's nice to see fans back. The noise, players obviously feed off that. We enjoy it even from our position.
Yeah, here. So Andy Sullivan continues to lead the way. Day one of the Open, the 149th Open from Royal St George's. Sweden's Alex Noren, one of those, giving chase. Danny Willett, the 2016 Masters champion, tucked in there. A birdie at the opening hole for him. And it's to our leader. Had an outside chance of a birdie for Sullivan at the 5th.
Was right on line, just needed hit it. He's a streaky player, Andy Sullivan, but when he's good, he's very good.
And Sam, you were talking about Bryson DeChambeau perhaps driving this green. It will be interesting around this golf course how he attacks it as we look at the last man to win this championship, Darren Clarke. Popular win on a very windy Saturday. Made the difference.
And the funny thing was, he was really down on confidence when he arrived that week, wasn't he? I think he had to consult Dr. Bob Rotella. He had to give him a few words of encouragement.
The postman, Ian Poulter. I was reading this one, he's only won once in the last 9 years, which I find incredible.
And not staying in a hotel this week, Sam.
No, he's in a rented what RV, is it? An RV?
Yeah, Stenson the same.
Something about the roof.
Yeah, a few practical jokes. We'll get into that, but look at the young Belgian player. Every time I see him, I keep thinking Thomas Pieters. They look alike, they swing alike.
They're great friends. They won the World Cup of Golf together.
See, he's just coming out almost sideways. Well, it is sideways for Palmer, and that's a very clever shot. Sometimes you just got to take your punishment, put it back in play. It's when you get aggressive from these places that the doubles and the triples come in. And you can't have them at the Open.
It'll be very interesting to see how Victor Hovland takes on Royal St George's. He took on every shot in Munich and he won the BMW.
He's aggressive, Dom, which is, I'm sure he'll temper it down this week, because aggressive seaside golf is dangerous. Got to use your head. Perfect position here. Divot going straight at the flag, and the ball. This might go in. No, but it's just stone dead. Excellent start for Victor Hovland.
Went back home to Norway, hasn't been there for a while following his victory in Germany, and he hasn't played since then, so nice and relaxed coming into this week. First look at the par 3 6th hole. John.
First look at the 6th, and this is the first chance you start feeling some different winds out here. You're very exposed. You play the first 4 and kind of downwind left to right, very similar every hole. You get to 5 and you've got into, and now you've got down right to left, and you've really got to make a lot of adjustments out here in terms of shaping your shots. You've got 175 here with a helping right to left wind. This whole location should be fairly accessible if you can land something a little bit right and use the slope to kind of let it tumble a little bit towards the hole.
John, how much stronger is the wind now from when they started?
Definitely stronger, Sam. I think it's probably picked up 10 miles an hour from when it started. You're a little secluded when you start out those first few holes. Out here on the water, you're so exposed, it just becomes a much heavier wind. And this is 9-iron. Obviously trying to land it a little bit short and run it up that hill.
So know where Tom Watson had a hole-in-one last time it was played. That was heading for it from Sullivan. Another fine iron shot. Very solid start.
Back to the first hole.
It's a great view to see all the subtle contours of that first green. Don't really see greens be built this way now. These greens almost evolve with the wind, the way it blows over the dunes. So you got these nice little humps and hollows. Sam, you're always looking for the ridge that perhaps makes the ball pick up speed or slows it down.
Yeah, the links golf to me, putting was all about pace, as you alluded to there. It's imperative to get the right speed. A lot of nuances round the greens and humps and hollows and bumps, but you've got to work them all out. Woefully short. It was coming back. He read it well, but it's woefully short.
You would certainly think that the players who played up at Renaissance last week should have somewhat acclimatized towards the speed of the greens. I think they were running at just under 11 on the stimp last week. They're around 10 this week. So tour standard is what, around about 12, maybe 12 plus, something like that, Frank, in the US?
Yeah, very much so. 12 is even on the slow side now, and I think that's why you can't see the contours of that you would see here. But also speaking about playing the week before, I mean, really that was the curse. You didn't really want to perform too well. That was something that Mickelson finally did when he won the Scottish Open, and they said, well, he's got no chance. And then Muirfield, he wins his first Open championship.
Paul Casey.
Paul Casey, the Englishman, getting underway. Playing with Abraham Answer and Ian Poulter. Firmly established now inside the top 25 of the world. He's had one or two close calls at the Open, most notably back in 2010.
On the tee from Mexico, Abraham Answer.
Something happened, we're not sure, but the crowd enjoyed whatever it was he did.
Very steady player. Hasn't won yet. Has done everything but.
And now on the tee from England, Ian Poulter.
Lovely reception for the 45-year-old Englishman playing in his 19th Open.
Fantastic week last week, Poulter. Delivered a letter to Mr. Harrington. Don't forget me.
Does he get the pick, Sam? Does he get the pick?
In my book, if it was picked today, 100%. You can't leave a man out with a heart like that.
The winner of the Open at Royal Birkdale, Jordan Spieth. Coming right back into form this season.
Yes, that win at the Valero Texas Open, I was there. I mean, it was a massive relief for him. He was trending. Took about a good 3 months of golf just to slowly turn the game around, little piece by piece.
Gallegos, the Argentine amateur.
So Hovland second in here at the first, just to tap in for his birdie. And he moves into the red.
Well, Andy Sullivan continues to lead the way, leading by 1 from JC Ritchie, Danny Willett and Victor Hovland after that tap-in birdie at the opening hole. Beautiful weather conditions on day 1 of the 149th Open from Royal St George's.
Sullivan. Good tee shot here in at 6. The putt's looking good. Oh my goodness me. It was good, but it was good that it hit the hole as well. A little bit firm.
Now, an amateur playing in the Open Championship. The bell to get to 1 under. That Latin American Asian Amateur Championship has really been impressive for that neck of the woods. Some good players already coming through there as we look at the tee shots at the opening hole. No surprise seeing Casey the longest.
Nice to see 3 balls on the fairway. Poulter first. Perfect tee shot. Trying to drift it in from left to right. Excellent, good distance control. A good chance for his opening birdie. That's 1 shot out of the playoff last week, missed the 4-footer on 17, but birdied 18. Just 1 shot behind.
Now Ansip, excellent iron player, and also a partner in an excellent tequila company, so I'm told. No surprise.
That must have been a beautiful strike, Frank. I mean, backspin straight downwind. Casey, the last man in this 3-ball. Been a wonderful golfer for many, many a year. Very powerful, fit young man. Well, he's not as young as he used to be, but no one is. Lovely swing, strike. Got the distance right. He certainly has. A great starter for Casey.
Check in with Danny Willett, par 3 third. He birdied the opening hole, parred the second. Well, judging by the line on the ball, that was a misread because that just went end over end. Good strike.
So Sully's putt for birdie on 6. Obviously too hard, went about 4 feet past, but oh, well done, Andy, well done. Another good 3.
And time to welcome in NBC's Tom Abbott.
Yeah, great to be here, Frank. And what a beautiful morning, Sam. It is out there. The sun is shining. It seems like these early starters are getting the best of the weather at the moment. Stay out of that stuff. That's the key.
Just wondered why they're climbing up it. I thought they were looking for a ball for a minute.
It is quite tricky when you're out there on the golf course navigating some of the sand dunes to be able to make your way around the golf course. It's a very interesting landscape here at Royal St George's. But good to see those blue grandstands up once again after the Open was not played last year because of the COVID situation.
It's a
game
fabulous
number 9 ready to get going, Sam.
Sorry, I was just going to say it's a fabulous layout. It's lots of zigzagging. Not very rarely do 2 holes go in the same direction, following each other. So coping with the wind is very difficult. What a group here, Tom.
Yeah, marquee group with Brooks Koepka leading them off. The man at 8th in the world who knows how to get it done in major championships.
This is game number 9. On the tee, from the USA, Brooks Koepka.
Four major wins. And a good couple of results in the majors so far this year. 2nd at the USPGA, 4th at the US Open, but he wants to put his hands on the claret jug. Got to be careful. There's a lot of thick rough down there.
Tom Holly back
We look the same. From the USA, Jason Kokrak.
One of the best drivers of the ball on the PGA Tour.
A winner this year on the PGA Tour. And as the first tee shot goes, this one's pretty intimidating with all the thick stuff down there.
On the tee, from South Africa, Gary Kygo.
It's 357 to that bunker down there on the right that he wasn't too far away from.
No, we've seen a couple in there earlier. This young man has burst onto the scene. 2 wins already. Fabulous player.
Well, of course, this was the hole back in 2003. Tiger Woods lost the ball in the first round, right around there. It must be the only time he's ever lost the ball when it's not OB or in the water.
Muirfield. Lost one on the right in Muirfield as well.
Oh, of course he did, you're right.
Yeah. He's been renowned for his opening tee shots, Ryder Cups, everything not best, but he certainly made up for it in the next 17.
Everybody's nervous, Sam.
Even the greatest. If you don't have nerves, it means it doesn't mean much. Now, Hovland, what a star. Birdie at the first, stone dead. Middle of the fairway at the second. Just the start you're looking for. This won't be far away. It's not his best.
You go back over to the first, and Ian Poulter to get off to a very nice start.
Just a shot out the playoff last week. So coming in here with good form.
Go to the tee at the 6th, par 3. And Justin Harding on the tee. Should feed back towards the hole there, shouldn't it? Very nicely done. A lot of movement in these greens. I think, you know, you don't always think about big undulating greens necessarily on links golf courses, but there are some huge slopes out here as we watch Casey for birdie. He's always smiling, Paul Casey.
He certainly is. Sullivan. Par 5, first par, only 2 par 5s in this course, this and 14. Cut that a wee bit. Just got to avoid the bunkers.
Chance, isn't it? It's going towards the track. 70, innit?
English seaside town, Ramsgate, just across the water there. As we take a look at that first page of the leaderboard here at the Open, with Andy Sullivan leading the way, but not in good shape off the tee at the 7th. It's a beautiful day so far. The sun is shining, the breeze may get up a little bit as the day goes on here at Royal St George's. This is the tee shot at the 4th for Danny Willett, that famous bunker on the right side there, just above his head.
Well, the last Open, this was the hardest hole on the golf course, but that was playing into the wind. This year it's more down and off the left, so it's really just a driver and a wedge or a 9-iron for these guys. But it is a very undulating green.
You know what I mean? What's the front end? 103.
Karen Stupples is out there for us at the first, watching Brooks Koepka. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning, and wind starting to freshen quite nicely for these players. Koepka has 125. The grass is growing with him, so that'll make it a little bit easier. Still really thick and heavy.
Wow, how about that? That club just stopped dead into the thick grass, but still the power able to move it onto the green.
That was extraordinary, Tom. Absolutely extraordinary. What a shot from the rough there.
So is this stat. I mean, look at his performance in the majors over the last 5 years. It's staggering.
Now, Jason Kokrak.
I mean, that's a seriously good drive there. Only has 116 left. A little bit of helping wind here. Flighting that one down just a bit.
Almost. What are we talking about, this golf course being tricky?
Well, here you are.
Hugo's got 111, and this is a thick lie. There was no help from the grain of the grass there.
One on his first start on the PGA Tour. Now a fully fledged member. Now up ahead on the second green. Putting back into the wind, so this is really slow putt.
The green's running about 10 on the stimp meter. They were 9.9 yesterday in the final practice round, so 10 on the stimp is pretty slow for tournament golf, especially for those coming from the PGA Tour. They've got to be careful of the breeze here. Some of the some of the greens sit up high as we watch Noren for birdie, and if the breeze gets up and you've got an exposed green that's running quick, the ball starts to move, and that gives all sorts of problems. A couple of birdies in the first 4 for Noren.
Now Casey, second. And they never like to get the greens faster than 10, because links golf, you just don't know when the wind's going to come up. As Tom says, the ball moves on the green, play has to stop. That's a beautiful drive from Casey, splitting the middle of the fairway.
Yes. In between that grandstand and that
Perfection.
Thomas Dietrich for a birdie here at the second. A 28-year-old from Belgium, 71st in the world. An emotional day, I suppose, for Shane Lowry as he arrives as the defending champion.
Already handed the trophy back in. Not sure when it has to be in, Tom. Do you know, is it Monday? I guess it's Monday.
Usually
Certainly.
Monday. It's a bit of a sort of a ceremonial occasion that they hand the claret jug back. Of course, he's had it for a couple of years. Very unusual. Back over at the first. What happened to Higo there, Karen, from the bunker?
He played out quite nicely, left himself about an 8-foot putt just below the hole.
And now Brooks for the birdie.
This is something you're going to see quite a bit today. This is a downhill putt, but it is back into the wind, so the two things ought to cancel each other out.
His knee, his right knee, still not 100%, and he says it will really never be 100%. So he's got to be quite conscious of it, not work out as hard as he used to.
We saw Sullivan's tee shot. It was a poor one, and he's hit the second to here.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough line, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's the front?
42.
Yeah. It's nice. You get just a nice one of these. Just trying to get it just between the 7 and the flag, and anything running to the left side green is easy to get it up and down. But I think there's a chance of.
100%. I mean, if you think it's gonna, if you think 41's struggling, then on the 7.
Yeah. Okay, mate.
Okay.
He's missed that big, thick clump that I thought his ball was in to the right of him, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Sullivan.
Oh, God.
Dear, it was.
Get lucky.
Well, that's where his bunker shot finished up. The young South African. This for a par on the opening hole.
You might see a little bit of that over the first day or so as players get used to the speed of these greens. You know, I think come Sunday, when they've been playing tournament golf on slightly slower greens, much better feel for the speed.
Just get used to it. It's time to go home, Tom. It's actually, it's just watch Casey's second here. A lot of them, Morikawa, they've gone to the sort of claw grip, pencil grip, which is fantastic for extremely fast greens because you want a really light touch just to maneuver it along the line. But when you've actually got to hit the putt a little bit harder, they're not great grips for that. It's harder to give it a good wrap with that kind of grip. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle that in the slower greens.
This is the fourth here at the 7th for Marcus Armitage, out in the first group today with Richard Bland and Andy Sullivan. Trying to get it up and down for par.
It's going to be a tough par 5, the 7th this week, playing into the wind. Hovland on the par 3 third. 217 yards, front pin. He's going to land it short, a few yards short of the green. Just like that. Oh, it stopped.
That was unlucky, Dom. Now, just thinking about the 7th, how difficult that's playing into the breeze. Sullivan seemed to hit his drive in the bunker or thick rough anyway on the hill, and he got it to 41 yards from the green. I don't know how he's done that. Let's hope it was his second.
th appearance at the Open for Ian Poulter. 11 cuts made with 3 top 10s. Second in 2008 at Royal Birkdale. He was 4 back of Harrington that year and tied for 3rd in 2013.
Well, this is a side to miss it on the second. If you're going to miss the green, plenty of room to work with, chipping back into the wind. Needs to go.
Andy Sullivan now with his 4th at the par 5 7th.
Well, that was a poor one from Andy. He short-sided himself. He was chipping straight into the wind. They did have a good 10 yards of room there. Should have been better.
Now Brooks Koepka with a tee shot at the second.
2 bunkers at about 275 yards on the left side of the fairway, but he can just fly those, but he's pushed that.
It's really thick over there.
Oh, that really went down. That might be worse than the lie on the first.
Now he go with his tee shot.
Well, I think this is slightly easier for a left-hander with the wind on your chest.
You have a sense of where that finished up, Karen?
Oh my goodness, he's nearly on the green. What a tee shot that is.
I think that might be his ball there, just on the left side of the screen, middle of the fairway.
Yeah, it's 412-yard hole, so he's hit that, what, 380?
Just pushed it a wee bit.
Now Paul Casey for a birdie.
Aiming well right here, Paul. Looks like at least a 3-4 foot swing. That's a tip, just giving it a bit too much, I think. The tap in par. Stays at 1 under after 2.
Be a good scramble, good par here for Andy Sullivan. Going to keep the momentum going.
Nice to stay in the lead.
And back over to the second, and Poulter, a long par putt, or longer than he would have wanted. Just sort of willing it on, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know it's going to finish short.
Not the start he was looking for, Ian Poulter. Par at the first, but bogey at the second.
So we take a look at the first page of that leaderboard. Andy Sullivan drops back with a bogey at the 7th. So a group of players on 1 under par, including Victor Hovland, Paul Casey, just getting their rounds underway here at the 149th Open. Go out to the third, par 3. A tier in the middle of this green, the flag today right on the front. In the practice rounds, Tom, we're watching players try and bring it in from the right side because it banks heavily there. There's a lot of thick rough. If you get it wrong, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go about 4 or 5 yards right of the green, but any further and it gets caught up in that rough. But Hovland was so unlucky with this tee shot. I thought he landed it in the perfect spot, but very soft bounce.
Yeah, it's downwind too, Dom, and it's 239 yards. It was not a short iron he was hitting. Very unlucky. Well, he's still got a good look at a birdie here, I think.
Looks like it's going to be a solid par 3.
Now, can Koepka move this to the green, Karen?
Well, he's got 120.
Karen's makes a wee bit out there. He almost got 120 out, so he's got 120 to go. Not as thick as he was on the first, so it should be easier. No. Didn't like it, and that's why. Still not too bad a position.
Still can't get over Higo's drive.
Now Jason Kokrak, Karen.
He's got 114 and the lie is not bad at all. He's got a slight upslope. And with this whole location today tucked on that left side, I think players will have to be a little bit aware of going too far left. So with the wind blowing to the right, it should be not too bad for Jason.
It's okay. I think it's interesting. Bryson was talking about being able to use his game, hitting the driver everywhere and getting away with maybe hitting it in the rough. Brooks Koepka has kind of got away with it there on the first 2 holes. As we watch Noren. That's a pretty good effort there from Alex Noren.
Yeah, wonderful lag putt. Yeah, but with the softness of these greens, if you're coming in from the fairway, you really can start attacking pins, and you know it's gonna be a lot easier to score from the fairways, as it always is, than from that thick rough.
And Darren Clarke down on the tee. This is a very special golf course for Darren. Of course, it was here that he captured his Open title 10 years ago.
This is game number 11. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Darren Clarke.
Living over in the Bahamas these days, playing on the PGA Tour Champions, and has not had the chance to spend much time in the UK. It's his first trip back since the COVID situation began. And just creeping into the longer stuff. Not as thick over there as it is further right as we go to second.
Well, it's Higo's drive. This is this. Oh, it's a poor one. Will it come back? Not quite. It's not a poor one, but he's only 50 yards from the hole. What a tee shot from the young man.
This is the fifth. And Danny Willett.
Wind coming off the left. You want to hug the left side of the fairway if possible, and you can see the green between the 2 sand dunes. That is ideal. Lovely tee shot there.
Edge of it. Got a little bit off your left. No, I'm talking about drop it there. Okay. Yeah. smash it.
Yeah,
Smash
just
the middle of it.
Perfect. Pull away.
Paul Casey on the tee at the third.
Still happy there's enough there.
Yeah, I am.
Caddy John McLaren, Johnny Longsocks, is happy with his selection.
Very nicely done from Casey.
I think it was the right club.
I wondered when you said his selection, I thought you meant his selection of socks today. He was wearing the Union flag socks. Koepka with his third here at the second. Not a bad effort from Koepka. Those are the shots that players are trying to get a feel for over the practice days here at Sandwich as we go back over to the third.
Pars to start for Abraham Answer. This looks good. Two exceptional tee shots there.
Just love the way he worked that in, left to right into that flag.
Well, it's a Ryder Cup year, Sam, and for some reason he finds form in a Ryder Cup year, Poulter.
He certainly does. Best form was last week when he almost got into a playoff, just one shot out. But it was certainly a message to the captain, Harrington. I'm still around. Always been a very efficient iron player, Poulter. Just a bit left. I don't know if it'll come back enough. Well, that's not too bad. Three fine tee shots.
Yeah, 6 Ryder Cups for Poulter going back to 2004. A record of 14, 6 and 2.
Big American. Jason Kokrak. Front edge of the green on the second. Looks good. Oh, beautiful putt.
Sally, that's my favourite hole on the course, the 8th. Fantastic par 4. Get up to the top of the hill.
Why is that, Sam? Is it because you need to really think off the tee?
It's with the kind of setting when you get up there and look down, the green is so beautifully framed. It's just one of those shots you look at and you think, oh, I've got to hit a good shot here.
Now Koepka for a par. So he does pay a price for an errant tee shot. Got away with it at first. You cannot drive it wild here.
I think it's nice we're seeing that early in the week too, Tom. There he is, Rambo. What a man. Number 2 in the world.
Hello.
He could just run riot with the number 1 in the world. I know he went back to number 2 last week, but that was unusual circumstances with Dustin not playing.
Birdie putt for Min Woo Lee on the 4th. The sweater's off. He's warming up.
Second at the 5th for Danny Willett. And a good one from Willett. 8th hole, we talked about having to sort of lay back because there's a bank of rough across the fairway. It's same situation at the 5th. And a group of players at 1 under par. Danny Willett with a chance to break out of it there with a short birdie putt. Min Woo Lee's made a couple of birdies in the early part of his round. Things starting to get going here at Royal St George's. Nice to see Gonzalo Fernandez Castano qualifying for the Open. It's been kind of an up and down period for him with his career of the last several years.
It's quite incredible too. I watched him a lot at the Seve Trophy, and he was so impressive. And he went, got a card in America, life was great, and then just disappeared virtually. It can happen. Poulter.
Just for birdie at the third. It's not always easy to go over to the PGA Tour and feel settled. I mean, someone like Poulter has been able to do that, lives in Orlando at Lake Nona, and has had great success in the States, but it's certainly not an easy road.
Sullivan with an iron off the tee, still managed to get it to 276 yards, still 179 yards left. And as Sam said, that green is beautifully framed.
Lovely simple swing, turn back, turn through. Oh, it's a gorgeous shot. Absolutely gorgeous from Sully. Well, he just made bogey at the par 5. Maybe he can get it back there.
Back over to Abraham Answer.
Yeah, so efficient tee to green. Answer hasn't won on the PGA Tour. Yeah, he has won the Australian Open, but his time is not far away. Slightly down the hill. This putt.
He's finished second 4 times on the PGA Tour, and you've got to think that victory is close. I mean, wouldn't surprise a few people if he were to break through and get it this week. There's Bryson marking up the golf balls.
I was speaking yesterday to Dustin's caddy, Claude, and he said that in the gym yesterday morning, Bryson told Dustin that he had 115 swings consecutively with his driver, as fast and as hard as he can do it. And this is his preparation. He's really, I mean, he's extraordinary, isn't he, Tom? He's got his own ideas, you know, all the irons the same length, the putter grips. Extraordinary. What a player.
I think he's good for the game. I know that you know, some people aren't big fans of his, but I'm a fan of Bryson. I think he brings a lot of attention. It's certainly been the case in the practice days here as we watch Casey for birdie to get it to 2 under. A lot of people out there watching Bryson DeChambeau over the first 3 days, wanting to get a look at the way he hits the golf ball. But Casey getting it done on the golf course. Will Bryson be able to do the same?
It was on the first tee yesterday when he drove off, and the crowd just gasped. Just gasped. And I did too. It's quite extraordinary to watch.
There is a different sound, isn't there, Sam? And it's the launch, the height of the tee shots. Will it to move to 2 under? He joins Casey at the top of the leaderboard.
2 Englishmen lead the Open. It's such an incredible event. It's you know, we're only an hour, 2 hours into it, and it's already exciting and stuff going on.
When you look at the winning scores here over the years, it's quite a variety. We've got 13 under for Greg Norman, 2 over for Lyle. So, you know, obviously the weather plays a big part, and I think getting a sense of the way the golf course is going to play today, we will get that over the next several hours and what that leading score might be. And it's very difficult to predict and very difficult to think of, you know, what it's going to be come the end of the day. It's fascinating to watch.
A long putt for Noren. 6th, par 3, just come up a little bit short.
Yeah, when Curtis won, he was the only man under par. It's one of those courses you just can't predict. It's a hard course.
That was a 6 iron.
I don't think it's ever played easy. You know, you get St Andrews and a calm day can play easy. This course never plays easy, even with no wind. It is the zigzagging on the front nine. It just gets your mind racing.
Karen, you know this part of the world very well. You grew up here. Is this a day for scoring so far?
I like it. I mean, there's no rain. That's a good thing. The wind is tricky, though. I mean, Sam made a great point about how this golf course kind of is a bit higgledy-piggledy across the dunes. That was a 6-iron as well.
Needs to sit down, and it's going to come back, isn't it? Yeah. Here we saw the approach from Darren.
He hasn't changed his putting style in a long time. That left hand below right, covering the whole grip, but he's a good putter.
As I look back at that, the view that you love so much from the other way, Sam.
It's not too bad that way either, is it? A great chance for birdie here on this very difficult par 4. Very good, Sullivan, very good. That's a great comeback birdie. After bogey in the par 5 7th. 3 birdies, couple under. Tied 3 Englishmen at the top. Hold the phone.
Only one Scot in the field, Sam. Unbelievable. Robert McIntyre. More Chinese players here this week than Scotsmen. I couldn't believe it when I saw that.
I've no answer to that one. Tom.
Victor Hovland for a birdie. But they've got a good one in Bob McIntyre.
Cracker. It's nice to see left-handers coming through. We've never had a lot of really great left-handed golfers. I mean, Bubba Watson, Bob Charles, Mike Weir. We'll just watch Danny Willett on 6. Playing quite easy this hole today, but he doesn't like that one at all. It's left. How far? Oh, goodness gracious me. Well, if it's not plugged, it'll just be impossible. And if it is plugged, he's no chance.
Now, this is the tee at the 9th, and Andy Sullivan.
Give you left edge and right edge. 260 exactly, but you've got. That's it.
There are a number of tee shots here that if you come to play Royal St George's, which we encourage you to do if you get the chance, if you're going out on your own, you probably would have no idea where to hit it. You might hit it completely the wrong way.
Just drifting a touch right. He likes to cut the ball. Sully. Well, that's perfection.
Finish on the 9s, great.
Talking to a couple of players earlier in the week, and they said it's fascinating because we only play these golf courses with grandstands and crowds out there, and they're so well defined. And if you come here on a normal day, it looks completely different. This is the amateur Joe Long.
Played in the Walker Cup over at Seminole a couple of months ago.
Back over to the 3rd, and Garrick Higo for birdie here, Karen.
It is, and this is another one of those putts. I mean, the wind is really funneling up the green, so this putt looks like it should break to the right, but the wind will hold it up just a little bit. And Higo's really struggled to get the ball to the hole today.
There's been quite a few like that, Karen. They're just not used to slow greens, I guess. That used to be a secret of ours in the Ryder Cup, made the greens a wee bit slower. Didn't tell anyone.
And conversely, I guess when you went over to the States, they made them a little bit quicker.
And they did it at Muirfield Village, and they made them so quick that the Americans struggled on them. It was extraordinary, 1987.
Understandable, though, that they have to keep the pace of these greens a little bit slower because if the wind gets up. Some of these exposed greens, like 10 here, is right on top of a hill, and it's so exposed.
Go crack for a birdie.
This one is back downhill, but that wind coming up here, I don't think it's going to do too much in terms of helping the speed out. And we gave that one a good whack.
Now we tested for Victor Hovland for his par on the 4th. Birdie the 1st. 3 pars to follow. Yes, great putt.
What do you think of a Hovland-Rahm partnership at the Ryder Cup, Sam?
Oh.
That would be pretty good.
Yes, that would be exceptional. I think that they're both fantastic players.
Koepka for birdie. Taking on a Koepka and DeChambeau pairing, maybe.
That's naughty, Tom.
3 Englishmen at the top of the leaderboard here at the Open, but it's the early stages of this opening round. A bit of breeze out there to challenge the players, but the sun is shining. It was a gorgeous morning when I walked out of the hotel there in Ramsgate. The sun was up very early this morning.
Ian Poulter at 4th, first to go.
Tiny bit out the left, almost straight down, mate.
Have you heard the latest in the spat with Stenson? It's been done this week with the Poulter. He put 2 cans of tuna fish on top of his RV he's rented. Open, spread it all out, and at 4 o'clock in the morning there was a lot of seagulls on the roof. It must have been like a scene from the Alfred Hitchcock, The Birds. To be continued, I would say. And that was retaliation for the pink wheels on Stenson's Ferrari.
And the seagulls here are massive. It sounds like there are people walking around on the roof.
And so left foot really flared out through the boards. Lovely. Get those hips through it. Asking for it to go. It needs to sit now. Oh, it did. Beautiful shot. Good birdie chance.
It's out of bounds, so close to the back of this green too.
Yeah, on the bird, left edge of the birdhouse would be money, wouldn't it? Yeah. Straight out the birdhouse would be fine. Yeah, 28, Johnny. Yeah.
Aim at the birdhouse. I wonder if he means the little conservatory there that's at the back of the house behind this 4th green.
Another exemplary iron shot from Casey.
That breeze there, that flag really starting to blow. This is the 2nd at the 6th for Danny Willett.
And that's okay. 7 out of 10 for that one. It obviously wasn't plugged.
Now Victor Hovland off the tee at the 5th.
Chopped it right. I can't wait for DeChambeau to get on this tee. It's kind of like the 6 at Doral, the one that he went straight at the green, the par 5. I think he'll definitely have a go one day this week on that hole.
Ming Lee. Get to 2 under. Aiming a little bit right. Oh, well, Seen so many putts left short already. Only been playing for a couple of hours. They need to make some adjustments on the greens, some of these players.
It's been a good 3 here. He knocked it in the bunker. You never know, do you, when you walk up to the bunker how it's going to lie.
No, I mean, you could be actually completely unplayable right against the back face and have to go sideways in the bunker. This is Kirk. All-American, excellent player. Second into the first, another one stone dead. I think that's the 5th was seen within 2 feet. Straight downwind the first today, so it is playing easy.
Playing into the wind, the 9th, 153 yards. This is a green like the 4th. Lots of slopes and humps. But that side's better than the other side, although you can see he's coming up a huge bank.
Kokrak driver. That's left, I think. Not much left, but it's a little bit left. Cameraman lost it there.
Now Poulter with his 3rd, further up the hole there. Lovely little neighbourhood behind the 4th green, beautiful homes there. And there's a toll road that is being used, not as a toll road this week, but an access road. It takes you down to Royal Cinque Ports Golf Club, which is on one side of Royal St George's, and then Prince's is on the other side. It's amazing how close all these championship courses are. Both have hosted the Open in years past.
Princess, yes. I think Gene Sarensen won there, didn't he? His sand wedges in the clubhouse at Princess that he hauled out. Well, he invented the sand wedge.
Yes, and he came across to play exhibitions, and he brought a number of them with him and gave them out to a few people. And I remember Michael Lunt, who was a great amateur player, who was a member at Walton Heath where I play, had one because Gene Saracen had given one to his father, who was a good player back in the day. So I've held it. It's pretty incredible, really. I think this is one of the first sandwiches ever made.
No answer for his birdie. Has he got the answer?
No is the answer. Just always a little bit left, wasn't it? Yeah, played to an average of 4.5 this hole, this par 4 last time in 2011. I don't think it's going to be that this year. Might even be under par the way these guys are going. But that's another drive into the thick rough for Koepka. He's got to straighten out his driver.
Paul Casey for a birdie to get it to 3 under par. Just moved at the end there. So par for Casey, but off to a nice start.
Jack Senior. Last man in last week. Got the 3rd spot. Oh, come on, Jack. Boy, he's away and running. Birdie at the first. It's such a thrill when you get through qualified like that, but given 3 spots away last week. You had no plans to come here, no other chances to get in, but he's here.
So Chan Kim for a birdie on the 8th. Oh, well done. Not played very much this year, Chan Kim. This is only his 9th tournament. Came 2nd in Japan in the Kansai Open earlier in the year.
Well, considering the flight of that ball, kind of got away with it. at the 5th. This is the second shot for Hovland.
Go hard.
Asking for it to go. Obviously didn't come out like he thought it was going to. It's quite flat there around the green, and then there's a big ridge that runs through from front to back over on the left side. Going out to catch the fish and chips that you'll be eating tonight in Ramsgate.
All the better than last night's one.
2 under par leads the way. Andy Sullivan out in that first group, which is usually quite a nice draw at the Open because you'll get the lighter breeze.
Well, we saw him miss his second shot right of the green, so that's where he left his third. Slow putt up the hill. So it's going to be a bogey for the Englishman from Nuneaton, who only got in late last week also when Matt Wolf pulled out.
That was from 159, another thick lie in the rough.
Massive slopes at the front of this green.
That's a great shot. He's very fortunate. He carried that thick rough there on the left by a couple of feet. Gets it on the green. It's the first one.
Kokak's got a slightly better lie, a couple of yards less at 57. I think he can loft this one a little bit up in the air here. He has done that. He's going to ride the wind a little bit.
It's going to work out nicely. Don't want to go too far by.
The wind flag was really blowing there. Just getting up. Not even 9 o'clock. We'll go to Casey, 50. That's an iron, top of the hill.
That's the third shot on the same hole for Victor Hovland.
Yeah, takes his glove off for the shorter shots around the green. So many players do that now.
Is it for more feel, Tom?
Yeah, I don't know, Sam. I thought you'd have better feel with a glove on because you're used to it.
And also, it never changes. A little bit of slippiness in your hands or whatever.
Yeah, but a lot of players are doing that these days now. Marcus Kinholt for a birdie. Playing for a lot of break. He read it perfectly. Good start for the Swede.
Had a good season in 2019 on the race to Dubai, which is how he qualified for the Open. Nice start there. This is a bogey putt here for Andy Sullivan. Disappointed after a good tee shot. Poor second shot, and it's going to be a bogey. Out in 34, past 70 here.
I used to love par 70s. 4 over was only 74. It's true, it's a dreadful mindset, and that's where it was.
There are a lot of amateurs thinking, yeah, I can shoot 9 over and still shoot in the 70s.
1 under, break 70.
First tee time here, 6:35. The last tee time, local time, just 16 minutes past 4. So just gone 4:15. 1 tee start all day long here at the Open.
I don't know how many players will do it, but I always watch the golf in the mornings when I was playing in the afternoon and just glean so much information from watching the coverage, see how it's playing and see where people are going wrong. And so it's almost better than a practice round.
This is at the 4th, and Koepka for a birdie.
I mean, that was an amazing shot. I mean, it was not a good lie in the rough off of the downslope, able to get it onto the green and onto the right level as well. This putt should be fast though. It's downhill, downwind.
He's not found the fairway yet with the driver, and that's going to be a bit troubling. You can't really do that here, you wouldn't think. You're going to be coming unstuck. Noren for a birdie at the 7th. Certainly gave that a go.
The marker was coming out his pocket there before that ball had gone halfway to the hole.
Back over to number 4.
I think this is a great spot to putt from.
Why is that, Karen?
It's back uphill and it's a little bit into the wind as well, and I think anything past this hole, it's a scary prospect to see your ball rolling past this hole because it's not good at the back of this green, but if you can get there, the putts from this part typically are a lot easier. Oh, it's the right line.
Hovland had a 4-footer for par on the last hole, which he holed beautifully. This one a little bit longer and breaks a lot from left to right. Just missed it. That was never high enough. It was a poor tee shot and a poor second. And the little pitch wasn't much better. So back to even par.
Here you go now. Just a very impressive season. 3 wins in 5 starts earlier this year. And back to level par for the championship.
Yeah, currently best putter on the European Tour, leads the stats there.
Sam Horsfield for a birdie at the 6th. And that's his first birdie of the day. Was that the Kevin Na move there? He picked the ball out of the hole before it even gets there.
See, Kevin Na's used that as his logo. He's got it on the back of his shirt. Kevin Na also a late withdrawal from this championship. Completely blind, this second shot from where Poulter's playing from.
It's great to welcome Frank Novello back into the booth.
Thank you very much, Tom. Just been out there for a little stroll. Wind is kicking in. I was trying to make Sam Torrance a cup of coffee. I know he likes a coffee in his morning, so we'll just spell him for a little while. And you're right, Dom, if it wasn't for those TV towers behind the screen, players would have no idea where to aim.
He's not happy with that. Players have a real sense of where they need to go, even if they can't see it, and he'll know that wasn't anywhere near where he wanted to hit it. Now Abraham Answer.
A little lower ball flight.
Damn it, I got hit hard. Yes.
Still, Tom, I would imagine this is, even for the locals, the easier breeze to play Royal St George's, going out of the northwest.
Yeah, and it's supposed to blow northwest, northeast. It's not supposed to move too much as the championship goes on. So I think it can be tricky, Frank, when you get a wind that completely switches around. But I don't think it's going to happen this week. You never quite know when you're this close to the water.
You might just see the top of the flag, Casey, from this position. shot, mate, you heard? And it was.
Now Sullivan, after going out in 34, breeze at his back. Mind you, the further up you go, the narrower this fairway gets.
They might move the tee up over the weekend as well, make it drivable. That'll be quite fun there at the 10th. As we go to the 5th, and Garrick Higo on the tee with Karen Stupples watching, an AIG Women's Open champion in her own right.
And it's good to be here pretty close to home, Tom. Really rather pleasant indeed. This hole playing back into the wind, bit off the left. And Garrick just going with an iron off the tee, put it into a position.
That's a big mistake there, Karen. Taylor Gooch over at the first for a birdie.
Thirteenth birdie at the opening hole.
Nice way to open your open career. His first appearance in the championship, makes a birdie on the opening hole. Back over to the tee at the 5th, and Kokrak.
Fully capable of hitting a really low bullet off this tee, back into the wind off the left. Rough does come into play at the end of the fairway.
Seems like a lot of club for him, doesn't it?
That stopped dead. You can still see the top of the ball, so maybe not too bad. Better than Higo's, that's for sure.
Gary Woodland actually drove this green last time the Open Championship was here. Admittedly, different direction for the breeze.
And Frank, wind on the back. Difficult wind direction for these players. That's a beauty.
Well, that's a little better.
Go up to the green here at the 5th, and Ian Poulter's 3rd. That's nicely done.
Yeah, it's got great hands. Slides that right hand under the ball, or the club anyway, under the ball, but it's beautiful. Par 3 6th. Can't miss this green left. Can't be in that bunker that Willett was in. So just a little bit right. Ooh, or use the bank of the other bunker. That'll do nicely.
That's the case on a number of the par 3s here. The outsides of the greens, the fringes kind of feed the ball back in towards the middle of the green. Back over to the 5th hole. And Abraham Answer.
One of those uphill down dale chips. Little rise to contend with. Oh, that was tricky. Flew the hill.
Danny Willett. He's got a flag high at the 7th. Playing into the breeze.
That's 2 massive hits to get that to the edge of the green. You can see it's playing dead into the wind.
Andy Sullivan now starting the back 9, his 2nd at 10. You don't want to go long of this green. It's just a nightmare if you go over the back. I feel like the front 9 here is a lot more undulating. And as Paul Casey plays here with his name at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, got a chance to increase his lead.
Yes, Tom, all the blind tee shots come in the front nine. I think it's 5 holes in a row starting from the 4th. You either you can only see the top of the flag or you can't see the fairway. The back nine is a little more straightforward. Mind you, it is a tougher driving nine. Back nine, a few more holes that are bunkered on both sides of the fairway.
Danny Willett. Not able to get it up and down. And now back over to Victor Hovland after that lovely tee shot at the 6th.
Just dropped a shot. Oh, there was always a little bit left. It did come back a little at the end. Just turned pro 2 years ago and already one of the top players in the world. Like Morikawa, like Wolf.
Alex Noren, second to the 8th. Yeah, it's going to stick on the front of that green. Update you on Danny Willett. That was we were very excited that he got it flag high in 2, but he actually didn't. It was in 3, so that was a bogey for Danny Willett at the par 5. Casey out in front, a man with a lot of experience, and maybe experience will count here come the end of the week at the Open. Richard Bland, what a great story that has been in 2021, hitting the opening tee shot. He's out in level par here at Royal St George's. That's the flag at the 5th, 14 on 9 from the right. And take you back to what we were talking about with the blind second shot. But the problems maybe a little more for Kokrak and Higo, missing the fairway on the right. Karen Stupples is out there for us.
I mean, it is problems here. I mean, in that it's a little bit of a thick lie, but not too bad. It is back into the wind, but it is completely blind. Really has to pick a spot on the top of the mound in front of him to hit this one over.
Oh. Oh.
From what we've seen, it's a real penalty if you miss the fairway there at 5. Now at the 10th, Andy Sullivan for a birdie.
This is makeable, putting back into the wind, can be aggressive. Yeah, nicely done. That's 3 putts of that length, that Sullivan's hold.
Second shot for Higo at the 5th. So it is a blind second shot, but it's relatively fair up and around the green. Now Koepka.
This from 169, and he could not have placed that drive in a better spot. Nice flat lie.
Yeah, what a difference it makes to find the fairway at 5, and that's the first fairway that Brooks Koepka has found in the round so far, and he's got a good chance for a birdie. And if he makes that, I think it's interesting because he's not driven it well, and he's still even par through 5. Over at the 6th, and Paul Casey on the tee.
Long, skinny green. This one, like a Weight Watchers green, really. Ever tried Weight Watchers, Dom?
Clearly, as you can tell, Frank, no.
You know, I'd like to try hitting an 8 or a 9 iron like Casey is here.
Oh, that's rubbish. It's not that bad. Yeah, if he'd hit it a few yards further, it would have been. That's okay.
Got the fat part of the green.
Joaquin Niemann now for a birdie. And that gets him back to level par for the championship.
A couple of weeks ago, was it at the Rocket Mortgage Classic Tournament, Joaquin Niemann went 72 holes without a bogey and then bogeyed the first playoff hole to lose. Unbelievable.
Abraham Answer with his tee shot at the 6th.
Breeze coming from his right and behind.
Well, mate, he needs to pitch. We're trying to pitch it 10 short pin.
Yeah, good tee shot there. You often think with links golf that you go out and back and you battle the wind in one direction on the way out, and then on the way in it's the opposite. That is not the case here at Royal St George's. Every hole runs in a slightly different direction, so judging the wind and knowing which way it comes from is really key here, and that's why you'll see a lot of different shapes of shots this week, because that wind will be coming from all sorts of different directions. Poulter on the tee.
Poulter. A little bit of space there for another logo.
65, yeah?
You talk about the design, Tom. The designer's Laidlaw Purves, who was a surgeon by trade. He came up with the sort of figure 8 routing.
That may feed down and be okay. Yes, he chose the piece of land here by going to the church in Sandwich and climbing to the top of the steeple, where you could see out across the coastline, and then he chose this piece of land for Royal St George's. Kokrak's third at the 5th.
Little shot off the back foot. See, they're going with a lot of loft. De-lofted it. Also, too, he contributed to the golf handicap system. It was a big supporter for actually women's golf. As we watch Andy Sullivan at 11.
They've moved the tee up 30 yards and it's still playing 214 into the wind. This can be a brutal par 3 if they use the back tee. And Sullivan's missed the green in that bunker.
Now Gary Kigo with his third at 5, and that's just grabbed very quickly.
One of the shorter par 4s, the 5th, but you've got to find the fairway. Now the first par 5 playing into the wind. The bunker that's over the 2 you see is very much in play, which is just to the right of that ball, but that's perfect for Hovland.
At number 5. Hugo will be disappointed with his third there, Karen.
Oh, no doubt. He was probably about a yard short of where he wanted to land it. Pitched it into just a slight upslope, and that's why he got that little bit of extra spin on it. Not an easy putt to make for your par.
He's going to be representing his country at the Olympics. Gets underway next week. It's been a very busy summer of sport, especially in this part of the world. Heading to Tokyo.
And Karen, you grew up in Deal. What's that? Just a few miles away from here?
It is literally just up the coastline or south of here. And many times I used to ride my bike up the road just to the right of us right now to Prince's Golf Club, where I hit my first ever golf shot. And so a lot of history here for me. It's really nice to be back. I remember coming here, watching many Opens, used to sneak on and hop the fence and get in. And it's just fabulous for me growing up here to now have the opportunity to work it properly, and a lot of fun.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Kokrak's par putt. Paul Casey. His birdie putt at number 6. Solid so far for Casey.
Jan Kim. Last 2 tournaments he's played, PGA Championship and the US Open. Beautifully played. Controlling the spin straight downwind. You've got to land it 10 yards short. Did it perfectly. So, Koepka, chance for a first birdie of the day.
Yes, very well done. And that's the difference with hitting the fairway for Koepka. Back to level par. And I wonder if we'll see a change in strategy or whether he will continue to try and hit the driver.
We'll wait and see as we go back. Par 3, Poulter up the hill. And like Koepka makes his first birdie.
Bogey at the second for Poulter, the rest pars, and then that birdie at number 6. Christiane Berzadinho at the 7th, this for a birdie. So back-to-back birdies. Right in the heart. There's a lot of movement on that hole around the cup, and read it well.
A lovely tee shot, deserves a birdie. Well, obviously broke more than he thought. It did break a lot for a 4 or 5 foot putt.
Ah, the bunker cam. Get a close-up of this one for Andy Sullivan at the 11th. That made a few people jump.
Obviously there's a microphone in there too.
Players do actually get relief if they're going to hit the camera with their through swing. They can take relief in the bunker. I'm not sure many of them would. Casey for par.
Great vantage point for the spectators there on top of that sand dune. You can see a lot of the golf course.
We're by the seaside in England this week in Kent. About an hour by train from central London, which is how many of the spectators will get here this week. It's a couple of hours drive if you're making the trip. The most southerly venue for the Open. And we have 2 Englishmen at the top of the leaderboard here at Royal St George's. Koepka's tee shot at 6. Leaning like it's going right, but I think it's going to be just fine.
The Englishman that resides in Florida. No one makes more birdies on the European Tour than this man. His average is over 5 birdies a round, which is an unbelievable return.
A little bit of a fall back there for Higo. Might be right, actually. A little on the upslope. It's fairly flat just by those sprinklers where you can land it.
This is just a wedge for Jason. Quite downwind. Maybe just a hair off the right as well. But the big mound on the left of this green, the dune, is called the Maiden. Does provide a fabulous vantage point across the course.
That's the difference when you can hit a wedge into a par 3. Control on the golf ball. Not always easy when it's breezy. You know, you're hitting those short irons. It can trouble the players, but it's a good one there. Let's go to 11 and Sullivan for par. So missing the green in the bunker, not getting it up and down. It's a bit back and forth for Andy Sullivan. Third bogey of the day. He's been getting to the top of the leaderboard and then falling back.
Straight into the wind. That's fine. Blind second shot. Down in the big hollow.
Pop those phones on silent.
Go down to the opening tee where there are surely a few nerves. But this is a game that a lot of people will want to watch, especially for this man, Bryson DeChambeau, and how he's going to take on Royal St George's, how aggressive he's going to be. One would think he's going to be very aggressive and see how it works out. That's is what he's been alluding to. But we'll see if he keeps up with that game plan.
Interesting to see if he even hits a driver off the first. He can get into that bunker. It's 350 yards from where they're teeing off from. So he's looking at that now with his caddy, his new caddy, Brian Ziegler.
It's his hype man, right? He gets on the range and tells him to hit it as hard as he can. Tells him he's not swinging fast enough. Spieth's going to be leading this match off, this game off. Champion in 2017.
This is game number 16. On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
David Lancaster, the starter. There's another starter this week, Matt Corker, who will be out there a little bit later.
On the tee from the USA, Bryson DeChambeau.
Ah, he's not going with the driver. What do you make of that, Frank?
This will actually go pretty close to the distance that Jordan Spieth just hit his driver, though. Takes the bunker out of play.
Bunker's about 350 off the tee, down the right side.
On the tee from South Africa, Brandon Grace.
The only man to ever shoot 62 in a major championship. Did that at Birkdale 4 years ago.
It's been a tough year for Brandon, his father passing away with COVID, and then that emotional victory in Puerto Rico on the PGA Tour. He'll have a lot of support here this week, there's no doubt about it. But that one wayward, and it's really juicy down the right side.
Ooh, did it hit that gentleman?
It's pointing as though it's in an area where it's trampled down. That makes a huge difference.
So much of the talk, though, DeChambeau's such a wide takeaway. Immensely strong, heels up in the air, massive hip turn. I know Sir Nick Faldo's coming along soon, who's talked so much about the pulling action in DeChambeau's swing. Pull the club back on the way down, and also all the exercise in the gym, all pulling exercises. But Tom, if he has an adversary on the golf course, it's this man, Koepka.
Yes, they've battled a little bit in the media, haven't they, with some of the comments. As Koepka makes this one for birdie. No. Brooks seems to be pretty relaxed about it, but the few comments that Bryson made this week, it seemed as though it might be stressing him a little more than you would think. Casey on the tee at 7.
Look at strong arms, Casey. And he's missed it right. There's a bunker, though. He's missed it way to the right. He's not going to advance that very far down the fairway from that lie. He's going to have a long third.
Danny Willett for a birdie at the 8th. Royal St George's hosting the Open for the 15th time. Sam Horsfield and Paul Casey lead the way. The Open first came here in 1894. It was the first Open to be played outside of Scotland. And of course the only Open venue in the south of England today. It's a great pleasure to have with us a man who knows what it's like to lift the claret jug on 3 occasions, 6-time major champion. Sir Nick Faldo's here with us.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. The roads are probably more difficult than this golf course right now. It's just a mere hour and 10 minutes for 5 miles to get here this morning. So I was a little bit stressed for a moment or two.
Did you come by bike again?
I wish I did, Frank. Yesterdays of riding the good old English country lanes. That's what I used to do moons ago as part of my, inner sanctum to get a bit of peace and quiet. So here's a great tee shot. 7th, and they're into the northerly wind.
I mean, you're right, Nick. I mean, it's quite an intimidating one, because when you look out from the tee, I mean, there's very little of the fairway that you actually see.
No photos, please.
Yeah, that's the trademark here. That with the fescue at least 2 foot high, it hides many of the edges. I mean, at best, you'll see a glimpse of one edge. And so I was here last week, and I know there's a lovely spot, a mound, good 280 and into the breeze. And if they can get it on top of that, then it will release down and around the corner. But that gives us a great clue. And into the, well, not the brutal thick stuff, actually okay there.
Yeah, kind of splitting the Champions Walk in this bunker.
We're already seeing some of that rough starting to be matted down. I know last week, Nick, when you were around here, that looked absolutely brutal.
Well, yeah, anyway, you can see just left inside the ropes, Frank. I mean, you'd lose your ball. I mean, if obviously you're going to rely on the fan spectators to give you a clue where it entered, but even standing a foot from the ball, you can't find it.
raced far enough out beyond the ropes there where it's been trampled down. So John Wood, you're now out there with this group. Wonderful shot.
Clamber back through to find the fairway. So Jordan Spieth got a great angle now. And just the 120. And you see the flag there, so you could land it on that front right corner and get it to skip forward. So many plateaus on this golf course, either kind of circular or running in it. As you can see, this one runs from front to back, that little plateau, but downwind, down slope, that's the best he can do.
So good shot by Spieth. Go forward to the par 5 7th, 547 yards today. Casey, a little bit of trouble off the tee, now his third. And welcome back, our host, Dominic Ollier.
Listen to them talking, sorry, not some guys in the crowd.
Thank you, Frank. Wind is definitely kicking up out there, isn't it?
Very straightforward.
Time your gust, haven't you? Look at that. Also need the right trajectory, and that will. And they're all like magnets, these bunkers with these wonderful slopes. Oh, actually sits there. Nasty, twisty little putter or chip there.
Another green where they've extended the front, brought it closer to the bunkers that guard this green now. So Sullivan will have some 4 feet left for his par. To remain at 1 under at the moment. Horsfield, Casey tied at the top, 2 under. Go back to the opening hole.
Yes, this is John.
Wow, that'll get a few murmurs from the gallery.
Yeah, the tee shot slightly shorter than Spieth's, but the iron shot to miss the green on the right. Poor pitch. Nick, this is the easy breeze for this hole.
Absolutely, yeah. This is quite tame. Bit out of hit. That's his 4 iron. He uses as his longest iron, and his Spieth had 120 yards. But you've got to get the gullies. You can see all these fall-offs left and right.
Did you play it before the rain last week?
Yes, I was here. Full day on the golf course Thursday, so actually it rained before that. We had a clear day, so I played after the rain, Frank. Yeah, so it was perfect. Yeah, the most wonderful thing about links greens is there's ripples within the ripples, isn't there? I mean, they're extremely difficult to read because number one is the color. Being a solid green, it's so difficult to. There's a great view to spot. Exactly, so that should go left. You can just see that little bit of sheen. It's not bad for my first read of the day.
Yeah, the sand off the beach, you know, almost the sand erosions, just as the wind sort of buffets over the hill to create all those wonderful slopes and humps and hollows, gives it the flow.
Definitely one of the humpiest, hollowest ones on the open rotor, no doubt about that. Up to Abraham Answer at the par 5 7th.
Yeah, you've got to like the guy's chances. This man plays extremely well on shorter golf course. Did great a couple of years back at Hilton Head. I should have won that one. I'm amazed today. It's 7,049 yards. So that's modern day. That's really short, isn't it?
Yeah, this one we've seen go a little left at the end.
And to Andy Sullivan. Just to tidy things up at 12. It's always been his favourite club in the bag, the putter. Although it hasn't been his friend just recently, so it's nice to see him putting well. To Shambo, with a bit of work, a lot of work to do for his par at the opening hole.
And we've seen this a lot, Frank. How many last couple of weeks? Last Bryson, you know, iron and a wedge in hand, bogey. I mean, that is not the way to start.
Meanwhile, Minwoo Lee winner last week. The dogleg right par 4. Form continues this week. What an impressive family. Minjee Lee, phenomenal player on the LPGA. I'd like to meet Mum and Dad, really. That must be special as well.
Ali Whittaker was telling us last week that that Mum started coaching them both, so she must be rather special.
We better get her instructional book quick. There's a mighty fine, great golf swings, aren't they?
What does she charge an hour? Brandon Grace off to a steady start.
Her program takes 9 months.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch. You know, those first, what's that, 8 feet off the green, how that will react. Probably going to go, trying to go hard left. Super try.
It is the thing about the bunkers, isn't it? It's not just the bunker, it's the area around the bunker which collects the ball, which kind of doubles the size of all of these bunkers.
Well, yeah, and the rest. You know, it's many of them. You know, triple, quadruple. You can miss a bunker comfortably, you think, by 10 yards, and it gathers and ends up deep in a little coffin.
Right in the southeast corner of England, in the county of Kent. Garden of England, they call it. Beautiful county. See all the oast houses, where they take the hops and make the beers and all that sort of thing. And there is the man, the reigning Open champion, who won at Royal Portrush with that spectacular 63 on Saturday. And no one could catch him on Sunday. Shane Lowry said it was quite a relief to finally get here and finally defend the title after the long wait. And he's really glad to do it with fans here. You know, I think everyone would have wanted the Open to take place last year, but it would have been somewhat soulless. Wandering back towards the second tee, and Jordan Spieth. John.
Very difficult tee shot, and that's dog leg left, but the wind is pushing you hard to the right, so you really got to commit yourself to taking it up that left side so it doesn't go through into that right rough.
Yeah, a decent carry over the left-hand bunker is about 270. Especially if you turn it against them, which I think that's what he's fearing. He's got away with that fine.
Nick, it was interesting watching Bryson off that first tee shot with hitting an iron. I know distance is always an advantage in that he can hit 4 or 5 iron, but it was interesting starting out like he did.
Well, I think I'm going to call it power management. I mean, I think he's got to just be sensible around here. Use your length to your advantage. That doesn't mean smashing everything. I think, if he only carries a 4 iron, but I would have carried a driving iron this week, and if I had that ability, like modern world now, and maybe getting a driving iron out there 280, even 300 with the right conditions, that would be. So after saying that, he then takes the driver out, probably gonna have a go for the green.
Yeah, first go with the driver here, and his line has literally got to be at a huge grandstand behind the green, and it's going to be interesting to watch his tactics this week, because I don't think that if he hits those bombs into this thick rough, I don't think, even though he's going to be close to the green, he can play from there at all.
John, we were talking, we're going to have an over and under on how many balls lost this week.
I'll take the over. Whatever you said, I'll take the over.
Yeah. We've got to chuckle at the fans. Let's see how it reacts. It's lost to the right into the hay. A lovely, gorgeous, wispy fescue.
You won't have much in, though. Only 60, 70 yards.
Yeah, but so what?
Yeah.
Probably can't hit the green from there.
Down at 6.
Yeah, nicely done. So he moves under par. Second birdie of the day for the mustachioed American. To Koepka at 7.
Had to lay up. Lie was just too bad in the rough to give it a go. This from 1, 2, 3. Back into the breeze. Trying to keep this one down, but it is climbing in the wind.
You can forget your gap wedges here, can't you, Karen? You could be chipping wedges and 9 irons from that kind of distance.
Forward to the 8th tee, and Ian Poulter.
There's another awkward fairway, plateau fairway. So they've got a strong right to left breeze. So there's always a big decision. Do you cut it up against the wind and you will lose a lot of yardage, or turn it and will it stay on the fairway?
Should hang on that line, right?
Just, yeah.
Bless you.
Right, rather than that one.
That's where you want to be, isn't it? Down the left-hand side. If you push a tee shot here, potential problems. Lipped out. Daniel Berger with a chance to get under par at the 6th. Unorthodox, but very effective. And after a few months in the sort of doldrums, he seems to be back to his best. To Horsfield.
Very skinny green, this one. Humps and hollows. It's almost a saddle. See back there, bit of strategy involved with the tee. So we go back to the second hole. Different strategies. So DeChambeau just 75 yards, but as Nick referenced, lie dependent.
Especially if it comes out a little hot, because it will easily fall off that left side. But actually, they look. No, he's found it. Look the way the marshals were moving. You got to be brave, Frank, as well. You know, but you know, close to the flag, hold locations close to the edges. They all roll off into, you know, some kind of a low area. So it's, as you know, you then kick yourself if you were a little too brave and only pull it by a yard rather than going, you know, 20 feet, 15 feet right.
There's a bunch of holes where really you have to force yourself almost middle of the green. Don't you putt to the corners.
Yeah, Grace has a decent lie. I think the downslope here will actually help him run the ball back to the middle of the green, hopefully. He's got 86 yards. Spieth wasn't overly pleased with his contact off the drive, but it ended up in a perfect spot, just 84 yards. And he's one of the best here, Nick, at flighting these little wedges down and controlling his distances.
Yeah, that's absolute must now. So he's got a good chance with it. Into that breeze could, well, we get our first glimpse of how the greens react to a wedge into the breeze. Should sit down within a yard. As we described, a little to the right for safety. You know, second hole, get your eye in, get the feel of the turf this morning.
Nick, I got to give the MVP here to the marshal for finding this golf ball. I was right on top of it, and you could barely see a single dimple. And just looking at this hole, I just don't see why you'd hit drive. There's nowhere to hit a driver here that would end up good.
No, because if he busts it and went in that bunker right in front of him, and that's going to go left, going left. So there you go. I mean, that's...
Even with all his strength, couldn't keep the club face square. Yard of turf. After a bogey at the opening hole. Trouble again. Forward to 7.
And Koepka to get under par. I say it's not his favourite course on the open rota, but he says he doesn't have to like a course to play it well, to be successful on it. Forward to 9. Minwoo Lee's third.
First class.
It's been a real struggle for players from New Zealand, from Australia, from many different countries over in Asia to actually come and play, especially the European Tour. All sorts of restrictions in place on travel.
There's plenty of problems for we analysts. What am I? I'm either at 7 COVID tests to be sitting here for day 1.
So it was a good birdie by Brian Harman at the opening hole. And DeChambeau will have about 6 feet left for his par there at the second.
Making the walk over the footbridge towards the first tee. A little peck for Wendy. And off he goes. Finally getting his defence underway. Nick, you've done this walk as a champion.
Yeah, it's a wonderful feeling, as you can imagine. Let's let him enjoy it for a couple of seconds.
Well, we saw the approach shot of Brandon Grace.
Yeah, I'm able to feed it down that little right side little gully. Hey. Lovely little par 3, this one. Flag, middle left, so you can see it. It's amazing. There's a front left section hidden behind that mound. But that's exactly what you're meant to do. Into the middle plateau, use the breeze, perfect shot.
John Spieth up and out of that one very quickly. So he's going to have to settle for a par. And it's a par-par start for the 2017 Open champion. Up to 8.
So tee shot blind, but the green fully visible.
They actually turn, Frank, now. The wind's really hard right to left, straight across. That's pretty darn good, isn't it?
Excellent.
Well, he dropped a shot at the first. Bryson DeChambeau has this for par at number 2. Anything on it, John?
There's maybe a little bit of right to left, but not a lot. It's just one of those putts you got to keep your speed up to keep it on line.
Looks like he's adjusted his stance just a touch for the wind or potential heavy stuff.
Well, that should certainly help to settle things down for Bryson DeChambeau. Let's go up to 9. Horsfield to get to 3 under. Hoping to take advantage of that late call up in the field after the withdrawal of Zach Johnson.
Koepka with the iron at 8. There's 3 trees in the distance. They just pop their heads up a little higher. You can use as a line.
Yeah, but they're in Canterbury, Frank. There's no
have good
trees
eyes
around here.
There is. It's either that or you aim at the clouds, but they're moving as well.
Well, it's funny how many players have said, you know, without the grandstands here, that they would struggle to see the lines off the tees.
Nick, I know we're going to see Lowry tee off. Those immortal words, champion golfer of the year.
Yeah, they're lovely. They reverberate through you for the rest of your life. Here's another great couple of pairings coming up. John Rahm, obviously hot favourite. Lee Westwood, but that's a good draw. Playing with Stuart Sink. My goodness, Stuart, winner in America at 48. Very impressive. And young Will. He's another brand new sensation on the American Tour.
Yeah, didn't he play well at the Masters on debut?
Yeah, it was the classic, just aim, look at it, aim, hit it. I mean, that was fantastic kind of a skill set. Oh, here we have a brute, 217, third hole, par 3, no bunkers. And that's wise because you cannot miss it in the right rough. Just off 1 yard off the green to the right, it is impossible to get close to that flag.
.217, 210 to the front edge. It's not playing anywhere near that long. Obviously, we've got downwind. You're trying to land it somewhere around that 210 front. This is 6 iron for Gracie. it'll be interesting to watch. Jordan hit 6 iron as well. The difference in clubs off of some of these par threes between Bryson and the rest of the group.
If a player naturally draws it, just hit it smidgen too straight.
Right, back we go to the first tee, where the reigning champion is about to get the defence of his title underway.
This is game number 19. On the tee from the Republic of Ireland, the defending champion, Shane Lowry.
That was a smiling in-breath, wasn't it? Do you see that? He went, that's a, I bet he felt that from tip to toe.
On the tee from Spain, Jon Rahm.
Trying to do the double, isn't he? US Open and Open in the same year. And there aren't too many people betting against it.
Well, that's a wow.
On the tee from South Africa, Louis Oosthuizen.
2010 Open champion, runner-up to Rahm at the US Open. Could easily have won it.
Could have won the PGA Championship as well.
Yeah, you're right, Frank. That particular week, a couple of poor tries at wrong time, and we didn't see him hold a putt over 15 feet at the weekend. Nice drive from Jon Rahm. That little bunker out there's to 357. Just popped it perfectly in front of it.
Do you know what? Earlier this morning, we saw someone drive it into that bunker, Nick. Must have got a big bounce forward.
Well, that's the idea. You're meant to leave it 5 yards short.
Fascinating explanation. I'm sure you've been reading about it this week for Jon Rahm, about being born with a club foot and the effect it's had on his swing.
Yeah, we'll get time to talk about that. Yes, as we move up to Abraham Answer, and that's what he does pretty darn well.
After 7 straight pars, first birdie of the day for the man from Mexico. To the third, Spieth.
Chance to see some of his short game variety. That might get a little better.
Paul Casey to move clear of Sam Horsfield at the top. To the third.
Big breaking left to righter. Should have gotten a little bit of a read off Jordan's pitch.
After the good tee shot. Trying to ride it in on that breeze. I think he's back on European time now.
And once
Walking
again
after this
to
third hole, I had a little conversation with Bryson, asked him what he was hitting. He said it was right in between 8 and 9 there from 217. Went with a little 8 and flew at about 225, just to give you some idea of how much farther he hits his irons than the other players.
2 less than the others. That's outrageous, isn't it?
Nick, I talked to some of the players earlier in the week about what they did for slower greens, and Rory talked about weighting his putter heavier, and Phil talked about hooking putts more to get him rolling. Was there anything you did on these slower greens?
But actually, you should go the other way. You should lighten your putter because it makes you have a full swing at it. Because, you know, fast greens suit a heavier putter because you're moving it a lot slower. And when you're on super slow ones, my famous TPA 18 was only C9, I think. Yeah, C9, not even into the Ds. Short and light. Give it a whack.
Well, this doesn't look great for Shane Lowry. Karen Stupples has dropped back to this group. Karen, what's the news?
For Shane is that it's a horrible lie. 2 feet to the right, and it's great. And he's on a bit of...
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Me, Louis. Again, it's just one through the
I mean, the obvious difficulty is the thickness of the rough, but when you're standing over it, you can't even see the ball.
I don't mind always. Not from bunker. Always fine. This is bunker right. Perfect. It goes into the bunker, get up. Yeah, I think.
Plus the way it's kind of getting matted, they've trampled that area down. So this is just going to wrap around the hosel. It's going to go left. They know that. So how much can you compensate for it?
Just got to hold on tight with your left hand, Nick.
Well, there's an indication. Just throw the club head at it and hope for the best in many a case.
Louis in a great spot here.
Yeah, it's all about trust of this first bounce. How much will it be? It sits down the rotter. Yeah, so tried the right shot, thought it might release a little more.
How far's John Rahm got, Karen?
He's got 114. I mean, you couldn't ask for a much better spot to hit from, with a slight little upslope. Obviously quite a bit of wind helping. Big downslope at the front edge of that green. Gotta try and land it past that.
They're rather whizzy, those golf bags, aren't they? It's psychedelic.
That's how their minds are going to be at the end of the day.
So the bogey beats the birdie on Spieth's card today.
Sweden's Marcus Kinhult. He'd been back a couple of weeks. He had a seizure playing in Spain. He was actually on a Skype call with his girlfriend earlier this season, and he was diagnosed with epilepsy, and rightfully took some time to make sure everything was right in terms of medication and everything before coming back, but delighted to be back and playing competitive golf again, and he moves under par. Big group at 1 under.
Now Brian Harman at the second. Made a good putt. Make that 2 of them to start. One of the Americans that played last week, the John Deere. They provided the charter, came there, landed at Sandsted, bust down, Now Hovland at 9.
So the Norwegian is another one to join that group at 1 under. A couple of birdies, just the one drop shot. That came at the 5th hole for Victor Hovland. 3rd now for Lowry at the 1st.
Nice to start with his golden hands to save himself at the 1st.
Many a week he's on the chipping green with Harrington, and they're playing like all these little up and down games.
Yeah, fantastic pair of hands.
Saw that wonderful approach shot from Brooks Koepka, riding the wind into the 8th. Great chance. He was annoyed with himself at the PGA, said it was a mental mistake that he made there that ended up costing him the title.
So the 10th playing downwind, so they've driven it way down there. There's big plateau green.
To the opening hole. Jon Rahm, can he open his account with a 3?
You talked about favourite clubs in the bag. This is his favourite club. He just putted so well opposite Muirfield Village.
Did struggle a bit last week on the slower greens at Renaissance.
Yeah, it's quite a shock. I mean, America in the summer would definitely be, 13 plus officially, more likely 15 when they get a little, a little slippery. But here they're 10, so that is quite a significant difference, isn't it?
No.
So I just love this golf hole, the 4th, the Himalayas, and he's pulled that well left. Second will be completely blind. Look across all of that to outrageous green with just a small section in the back that's pinnable.
Yeah, slightly shaky start for Bryson DeChambeau. Louis Oosthuizen.
Yeah, wonderful look how some of these greens run with gullies from front to back or left to right.
Travelled straight to Germany after the US Open runner-up. He was exhausted there, but he's had time to refresh since. He was very chirpy during the practice round. Horsfield to get to 3 under and the outright lead.
Yeah, relatively flat back section of that green, and that's straight back into the wind. So that's elevated green, so that I believe the wind slowed that one up.
Shane Lowry struggled off the tee here, and this is for a par at the opening hole. So the defence of his title starts with a bogey 5. But he is off and running, and he's got plenty of opportunities to get that drop shot back as Harman joins Casey and Horsfield at the top.
On the tee from England, Lee Westwood.
2 48-year-olds playing in this group, with Stuart Sink out there as well. Germany's Martin Keimer completes the trio. Westwood winning the Race to Dubai European Tour's #1 golfer for the 3rd time in his career at the back end of last season.
Yeah, normally a nice low trajectory. It's so important this week, just get it on the fairways and get it running down there.
On the tee from Germany, Martin Keimer.
There's a wonderful look at the 4th green. What is it, lie? Lie's good.
DeChambeau 172 actually has drawn a really good lie in this rough, trying to land it left of the hole to use those slopes on the green. This is just a pitching wedge from 172.
Right, but a pitching wedge still got to come in low.
Heavy.
It's a huge climb up the hill. Yeah, that will gather down. That ridge of that golfer's left high on that point. That's 6 foot high from the front bowl.
Yes, it doesn't look it, but it's like putting up a wall, isn't it?
Yeah, an absolute wall. That putt is going to be impossible. He'd have to send it off the screen, right angles. He can get his triangle out for that one, Frank, and calculate that one.
You get the same shot almost every day because it's tough to find 4 hole locations, because that's the only area of the green really they can pin it.
Jordan now 171, great angle, 9-iron.
Trying to drive it, leaned into it, so just blocked it a touch, so that'll head off. That's okay.
Second tee, John Rahm. What's he got?
He's got one of them metal things.
Yeah, but how big is the metal thing?
It should tell by the sound. I guess that's driver.
So many people this morning have found that rough. It must be something to do with the wind switching between the practice round and now.
No, it's awkward. It's turning right to left on the left to right wind with a left to right kicking fairway.
Brian Harman for 3 in a row. What a start.
Very ominous, Frank. I remember a golfer starting 3 birdies in a row in 1987.
Am I sitting next to them?
I know that people don't like me talking about myself, but
you're going to
that. But I'm going to. Why not? Just
you started with 3 birdies?
I started 3 birdies at Muirford in the yucky stuff, and.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, but you got off to a huge lead after 36 holes. Didn't you? Oh, wrong open. Sorry, you won 3 of them. I'm getting them all confused. Well, at least Lowry hung onto his for nearly 2 years.
That'd be kind of nice having the claret jug in the house for an extra year, just keeping your eye on it and watching it sit there. And to your point about the difficulty of this hole, with the wind on your back too, as a right-handed player, very awkward.
Yeah, there's 2 bunkers we just passed. They're 270. And so very awkward, isn't it? You're driving slightly uphill, hard left to right, when really you should. The smart play this week is to use the breeze. Fighting against it is really hard work.
Now, Paul Casey at the 10th, his 3rd. That was well done. Landed it on the downslope to go forward.
Here we go. Fun and games.
Just a basic 60-footer with about 20 feet of break here. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. And this is one you've got to practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because it's not something you practice very often.
I did a made a little piece for the RNA and stood on that hill on the top and dropped 2 golf balls. One went back down to Bryce and one came down to where the hole is. So it's got to find that apex. Right, so watch this. Wind will push it as well.
Also, I was thinking long was better than short.
It's not bad for distance, but he's got that one for his par. DeChambeau, let's go to Hovland at 10. Is this a young man who impresses you, Nick?
Absolutely. I mean, every week churns out a great score, but, you know, he's got great resilience, works so hard in his short game. We were giving him a tough time just a year ago that his chipping was obviously not in this man's class, but worked at it very hard.
Tidily done from Jordan Spieth. Should be enough for him to make par at the 4th to 9, and Koepka.
Another good example. You can't see the surface. You know you cannot go right to the flag. So you put it there for safety.
Now Westwood at the opening hole. Twice a runner-up this year, the Arnold Palmer and the Players' Championship. It's a great little run. And you're right, playing with Stuart Sink.
Yeah, as we know, Frank, that's an unbelievable story to be a champion on the tour at 48.5. You know, he went a while without winning. Now he's had 2 wins, and so I'd be in his ear to say, how did you find the trust at that tender age?
So Grace comes up short there at the long par 4th.
Sam Horsfield, the bunker cam.
Put your hand over your cappuccino. Sorry about that. But
All right, let's wander back to the first tee.
Is game number 21. On the tee from the USA, Dustin Johnson.
Big win for him, wasn't it, at the Masters last November. We don't normally see Dustin Johnson too emotional, but that one got to him.
yeah, that little square grandstand you see, but he's lost it and no marshals around. Wow, get down there quick. I think they've got it. Good work, chaps. They've done a lot of work this morning.
On the tee from the USA, Will Zalatoris.
They've already flattened that area down on the right, haven't it? It's matted already, so
So having finished second on debut at the Masters, his first appearance at the Open.
On the tee from England, Justin Rose.
Gosh, all those years ago as a fresh-faced amateur at Birkdale, finishing 4th. This is 19th Open. Justin was here early. They came down on over the weekend. Got quite a bit of practice in.
Yeah, sneak back for the tennis and the football. Okay, John Rama, give it a dig. Can you keep it straight? Obviously a little easier because he hit the ground, didn't he? We didn't hear the different sound of scything through the fescue.
DeChambeau for par at 4.
Pretty good two-putt from down there.
Yeah, that's a couple of times he's had to hold from that distance. You don't want to keep on doing that all day, do you? Become very tiring. Horsfield.
As long as they go in.
Well, yes.
You know, some days you don't get choices. You just got to keep making. That's the wearing part, yeah. Well, the wearing part's when you miss them, I agree, yes.
What is it? Dogs chasing cars and pros putting for pars. Oh, horrible for Lowry.
This is pretty serious, actually. Oh, look at that. It takes a great hit to get back into play.
Back to the first, and Lee Westwood for an opening birdie. Not sure there'd be too many more popular winners than if Lee Westwood could get across the line and claim the Open. Koepka.
Great touch, wasn't it? Slightly uphill. See that ninth green, look a little bit of sheen on it, so judge the weight of that beautifully.
If you watch the first 4 holes, Koepka looked completely out of sorts, yet when you look at the scorecard, he got through that little 4-hole stretch only dropping 1 shot. Now to 2.
It's a slightly out of sorts Shane Lowry as well, isn't it? Right at the first, left at the second off the tee.
Now Harman, after 3 birdies, his first 3 holes, found the fairway at the 4th, uphill to that plateau green.
Yeah, even from the fairway, you know, 350 yards. Oh, let's stay up there. Come on, just make an effort, ball, make an effort.
That might still be moving.
Yeah, that might get down inside 10 feet.
Joel Darman to get to 2 under. Up it goes. Over and in. 3rd birdie of the day. Did drop a shot at the second. All in all, good start. There you go. Look at the flag on the left, the open flag. There is definitely a sporting breeze out there on this opening day of the 149th Open at Royal St George's. It is Brian Harman from the United States who leads the way ahead of Hovland, Casey and Darman. A couple of South Africans up there, Justin Harding and JC Ritchie. Richard Bland struck the opening tee shot. He's level par with 3 holes to go. And already you suspect this is quite a big moment for Shane Lowry. Dropped a shot at the first, par putt at number 2. Just what he didn't want. Bogey start for the defending champion. However, 16 holes to make amends. Oof, Frank.
Well, just about every player we've seen from this side has pulled it out of the rough with the second. See if Dustin can somehow keep it straight.
Oh. Just needed to be a touch left.
You can hear him just a touch left. We found the putting surface. Now to 2, John Rahm.
With a birdie putt. Just watch Lowry.
And you were mentioning what he spoke in the media earlier in the week. I'd never heard the story about the clubbed right foot before, which obviously meant the ankle bones in that right leg is one of the reasons why he can't turn as much on that right leg, hence the shorter swing. But it's a marvelous golf swing. A bit like Justin Rose, really. Different type, but textbook.
And that'll do nicely. From what we've seen, it's a slightly easier putt from the other side of the hole, but certainly within range there, Rose, to 10, and Koepka.
Well, they're waving straight. Oh, that is huge. And there was talk that they're going to move the tee forward. I don't think they have to.
No, not when it's playing downwind, as it is today.
From the right side, Spieth barely see the top of the flagstick.
Holy smokes. That's getting me hard. Just right a bit. I don't know if it'll get there. Is there a bunker short range? Oh, I caught this. That's why. Dang it. Right idea to try and keep it lower.
One of those very difficult shots in links golf where you'd love to keep it down because it's straight into the wind, but you're hitting off an upslope. So you've really got to take way more club than you might think. Bryson 160. This is 8-iron, which he normally hits about 200 yards.
Can he see the top of the flag, John?
He cannot. He's got to move a little bit left of that hill to see the top of the flag.
Finding his spots. This is tricky for Johnson. Over a little valley, onto a down slope, and that is beautifully judged. First 3 ball have reached the 15th hole, and he's Sullivan with a chance.
That's an excellent second shot, because that flag is tucked down the right-hand side. So many of the greens have roll-offs. 15 has one all the way down the right-hand side. Shane going right for it if he gets the right kick. Will it come back? Trying.
We saw the approach shot. He's right in this little gully, isn't he, Justin Rose?
This is where it tends to break the other way. It goes left. Well read.
All that preparation has paid off. You do sense with Justin that he is putting extra emphasis at this stage on his career to trying to get another major victory.
Now par putt for Harmon. Excuse me, that ball came all the way down from the hill.
So he makes his first par of the day and stays at 3 under. And just a short walk to the 5th tee. And we'll take a moment to check in on the leaderboard. 4 English players up there, 3 Americans, and the Norwegian Victor Hovland, who's having an excellent 2021. Hovland, Colin Morikawa and Matt Wolff, remember, only turned pro just over 2 years ago, June of 2019. And they've all made a fairly impressive start to their professional careers, albeit that Matt Wolff's had a bit of a blip of late. Danny Willett got under par early on. The 2016 Masters champion is level with 6 holes to play. Darren Clarke, who won here in 2011, is level par as well. Last year's amateur champion Joe Long going along nicely. Dylan Fratelli, another player who off the reserve list, came late thanks to a withdrawal, and now the 48-year youngers, Sink and Westwood, playing together side by side. And of course Westwood very nearly won the Open, but Stuart Sink won in the end. And that Tom Watson very nearly won.
Yeah, that was... if Tom had just mishit that 8-iron at 18, he buttoned it and went through the green. If he could have just necked it, it would have been in the middle of the green. It might be a different story. Meanwhile, Bryson, again, look at the little ripples. It's going to be down.
Difficult speed read here, up the hill and then straight down the hill, downwind.
Yeah, that's what I was going to add. Downhill, downwind. Nicely done.
It's not quite hitting his spots at the moment, is he, Bryson DeChambeau? Out of position quite often. There's a lot of pressure riding on his shoulders. I guess some of it, you know, through what he's been doing, the way he's been moving towards the power game. The spat with Brooks Koepka has kept him in the spotlight as well. Not sure who's... Well, I think Koepka's probably more comfortable with it than DeChambeau is.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, you don't want to be using up all that emotional energy dealing with other players. Oh, there we go. From the speed zone, 25 feet plus.
So back to level par. Well done, Jordan Spieth.
That's down that left-hand side of 3 for safety.
A little bit what we saw last week at Renaissance. Sometimes he's a little bit short and then he overcompensates and he's well past John Rahm. Casey to join Harman. He's coming a little bit under the radar this year, I think, Paul Casey, despite being an Englishman and playing in an Open on English soil.
Our first look at 16. It's wild. They've grown the fescue up all around the green. I think we might see a bit of action at that flag. Flag on the left, on the right to left wind. You never know, we might get one popping in, I'm going with today.
There we go, you heard it here. Lowry. Booming drive down the 10th for Brooks Koepka. Really not much left here, just a flick.
417 and knocking it to the front of the green. Straight downwind, but it's uphill. There's that plateau up the back, downwind. Oh, he'll kick himself after that one.
And a par putt for Rahm at the 3rd.
Yeah, was a little bit frisky with his first putt. Wind on his back.
That left wrist. If you can rotate your left wrist round, you see how he does it. Keeps that club face so square.
Sam Horsfield. Chance at number 12 for the Englishman, who's based in Orlando. Family moved there when he was a youngster. Seems to have worked out pretty well for him.
The South African, Justin Harding, makes the short one for birdie. So at the moment, players have the advantage over the conditions, really. Getting an opportunity to make a few birdies. Lee Westwood.
Tried to give that one a little bit of extra follow through, didn't he? Chased after it. I thought I heard Frank in the microphones that breeze picking up.
Oh, I need a challenge. Got to get it to 25 miles an hour. See if Dustin can handle that.
Another one having a go at 2. As you've heard us say, an awkward angle. Fairway going right to left, raised above you, and the wind going hard left to right.
Now slow putt at 10 for Koepka.
She came here with his mum and his brother. They were here on a golfing vacation and watched Ben Curtis win back in 2003. Spieth at 6.
So relatively easy today with a little right to left breeze. Flag left to centre. Just get it over the ridge into that middle plateau.
And to the other par 3, back 9, 16. This group has taken just over 4 hours to get to the 16th. They teed off at 6:35. Back to the 6th.
You can't imagine what it's in. I assume it's a wedge.
Yeah, it's good.
It sure is. Finally, the slide rules collide. Let's have another look. Frank was look at his shoulders. He went from medium shirt to large to XL, all in the winter, all in the COVID time, and when the tour took 3 months off, you know, last March of 2020.
Brandon Grace last to go here.
175. This is 9 iron for Grace.
Three very good tee shots. Best finish at the Open, a share of 6th place. The only man so far to shoot 62 in a major championship.
Well, they're risking it, going with driver at 2, and is that the best we've seen from out that right rough? I mean, still 40 feet from the hole.
Totally blind here for Brian Harman.
Yeah, Frank, he's missed the fairway right. They have a huge mound in front of him. Oh. He's going on radar.
Yeah, and that for his 4th birdie.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be no Ben Curtis, but Brian Harman is leading the way, and he would have arrived here pretty late. He's come across from the John Deere, so would have had too much of a look at Royal St George's. He leads the way though. Just a beautiful day down in southeast England. Blue skies, bright sunshine, nice temperature, little bit of breeze, and here's Rose at the second.
So much adjustment needed. Slight upslope there. Just kind of wrecked his chances of, driving it down, so he pops it up on the wind and loses it to the right. And he's kicking himself because he couldn't adapt to that one, or adjust rather.
150th Open will be staged at St Andrews next year, and the fairest way they think to allocate the tickets is to have a ballot. Sign up now to stand a chance of being there at theopen.com.
Can I get one, please?
Yeah, who wouldn't want to be there, to be honest? That will be some celebration, I'm sure. I wonder if they'll hand out a belt to the champion as they did with, who was it who had the belt for the 150th anniversary edition? Was it Louis Oosthuizen? Because that was the tradition, wasn't it? Before the Claret Jug, they used to give out a belt to whoever won the Open. Then along came the Claret Jug. But it was a nice touch, I thought.
Wasn't it old Tom Morris won it 3 times in a row? That's why he got the belt to keep. And they had to come up with another trophy, so they didn't have it for 1 year until they said they had to think about what trophy they wanted to design.
Well, every golfer knows the frustration of that.
Because they sounded good, looked good, but felt rotten.
A lot of people quite fancied his chances coming into the week. Brandon Gracie shown some really good form. Very sadly, father passed away from COVID, but he bounced back. Emotional circumstances.
Just a bit of right to left in this. Lovely gap wedge from there. 3 great looks at birdie here on this hole. And Bryson hasn't had a lot of great birdie looks. Made a couple good par saves, but this would be one to get him going in the right direction.
Did you say gap wedge?
Marshall's just fallen in his through line.
Oops. Sometimes doesn't have a lot of flow to that stroke. Not a fan of that arm lock.
Rahm second to 4.
Well, for a fader, he's got to carry it right over that dreaded ridge, which he did. Spins it down. Oh, that's excellent.
Thank you.
That was nice to get that little bit of spin, wasn't it? Huge difference there.
Didn't grow up on a links course, but he does love links golf.
Yeah.
Larry's next.
See the gap in the trees with the roof? I do, yeah, the roof, but yeah. Finishing that's good, okay.
Yeah, just, well, look at
So Shane's got 161, and he's picked out a spot just left of this flag. Wind off the left, and everything on that green will kick to the right.
Yeah, just got to kind of...
He's trying to draw into the wind.
Oh, even better. Turn it against the breeze, get it to bite.
Well, that's more like it from the defending champion.
Now Spieth at the par 3. A couple of good putts gone in already. The 2017 champion.
Birdies at 5 and 6. Spieth moves under par to the second. Justin Rose with a long birdie putt.
Just 4 birdies at the second today. It's that whole location so tight on the left side. Most players going to the right. To 11.
And Paul Casey with a birdie putt. Once again to Andy Sullivan. We've seen quite a bit of him putting, haven't we, today? He's had a few chances out there, more than a few, and he's got another one here at 17. Not really in the Ryder Cup reckoning at the moment. Made his debut at Hazeltine. He really didn't feel as though he gave him a very good account of himself there, so he'd love to make amends by getting back in the team and playing well. Dustin Johnson playing with Justin Rose.
Now Koepka has reached long par 3, 11th, playing into the breeze.
Yeah, off the left, Frank, isn't it? So he likes to fade it, so maybe left-hand side. Keep it low. Look at that breeze whipping across that grass there.
When they push the flag in the back, like it is today, or the back left corner,
Yeah,
brutal hole.
there's 3 ripples, isn't there? 3 rises up that green.
Brian Harman for yet another birdie after that wonderful approach shot into number 5. He moves to 4 under and he's 2 ahead.
Yeah, Bryson, 7th tee. This is par 5.
First chance to really let one go back into this breeze.
He needs to put an audio on the fans today. So let's see, that's a big hit to get it 290 through the air into that breeze.
Well, if only he'd given it a little bit extra. Lee Westwood for, well, coming up onto the green at the 3rd. It is a birdie putt, but outside chance. Played here twice before, 2003 and 2011. Missed the cut on both occasions. He says he couldn't remember anything at all about the course. I saw him earlier this week. Can sign that one to the dustbin. Johnson makes his par. Par start for Johnson. And the man who qualified at the Aberdeen Scottish Open last week, Jack Senior, has brought that form here. All very tidy stuff, no drop shots, a couple of birdies. Man who plays out of Fleetwood Golf Club, right up in the far northwest of England.
Oh boy, look where Louis is looking. Louis, it's the other way. Louis, the flag's behind you. But then again, the man with
how good is that?
Slight hands. There you go. It's all about being a magician, isn't it? That gives us a great clue of the slope in these greens. How about even running at 10 on the stimp? So how about that for? It's probably about. Just looks like a small version of the north face of the Eiger. That slope.
Well, that's where they are, down on the 4th green. This is Shane Lowry. Excellent approach, good chance.
It would be nice to get back on track here.
There's a nice little hut just behind this green with a couple of sofas in it. I saw it the other day.
Oh yeah, the house is right up just off the. There it is. Could be rented for the week for a mere £25,000. As one of the best views on the course.
I would have stayed there, but it didn't have a shower. So.
What's wrong with that little dip in the old English Channel, Frank? Do you the world of good.
Oh, it's cold, it's brutal. What do the French call it anyway? Because if it's the English...
La Manche.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Why did I know you'd know the answer? Now, Rahm can get into red figures.
This is quite a slow putt. There's a little bit back uphill, back into the wind as well. Difficulty here is to make sure that you don't go for the hit. Just keep your stroke consistent.
Justin Rose at the third.
That was just suddenly gone a little more.
Yeah, all these plays and that little rough you see just in the corner of the screen, that is brutal. So just because it looks wide open in the front, you've just got to get it right. Sits on the upper levels, that's no fun.
Down the closing hole now, the first 3-ball, and here is Andy Sullivan, 2 back of the lead.
I was going to say send it towards that right-hand bunker, but that's threatening the rough. Marshall's going to start the day first. Oh, he did all right. Kick came back. Yeah, that right-left breeze saved him. That's actually perfect spot, ideal spot to be aiming for.
Here's our leader, Brian Harman. Par 3 6th.
Perfect, there,
Well, great spot for lefty. Nice hooking putt.
Back to 3. And Johnson.
I should think try and throw this to the front edge. Threads a darn good needle too. There's one of those mounds I was talking about. That good close. It's 5 or 6 foot high. So lofting it high into the gale, or it's picking up. Where will that finish? Oh, that's excellent. You can putt that from there.
DeChambeau, one of the few that can reach this 250 in.
Yeah, but they couldn't get over that hill, Frank. Exactly. 2.9 to the top of that hill. If you can get the kick, so that gives you some. I think the breeze is starting to pick up now. Bit of slippage, very high.
Went nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think it went straight up. Yeah, you never give it credit enough just looking at grass moving, how breezy it is. Shirts aren't even moving, but it's probably getting close to 15 to 20 now.
Well done, Brooks Koepka. Manages to make par at 11. To stay 1 under, 3 behind Brian Harman. See some beautiful stuff out there today from Paul Casey. Looks very comfortable. And up to 16 in South Africa's Justin Harding. Two birdies in the last 3 holes for Harding. 2 under, 2 to play. And in that group at 2 under par, which includes Victor Hovland and Paul Casey. Canada's Mackenzie Hughes. Richard Bland has managed to make a birdie and moves back under par. The 48-year-old Englishman. He's alongside the bullet, Marcus Armitage, and there's Guido Migliozzi alongside Jordan Spieth and Brooks Koepka. Migliozzi having a wonderful season. Played nicely, didn't he, in the US Open. Justin Rose has started well, made a birdie at the first, had a good chance at the second as well. Sam Horsfield, Min Woo Lee, 2 exciting young players. So is Joe Long, last year's amateur champion, and Darren Clarke. What is he, 52 now, isn't he? 42 when he won the Open here 10 years ago. Louis Oosthuizen, the 2010 champion, alongside John Rahm and others at level par. And out to the third we go, and Justin Rose.
So coming down that steep ridge. Oh, there we go, good angle. Probably looking at, you know, like 6 feet of break. Maybe a little less.
Now Mackenzie Hughes. See if he can make 2. Why not?
Wow, it's the birdie group, Frank.
13 birdies there now. Nice little run.
7 birdies between these 2 guys for their start.
Now Sullivan at 18. Teed off 635, birdied the first hole. And chance to birdie the last. Another birdie. So 4 under through the first 6. To the par 5-7.
Yes, Bryson, plenty of room, getting a little shiny, just got to miss that down slope of the back of that bunker, or through it a little further. Yeah, it's into the breeze. It was slightly confused there. So might finally get a red number on the scorecard.
Good time to bring back Tom Abbott.
Yes, we watch Will Zalatoris here for birdie. Flag today perched on the front half of that green. It's a good birdie. It's a tough par 3. Now Spieth.
He will do exactly the same. Little low driving skidder and bite.
Dustin Johnson.
Yeah, down the hill here at the third. This would be a nice bonus. Yeah, great 2. That's the easiest 2 I've seen there this morning.
A man who has experience here. He was in the mix 10 years ago. Now back to Big Shane Lowry.
Have you know? What's the fun? 62?
Yes. There's your view from the right of the fifth. Got to be left to centre, tiny little plateau, angle plateau.
Yeah. Got a good photo, yeah.
I'm sure he's played thousands of these in his homeland, but the blind iron shot into the wind is got to be up there as one of the toughest, isn't it? It was right at it. Super shot. There's that little plateau area. You see it's angled. Cannot go in that wonderful waste bunker. And as you saw, you've got to be perfect to just be able to see through the little gully. The little saddle there. So it looks like Jon Rahm has done that perfectly.
Just driving it just short of the green. He's got a great action for the wind, hasn't he, Nick? A short, compact swing.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, when you think of it, just like when I played my best in high winds, I always called it a giant chip shot. So it was like halfway back, halfway through, and can you grab 2 clubs more and play a giant chip?
Seen this putt a couple of times. It moves quite a long way from the left.
Okay, read that well. A lot of movement for a short putt.
3 birdies in a row. He must be enjoying it.
Well, Richard Bland, this for a birdie on his final hole. There's a lot of talk about Richard coming into the championship, hitting the opening tee shot here. Had that wonderful run over the first couple of days at the US Open, got his first win on tour, and what a year it's been. It's kind of been a year for more experienced players, hasn't it, with Phil winning?
I'm really impressed, the Stuart Sink, obviously winning. Again, going for a period without the win. Phil at 50, which is just off the charts, and even last week in America.
A lot of talk about DeChambeau and the way he hits the ball, but you've got to take care of it on the greens if you're going to do well. Doesn't matter how far you hit it here this week. So back to level par. Back over to the 18th and Andy Sullivan, who graced the top of the leaderboard for quite a bit of the opening day. A nice way to finish.
Yeah, what a way to shoot 67. Birdie on the first, birdie on the 18th, post the clubhouse lead.
Is this the kind of scoring that you expected, Nick?
Yeah, I think because it is a little green. Breezes up, but nothing. It's manageable right now. Whether we get a little more this afternoon.
Right. Wonderful putter, Justin Harding. Even though he's got the big long stick.
Yeah, back over to Jon Rahm. He talked about the compact golf swing. He kind of opened up about that earlier in the week, talking about having a club foot as a child.
Yeah, well, we didn't know that part. I've chatted with the guys he trains with, Dave Phillips, and got him. How he restricted in his hips. That's why he can't even the squatting exercise. But obviously, starts from his ankle because that leads to your knees, to your hips. So, very important thing for people to learn from that is that. Your physical capabilities should rule your golf swing. So if you're going for a golf lesson, find a pro who understands that you've got to be, watch your physical capabilities or limitations.
Yeah, let your body dictate your swing. That was the quote from John Rahm in that press conference.
Now on the 4th tee.
I can easily get about 350 yards down the 4th, downwind, over the Himalayas.
It's kind of got to finish right at that house though, in the distance, hasn't it?
Yeah, you can send it right over the top of the sand on this wind.
Shane Lowry at the 5th.
A well judged long, slow putt up the hill into the wind. Poor start from Lowry in defense of the title. Now Richard Bland broke into the top 100 in the world for the first time after last week's finish in Scotland. Oh, well, didn't expect that. Would love to have shot a 69, but it's a 70 instead.
478 starts to get that first win. Shot 66 in the final day at the Belfry, and it was a very emotional victory. Yeah, so right at the house there over his shoulders. Is that a good line?
Oh, not that line.
Oh,
I think, where is this breeze? The breeze is definitely off the right. That fairway's 50 yards wide, so these guys were really kicking themselves for missing that fella.
and it's a lottery when you go into that thick stuff. You never quite know what it's going to be like. Now the 13th, Paul Casey.
Lovely hole, one of the few holes you see everything.
Yeah, green runs away from you right in the right-hand corner of the golf course.
Wind's just dropping, we feel that drop.
Is it the Dormy Houses of Princes over on the right?
That's right.
Gotta be, isn't it? Yeah.
Stayed there last week for a couple of days. Do a magnificent blowtorch mackerel. Now work that one out. The mackerel was heated, was obviously, the blowtorch was run over it for a mere few seconds.
I've seen that with steak, but not with the mackerel.
Bit blue of a steak, yeah. As long as it wasn't still moving.
Now John Rahm. Yes, I mean, when he was born, he was talking about it in the press conference, they broke every bone in his right leg in order to change that club foot.
Yeah, trying to adjust it back.
And it just didn't heal properly, so one leg is a different length than the other, and you know, he opened up about it, and several people were completely shocked. I mean, I think some folks would know a little bit about the story, but this was the first time he'd ever talked about that in public. So very interesting from John Rahm. Harmon leads by 1. It's going to be a wonderful year at St Andrews, 150th Open in 12 months' time, and you have a chance to be there and get into the ballot for tickets. You can sign up at theopen.com. Your chance to be there at St Andrews next year. And folks are making their way in here. There's a bit of traffic around, but it's park and ride. You get into a bus. You park a long way from the course and you take a bus. That keeps folks away from the entrance.
I was saying, at least these golfers just have one route. You go from 1 to 18, but having two-way traffic with buses this morning was kind of a strange decision, one might say.
Speed safely away at the 8th. There wasn't a lot of traffic when I came in at 5:30.
Oh, you were fine. Yeah, I was an hour and 10 minutes for 5 miles away.
Wow.
Now Harding on the 18th tee. The grandstands are going to be full on Sunday.
Oh, that's the line. There's a mound right in the middle of which will kick it left. But fortunately, it's soft enough for it to stick. So that's now excellent. Right half for safety.
Now this is the problem when you miss the fairway. his fellow competitor to play, and now ready to go.
Doesn't get any more difficult than this. You're downwind, flying lie, got to land it short on that giant upslope, trying to get the right bounce, and then hopefully stop it by the back of the green. He's done a great job. He actually flew it up there. I think he'll take that from down there.
On the tee at the 8th, having to go with an iron because the fairway runs out.
Putting it back in his stance, just trying to drive it low.
Did you see that left-hand grip? It's so far round. I mean, don't try that at home, folks. You'll snap your wrists.
And his grips are enormous. It's like a baseball bat.
Yeah, yeah. Jumbo size.
Shane Lowry's tee shot at 6.
I love the way this man gets through the ball. Working it in from right to left. Come on. Almost brilliant.
It's Kevin Streelman for a birdie here.
Well done. Was in the running at the PGA Championship at Kiowa Island. Played well at the US Open too.
That was a little earlier. Now back on the tee. John Rahm.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to shape it on the wind. We'll let it turn. There you go. Beautiful.
You say he's got the perfect build for the game, Nick? Big, thick hips and
solid
big
and
legs.
stocky. Yeah, it's another version of Lee Trevino. Yeah, solid guy and great rotation through the ball.
Mackenzie Hughes off to a very nice start. 3 birdies in a row, 4, 5, and 6.
They're having a tough time actually hitting the 7th fairway. You've got a lot of guys, you know, this is the 3rd shot from well back.
Harding with his second to the last. They've moved the bunkers a little bit on 18.
He plays every shot like it's a punch shot too, Harding.
It's the Sandy Lyle runoff, isn't it? When Sandy won in 1985.
Go back over to watching Paul Casey here. Do you think, how essential is it to play lower shots and punch shots at an Open?
100%, 100%. You know, you got to pick your trajectory and you got to really throw your ego out the window. Just because you bring a game, say, oh, I can hit my wedge, whatever you've got, you know, 130, 140 through the air. You turn around into the wind, you've got to forget that wedge. You've got to start looking at 2 more. That's an A time. Control it. It's all about the strike and that flight for the first, 1 second. It's got to be penetrating, otherwise it's gone. Things are definitely picking up out there. You look at the fescue behind Ian Poulter there, so it's pretty windy in that corner of the golf course.
26 players under par, as you can see. A number of them just getting their rounds underway. But the first hole has given players a chance for birdie if they can hit the fairway. If you miss the fairway in the rough, it could be in all sorts of trouble. Now Casey to get it to 3 under.
I haven't seen him with left hand below right for very long.
Yeah, you're right. We're all scratching our heads thinking, oh, that was a little different for a second.
Perfect tee shot from Spieth.
Yeah, this is the one, middle of the green, let it turn rather than fighting the wind. There you go.
Now he's got his iron game back this year. Really struggled with it for a couple of years, but you look at his numbers again and his approaches are really getting very top notch again.
It's downwind right now. Yeah, so I think it's going that way. Yesterday it was this way. 40 knots. So I'm gonna play this thing 7 yards of wind with a cut. Yeah, I love that. So 52. I'm gonna play just under a 10-30 shot. I love that.
Sort of affirmation from a caddy, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
That rough down the left side there, just up the fairway, isn't too bad.
But it's all, will it dictate the speed this ball will come out? There you go, comes. I've seen that way too many times. That Springer.
And that could be really nasty down there. As we go to Shane Lowry for birdie. Hope the folks are okay there in the background. Just to get to 1 over. So tough start, but bouncing back. Shane saying that he really missed playing in front of spectators. It was tough for him during the COVID period where there were no fans, and this makes a huge difference for him. Dustin Johnson for birdie. Oh, good try.
Yeah, if you're going to miss that 4th green, that is the perfect place to miss it.
Back over to John Rahm. The bunkering on Links Golf Course is tremendous, isn't it? I mean, it gives you a great sense of the way it looks around that green. Get it back to level.
But the 6th hole, giving up a lot of birdies so far today. 17, in fact. Second easiest hole on the golf course. Always nice to get your first birdie on the card.
Birdie putt here for Zalatoris. Nice start for Will. Now this is Ryan Harmon here. This is 4th. Couple of putts for a par. Just goes about his business, not with a lot of fanfare, but a very, very strong player, Nick.
Yeah, really great putter. He likes this style of golf course where you've got to keep it low, got to release it a little bit. Can shape the ball, both fades and draws.
Good putt there. Nice par for Justin Rose. Really wrapped that putt. Only just managed to get to the hole too. Oh, what's he got here?
It's no chance, because even if he played the perfect shot, look, just short of the flag on the right-hand side, it's rock hard downslope. This might be a professional chunk and run. Yeah. It's the right idea, wasn't it? But didn't really. Had 2 choices, short or long. But again, when you've got a wedge in your hand and you've got that for your par putt, I mean, that's not course management, is it?
Hughes to tie Harmon at the top of the leaderboard. This are 4 birdies in a row. Saw a few putts like that earlier in the day. The green's a little slower than many of these players would be used to because of playing on the links golf course. You can't get them too fast with the wind.
Will it to get to 2 under on the 15th? Oh, thought that missed. Yeah, the 15th not quite as intimidating in this wind as it can be, but this hole's pretty hard.
Yeah, the 13th.
That's a long way back, and listen to the breeze. I mean, that's going to be playing over 200 yards now. Oh, fabulous.
is terrific. You talked about controlling the ball in the wind.
There you go.
Now Bryson trying to scramble a par here.
In a way, he could have, but that third shot, he could have played it left of the pin, maybe left at 12, 15 feet. But the way he played it, there was no way he could have gotten it any closer than he did.
On the tee at the 5th, Dustin Johnson just going with an iron because...
yeah,
yeah.
That the white crane on the left. Perfect. And that's going to be missing it right, and we just saw... who did we see down there? Shane Lowry was down there, wasn't it? Can't see a thing from there. Just a blue sky and seagulls.
Spieth's birdie putt on the way, yes.
Now we've seen him brush in 4 good putts already through 8 holes.
He's got the experience with 3 majors to his credit, and this has been a sort of a turnaround year for Jordan Spieth, trying to get back to what he did in the Open in 2017. What a thrilling finish that was. So starting to get a sense now of how this Open is going to play out, certainly over this first day. It's Koepka with a short birdie putt to come to get it to 2 under. Richard Bland, the man who hit the opening tee shot, finishing with the 70. It's the opening round of the 149th Open. Bryson DeChambeau is going to drop a shot. He will fall back from level par. Joe Long, the amateur, Bristol in England. It's John Rahm alongside Louis Oosthuizen. And Darren Clarke, 1 over through 11, the last man to win the Open here at Royal St George's. This is what you're talking about with the tee shot at 7.
Yeah, I love this tee. Well, it's a toughie. Oops, a daisy. Look at that. That'll be in the daisies. That's exactly where Koepka hit it.
Chan Kim for a 68. It's a pretty good round considering he's hardly played this year. This is only his 9th event.
He hasn't played since the US Open either.
And the tournament before that was the PGA Championship.
He only plays majors these days.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Go, yes. Limited schedule, if you can get at them.
It gives you a sense of how close we are to the water there and the beach. And folks starting to bring some real atmosphere. 32,000 fans here, limited every day. That's still gonna give a good atmosphere out there. Should be 40,000, I'm told, under regular circumstances. Bit of a wait here for this group.
This is another hole with a very undulating green. Not quite as crazy as the 4th, but it's got some slopes and humps in it.
Now the birdie putt for Brooks Koepka at 13.
He's got to reward himself. Oh, he's going to have that fabulous second shot.
That's a shame because that was special there. But just a 4. And go to the tee at the 9th.
Yeah, so you sort of on the area of humpy, bumpy fairway. Yeah, the wind is picking up. Well, there's a bunker over there somewhere. Ah, wind swung it back, didn't it? Send it out to the apex and then it gets knocked over.
Par putt for Harding to join Andy Sullivan with a 67 in the clubhouse. Lovely finish. 3 birdies in his last 5 holes. And that's 67 with a double on the 7th. It's a pretty good round of golf.
Gives you a good sense as well of the way the holes all play here. It's not like you go out one way and back the other.
It's a little surprising. Oh, for now they've matched up. I was looking at the 14th hole at 10 miles, and now you got on the other side. Nearly, I saw a 19 at on the 4th. So isn't that amazing? Just across that 600. What's that about? 1,000 yards, I guess, across there.
And the water's at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, water's on the bottom. So
now DeChambeau at 9.
Just needs a low runner, just down the fairway. Oh boy, you've really got to keep your eyes on it, because if there's nobody around and it goes there, well, we know 2 yards right of that little green bush.
They didn't even see it.
That's what's 50 yards left of the fairway.
Yeah.
More.
Yeah.
He said, I hope to hit it far enough where I can wedge it back to the green.
Yeah, but and then wedge it on.
When he said green, he meant fairway.
Yeah, that's where he's that's where he's going now. Do you think he's got enough turn? Could probably get another inch out of it, and then watch. You know, the strength ridiculous. What he's doing with the weights and power, and how he does it with that left wrist position. I couldn't do that. And spins the left foot round. It's all part of your. You know, if you know a bit about kickboxing, you get a bit of speed in your ankles. Nothing quite like it, I tell you, in the morning.
Looks like they found the ball at least. Dustin Johnson. Completely blind. Oh, he knocked that down nicely.
But doesn't know where it's gone. Yeah. Actually, that's helping him, because if it had gone the other side of that ridge, it'll be off the left of the green. So, actually, fine shot.
Second at the 8th for Brian Harman.
He's played well in the big events this year. Oh, nice kick. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I think he's going to move to 5 under fairly shortly.
Checking for Sergio Garcia. This is second at the 4th. Good one, isn't it? Tap in birdie for Garcia. Now Koepka, this is a tee shot that gets talked about quite a bit, the par 5.
Interesting strategy. He got out of bounds right, and the wind then kicks it back. And if you aim into the left rough, I mean, you run the risk of losing it. I mean, it is thick stuff there, because it's slightly low in that part of the golf course, a little bit damper.
Oh, he was in the thick rough off the tee, so a long way back with his 3rd Rahm. Oh, that was a nice swing. But didn't quite judge it right. That's not a terrible place to leave it.
Straight in, you got it? I have this. Okay, cool. This is for, you know, not when talking about it too much. Correct. Yeah, I just got straight. It's just left edge of the car. Correct.
Probably the first shot, it's absolutely straight into the wind. So this, as you saw from the aerial, how this golf course on the 2 prevailing winds only has about 2 holes that are either straight down or straight into it. So everything else is a cross breeze. Take that one, wouldn't you? Beautifully judged.
Got the chance to play a little bit of links golf back in Ireland last week. Of course, making his winter home in Florida, so trying to adjust to being back on the links. Does it take a bit of adjustment when you come back?
Not if you're a links lad, you know, you've been on them all your life. I mean, I'm sure it would just, because you've got so, it's all about experience, you know, kind of guessing, professional guessing what a lie looks like. When a firm green is really firm, you know, what does my 9-iron bounce? Does it bounce 8 yards in the air and then eventually stop? So all those little things from moons on the links.
Well, as Colin Morikawa played last week in Scotland, he said he just couldn't really feel he had to make adjustments with his iron shots, the way the ball reacted on the turf, or the club reacted on the turf.
Exactly. Good old fescue grass is extremely different to Bermuda and paspalums of America.
But there's nothing better than hitting off links turf.
Oh no, especially when it's green, when they've got this little 1/8 of greenness at the top. It's gorgeous stuff.
And that fizz, you hear that fizz through the air.
Oh, there's the cutoff, like so many have got. You think, oh, the flag's in the middle of the green, nice and easy, but 2.5 yards right of the flag, you get that.
Jordan Spieth. There you go. Players average just over 2 birdies per round in 2011.
I think I may have to just hit a little draw here, buddy. Just try and draw it into that bowl. Okay. I think a cut's going to get stood up, isn't it?
Yes, I agree with that.
It's down a little right now.
The bowl he's referring to is just left of the pin, just left and long of the pin.
So even the draw didn't penetrate the wind. Aha, yes.
Now what's he going to do?
Where is he? First of all, you've got to try and remember what hole he's on. I mean, that's no fun, is it?
The fact that he's advanced that all the way to flag high. You think of the strain that it puts on his wrist. I mean, you saw him there kind of hold his arm out. Oh, yeah, this at the 8th.
To double the lead. Five under after 8. Well, he's been in contention in majors before. Finished second at the US Open back in Erin Hills.
On the tee at number 6. This is Lee Westwood.
Probably the easiest shot on the golf course right now. Send it up the middle of the green and on a right to left breeze. Similar to 16. 16, they put the flag on the left and the right to left. So 2 actually easy par 3s.
Johnson for a birdie at the 5th.
Putting downwind.
Pretty good dry. How about in?
That's a bonus.
Gets the world number 1 to a couple under par. It's interesting, he was saying when 10 years ago, he was hitting a draw. He was moved the ball right to left, and now moving the ball left to right, which kind of has become a bit of a fashion.
I may be on the day on the range when he changed, because I was asking him to hit a draw. I actually asked him, how do you hit a draw? So he stands up and blocks the first one. I said, okay, so how do you hit a draw? And he blocks the second one and tells me where to go very quickly. And I think after that he changed to a fade.
Seemed like a pretty good decision. Brian Harman, the only thing that he does left-handed is golf. He's a right-hander but plays the game left-handed. He leads by 2 here at the Open.
Strangely, there are so many great players who were not, they were right-handed, but they actually were played right-handed, but actually were left-handed. I think Hogan was, right? Tom Watson. He had no shot there.
This could be a time in the round where it starts to slip away from Bryce. He's got that for a par. He's just dropped a shot on the last. Go to 2 over. The lead's 5 under at the moment.
This man plays with some amazing ease for a youngster. Just looks at it, makes a decision and hits it. Very refreshing.
Now John Rahm just short of the 7th. Par 5, but not necessarily an easy hole today into the breeze. And now another par 5, 14th, second for Koepka.
So iron off the tee for safety. That got to about 270, and then he's powered it to, oh, he'll take a bit of pinball wizard, but I think he'll take that.
Stuart Sink for a birdie at the 6th. Champion golfer of the year, beating Tom Watson in the playoff at Turnberry. Looking down at the 9th. And Jordan Spieth putting from that lower front part. Really big ridge on the left side. They're sort of separating. Yeah,
you can see how it cuts out, so you can't go right of the flag, and because there's a ridge right in front of him. I mean, uphill into the wind, and then you miss-hit it.
Danny Willett, 17th. Moved to 3 under. Has he hit it? No. Like so many players we've seen today, just can't really adjust, especially putting into the wind.
DeChambeau's trying to scramble a par here.
You know, I call it power management for him. So when you come to a links, you really want to be thinking, you need a 2-iron, a driving iron. I mean, with his strength, downwind, he'd get it easy over 300. Into the wind, on this hole, when it's, what, 408, all you want to do is hit it down the fairway. Little driving iron, and this would all be very different. He might be putting from there for an easy 3. I mean, that is how you use your strength. That would definitely a strength advantage.
Now Dustin Johnson on the tee at the 6th.
Yeah, Dustin will hit that fade. Literally aim right at the flag, hold it up against the breeze. Will look like it's flying dead straight.
Bit of an unlucky kick. Kicked away from the hole. Everybody else has been kicking towards that pin. Still good distance control.
On the tee at the 9th, Brian Harman. Man from Georgia, went to the University of Georgia. Lives in Georgia.
Yeah, see, that's what Bryson should be able to do with a 2-iron, shouldn't he? Whatever number he wants on it.
Go up to the green at the 9th, and Spieth trying to save par. First putt short of the hole. Yeah, well done. And now Justin Rose at the 6th.
Using the other side of the tee from Dustin Johnson. Going to use the wind, bringing in from the right. And there you go. That's how it should kick in.
Justin grew up south of London, now back living in London, having spent time in Florida and the Bahamas, living at the Wentworth Club. Now Victor Hovland for birdie. Read it well, but didn't quite hit it.
Sorry, you almost saw the wind slow that putt down. What a young player he is. What a good young player he is. He's not in for bogey.
Well, he was saying earlier in the week about, following on from your point, he was saying this is the first time that I've brought my length to the links, almost as if to say I'm not quite sure whether it's going to work, this strategy, or not. And he said, you know, Tiger hit 7 irons and 8 irons off the tee, and I thought, well, he may have hit, that would be what you would be hitting, Bryson. Tiger may have hit a little more, but I think he's aware of the fact that there is a way of playing it without doing what he's doing.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to use that strength advantage to, so if you could whistle some kind of, I played with Tiger at Hoylake those first 2 days when he made that decision. He hit one driver on that par 5, hit it 45 degrees left. That was it. Went with 2 iron all week to thread it between the bunkers. So obviously it was burnt fairways. But with Bryson's strength, on this kind of golf, because anything under 430 yards, he should grab that iron, get it down the fairway. I don't understand if you're hitting a 75-yarder out of the hay rather than chipping a 9-iron from, you know. I know I'm dreadfully old school, but it kind of works on the old school golf courses.
You did get it done a few times. Kepka's eagle try there. It's just something about the majors and Brooks. It brings out the best in him.
Well, yeah, he likes to force himself to concentrate. That's what he said. He said he loses concentration in tournaments, and then this one you stay in it. I mean, right from now, from Thursday on the first tee, you don't bowl up at a major, go, oh, lovely and relaxed day 1 and 2. Oh, I just have a go and waft it around, because the weekend becomes a real shock. You want to come in with that intensity on day 1 on that Thursday morning, so you're like, your mind stays, what for me, you know, stays in that same mindset throughout the week.
Back over to the 9th, and Brian Harman.
I just add it can work both ways. You watch Brian, that you know, Lee Trevino was the man who told the jokes, and he made sure he told jokes on the Thursday, so he was still able to tell jokes on the Sunday. Stay in the same kind of intensity. Rev your engine the same throughout the week.
Good break there, I think.
Just stayed on top of the bunker.
Good look from behind the 6th green and the dune, where many folks will park themselves this week and watch the stars of the game come through, and one of them being Dustin Johnson, this for birdie. Few laughs in the press conference with Dustin Johnson when someone was asking him, do you call it the British Open or the Open? He said, I call it the Open. They said, well, why? So that's because the name of the tournament is the Open. Spieth on the 10th.
Interesting strategy today on 10.
Not there.
Yeah. You're going to lose 100 yards if you land in the fescue. They're driving it and kicking it up to 40 yards short of the green today.
Now to Justin Rose. has struggled with some back problems this year, withdrew from the players, something that is obviously troubling Justin at times.
Well, you're getting to your 40s and not a day without pain.
Thanks, I'm turning 40 later this year, Tom.
Not a day without pain, Tom.
Just wait. It's unbelievable. The day you put your feet on the floor at 40, you'll go, oh, God, I feel that. Oh, why is that aching? And my neck stiff. Promise you, you're done. You're done.
Got that to look forward to. Justin just missing out there.
Pretty rock solid start.
Trying to figure out what happened on that putt. Make a mental note for later in the week. As Brian Harman leads the way here at Royal St George's. Had a couple of rounds of 67 already in the clubhouse here on day one. Royal St George's has hosted the Amateur Championship 14 times. Third most of any venue behind Royal Liverpool and the old course at St Andrews. Let's go to the 16th.
Hovland, see the wind on the flags coming off the right. Nick said with the left pin. This is actually very accessible. Just like that. There you go. Boy, talk about the rotation in a golf swing. He really rotates through the ball beautifully. Jack Senior had the first round lead in Scotland last week. Oh!
You can't believe they didn't go in.
No, it actually hit the flag.
Go to the tee at the 15th. It's kind of tucked back in the corner of the property. Brooks Koepka. Whoa, way right.
Yeah, you got bunkers at 300 left and right. Again, the hay right down in this corner.
Shane Lowry's approach at the 8th. Louis Oosthuizen's already played. He's found the green.
Could turn one on the breeze closer here. Ah, the Brian Harman kick.
There are a number of greens where that happens. You can play it to run in.
That was the skill he showed at Portrush. He knew all the runoffs for safety. So even though he's in the rough, he would play to that particular side of the green and get that scoop and bring it back round. And that was part of his on-course strategy.
305 off the tee for Jon Rahm. Leaves him this second shot at 8. That's not going to get the benefit of coming towards the hole. It's going to go the other way, isn't it? On the tee at the 7th, Dustin Johnson.
So trying to land it, 280, 290 to get the downslope, and that's the first one I think we've seen for a while hit the fairway.
Is the fairway path there a pretty good line?
Yeah. You see that climb up onto that little plateau to the right there, so that's perfect there. So into the breeze, that's a big hit to get to the top of the hill.
Yeah, he was fortunate not to be in that bunker. It's a pretty deep face on the bunker. Now Brian Harman, what's he going to do? A little manufactured kind of shot there. So he'll have that for par to keep this round going. No drop shots, 5 birdies over the first 8 holes for Brian Harman. As we take a look at how he has played so far in this opening round of the 149th Open. At the first, Nick.
Well, it's all putting, really. Nicely, safely in the middle of the green at 1.
And this was at the second.
That's just a smidgen over 20 feet. So that's more than a way above average start. Normally they make about 1 over 20 feet in a round. 3. Look at this one. He hit a super shot, middle of the green. Par 3, 217 yards.
And the only player so far to start with 3 consecutive birdies. He parred the 4th. This was his approach at the 5th.
Yeah, totally blind. Over the hill, and look at that one. It's a shot of the day so far.
He would par 6 and 7. And then we talked about the Harmon kick at 8. And there it is. It was tracking to go in, wasn't it? And that would lead to a birdie. So Brian Harmon, the 34-year-old who lives down on St. Simon's Island in Georgia, is leading the way here, but he has this to save par. So he's going to drop back to 4 under, but he's still going to lead the way. A man who's an avid hunter. He says, I don't hunt for sport, although I enjoy it. I hunt for food. He eats what he hunts. He's an outdoorsman.
He's an outdoorsman as well. Look at this. Oh, there's a genuine chunk and run, isn't it? That one chiseled up the hill. Oh, beautifully done. I mean, that's all he could do, and he did it. Really good. So check this. Watch the vibration in that shaft. Way. They absolutely trapped it. Thumped the dirt.
DeChambeau in a bit of trouble again.
Please.
It's a long way up there as well.
Well, yeah, but so what? I mean, look at this. This is a career shot to get it on the green. Probably can't go at it. And if it goes, well, he's going to do that.
That's trouble
and
over there.
Look at that. That's, oh, that backs into that stuff. Going up the hill. That is, again, another brutal spot. So I'm sorry. You've got to have the club that hits the fairway. That's what you should say when you stand on the tee. Way less vibration in that shaft, isn't it? Things like a telegraph pole. Sorry.
Does it frustrate you to watch a guy like that with that kind of talent?
It's so much talent, and all it is just putting the right club in the bag, and that's your strategy for the week. Simple as that.
Now John Rahm for a birdie. To Hovland as we welcome back Frank Novelo to the commentary box. This is for birdie at 16.
Thank you very much. Been listening to you guys, keeping me awake. Rear miss from Hovland. Still scoring outstanding.
Louis Oosthuizen for a birdie at the 8th. I was talking to Louis earlier in the week. He's made a move to Ocala, Florida. His family are very much into equestrianism, and he's going to be living up there. It's a big equestrian center of the US.
Good man to ask if you need to buy a tractor.
That's right, he loves his tractors.
He loves his tractors, yes.
Now Paul Casey for a birdie at 15. Going to be heading to the Olympics on the Great Britain team.
Got a feel for the athletes, haven't you? You prepare for 4 years to go to the Olympics, you're going to have zero atmosphere. I mean, that's pretty harsh.
Yeah, Shane Lowry was talking about that. He really fed off the crowd. I think we've seen that in his career. Disappointment there the golfers will almost be used to it because they play so many events without crowd, and the other athletes, it may be something they'll have to adjust to. Danny Willett second at 18.
Good tee shot, gives him the opportunity.
Just thinking that maybe that uphill lie helped him, Frank, there to hoist it up a little bit over that ridge. Players always clean their clubs after good shots. You notice that.
Is that why mine were dirty? I thought I would say
that's the only time they will do it, because they just want to show off and sit there and go, look at me, hit a great shot and I'm a nice guy.
Speeds birdie putt. Good try there.
Looks like somebody's got his eye in, yeah? Putted great for this opening morning.
This is where Brooks Koepka finished up at the 15th.
Well, at least he missed the bunkers.
And he has a chance, Frank. Could land it short, get a big hop. We did. There you go. Pretty good from over there.
Oh, it's a good angle, isn't it?
It's the first one we've seen down the hill, isn't it, on the fairway? So cut a fade.
Johnson, he's going for the green in 2 on the 7th hole.
I think it's just a straight left pull, but that'll be okay. Flag high, very puttable, chipper-ball. Where's that wind? Yeah, the wind's a little hard left to right across, so probably chip that one.
An American at the top of the leaderboard here at the Open, Brian Harman, dropping a shot at 9, but he still has a 1-shot lead. As we look down on Royal St George's, and a great indication of what we've been talking about all day, and how these holes all go in different directions, which when the wind is blowing makes it very tricky. Now, Bryson DeChambeau is long of the green at 10. He's managed to get it up to here. It's a pretty good shot considering he was in the thick rough, and it's quite a long way below the level of the putting green behind that 10th green, Frank.
Yes, it is. You know, this 10th hole's sort of changed just over the last 15, 20 minutes. That breeze is now coming more due north as opposed to northwest where it was at the start of the day. Lovely look at that sort of arm lock method. And it works. Still debate about that, but if you are going to do it, the top of the grip cannot go past the elbow joint. If it does, then it's considered or deemed anchored. Yeah, Willett at 18 after that great second shot.
Nice way to open the week for Danny Willett, a major champion in his own right. And throwing his name in the hat after the opening day to go on and maybe grab another one. Long way to go yet. But for the English players, this is a special venue, being Royal St George's. St George, the patron saint of England.
Now Casey, the short 16th, has not made a birdie since the 3rd. 2 birdies his first 3 holes, the rest pars.
I like what the R&A have done with this 16th hole. They've really created, not a stadium atmosphere, but a real sort of scene around that par 3. And I think come Saturday and Sunday afternoon, it's going to be a good atmosphere out there. Garcia for birdie now at 6. Now Brooks Koepka is at the 15th.
You see that sort of dart right at the end. It's going to be an interesting comeback putt. Playing alongside Jason Kokrak. Now we go to the 9th.
Yeah, Migliozzi for birdie. He was out with the Italian coach Abbott earlier in the week. He's going to be on the Olympic side for Italy. It's pretty good. Certainly in Europe, a future star of Ryder Cups potentially. And here's that shot, Nick, that you were talking about for DJ at the 7th.
Should be fine. Should be able to land this, you know, 4 feet leftish of the flag, just on that right at the bottom of his chin. Wasn't the greatest sound, was it? That's a tiny bit clanky. Yeah, just hit it a touch.
Yeah, he didn't clean the club after that one.
Exactly. There's a formula to everything, Frank.
Justin Rose has a 4th shot upcoming.
But just the look of the bunkering, the revetted faces, how clean they are, and they're not sort of surrounded by rough. They just pop out to catch golf balls. Nearly caught this one of Rose too.
They burn the faces of the bunkers. Just
I
burn
saw
away
that
on the edge. You see that
on social media, yeah. How'd you like your revetted face? Medium or well done?
They look like they were pretty well done with the way they were burning them.
What do they come with, though?
Fillet to hedgehog.
Oh,
Oops,
the danger. And he's
oh,
lucky it didn't go back into the divot there. They're just trying to get too aggressive.
Well, I might have got a tiny bit clean. And now he's just got to take the old sandwich and give it a thump. That's what he can do. That's that one on the right. That's well back. You know, a lot of these guys, the great thing about links bunkerings, you walk past them and go, what a silly place to put a bunk. And that's never going to be in play. And the wind turns around and then you're saying, how on earth can I miss it?
Well, I think he was trying to take a club there that would probably get him to the front of the green.
Yeah,
It was just far enough back on the upslope. It was tempting. But St Andrews is a great example of that. When you walk around, you go, oh, that's ridiculous, the bunker over there. Wind turns, and lo and behold.
Spieth on the tee at the 11th.
So nothing easy about 11 because of that left to right breeze. And flag far enough back, you've got to work it
Really
up
like
the green.
anything about either club, you know?
Yeah. I feel like you'd commit to that, you know?
Yeah. If it goes in that left bunker, it's fine. I don't even think it'll reach it, will it?
I don't think so either.
Little shout out to our crew, great audio, camera crew. Starting at 6:35 today, going to work all the way till 10 o'clock tonight.
Darn it.
Go to the 7th and Will Zalatoris.
Little bounce back. He got to 2 under, dropped a couple, gets one back again.
Now DeChambeau. It's like back of the stance punch shot.
Go, ball.
Stay up on the top level.
Good shot. Yeah, good shot.
Good par putt there for Koepka. Trouble off the tee. Got it up hole high. Remains 2 under.
Now DJ Get it up and down for a birdie at 7. Take advantage of that length. We talked about players struggling on this hole, certainly with that tee shot, and he doesn't take advantage of it. Now Brian Harman. Second at 10. Just heard a big roar. I'm wondering if it was this. No, we'll have to wait.
Keep the suspense going. Surprising how much that bit downwind.
And a cloud moving in. The tide changed at 10:44. I looked it up.
Thank you.
I did look up the wrong Sandwich. I looked up Sandwich, Massachusetts, which was 9:30. It's 10:44 here. So that was about an hour and 15 minutes ago. And Frankie mentioned the switch in the wind to a bit more out of the north. So maybe that was the reason here at Royal St George's. Did you always check the tides?
In television, yes, just for fun and games. Usually when we're at Ponte Vedra Beach, I come up with my tides, and usually something will happen. Yes, obviously we know when the tide changes, the winds will change. You didn't have to do all that research. All you had to do was read Tom Watson's tweet this morning. He says, "I will be watching from afar from Kansas," and he said the north winds will be blowing. So he was looking forward to this northerly wind. So how are you, Mr. Watson? 5-time Claret Jug champion. I hope you're going to make it to St Andrews next year. It will be quite a celebration to have us all there for the 150th.
He won in his first try, Carnoustie, 1975, beat Jack Newton in a playoff.
I was sitting in the grandstands, Frank, when he holed that putt at 18 for the tie to tie Jack Newton. Of course, back in that time, it was 18 holes the next day.
Shane Lowry just coming up shy there. A few players have been fooled by that. I think Tom Watson has so much respect here from the galleries. I mean, people really relish seeing him here in the UK from what he's done in this great championship. Hughes here for birdie at 10. This looks good.
He's been a good player for a while. Surprised this is his first ever Open Championship. On the PGA Tour 5 years ago, now 30.
It's very flat down here in this part of the world, down the southeast corner of England. Dustin Johnson.
It's quite a lot of club on the 8th, isn't it? Because we saw earlier guys going with iron, but getting it into absolute A1 perfect spot.
You could see he was looking on, maybe a little concerned about those bunkers. It's not the place to be.
He was aiming at those trees on the hills in Canterbury. Right one. Now Rahm made a mess in the top bunker. And Nick, you referenced it earlier, those expensive, catch up with Spieth quickly.
Yeah, you're going to keep the double bogeys off the card, and Rahm not doing that there with the bunker shot. Stayed in the sand in the fairway bunker. Spieth will have that for a par. Now over to Brian Harman, who has this for birdie at 10. Trying to bounce back after that drop shot at 9. Now Koepka on the tee at the 16th.
Yeah, he will definitely try and hold it up against the wind, and well, if he blocked it and pushed it, it probably had a bit too much club.
Louis Oosthuizen. You always feel like Louis' game is suited for an Open.
Absolutely, most definitely is. I mean, one of the most beautiful, pure swingers. Swing within yourself. As they say, you got to swing easy when it's breezy. He's the perfect tempo.
Shambo for a birdie.
Yeah, this man has teed high and let it fly. Certainly today.
It went back right almost. Speed number's been great though.
I do think the caddy changed, made a big difference though, because this caddy used to do so much, work everything out, wind, directions, knew all the distances that Bryson hit his clubs. That adjustment will be a little harder than the norm.
And more important for him than other players because of how scientific he is.
There's so much information going on. I mean, I'm not sure if, you know, that mindset is suited, because you're here, you have to do everything so much more visually. You know, look at the trajectory, where can it land, how's it going to release? I mean, none of that can be calculated.
Koepka to get it to 3 under. Couple of holes to play. Remember, just a 1-tee start at the Open, as is the tradition. Last tee time here, local time. Just gone 4:15. Hovland now for par at 17. So these players coming towards the end of their rounds, looking for something in the mid to upper 60s. 67 would be 3 under par. It's par 70, 35, 35.
Yeah, Berzadinho. Fine way to finish.
Maybe a few people that would love to finish like that over the weekend. 3-3. Now Spieth for a 3 at the 11th.
Yeah, there's a bit of a message, isn't it? Hold everything that so far this morning.
Just a short par putt here for Bryson. He knows that the putting's key. He said at the beginning of the week, keep the 3 putts off the card and you might have a chance. And now Will Zalatoris with his second at the 8th.
Yeah, from that little bit further back. Not the clearest of views, but the clearest of shots.
Alongside Justin Rose. There's a look at that fairway, the way you run out of fairway, and that's why these players have had to be strategic off the tee. The 2 bunkers to avoid down the right.
Okay, all right.
Target, please.
And there is a different feel between the front 9 and the back 9. You've got the 5th and the 8th where you run out of fairway. The only hole where that kind of plays into the game on the back 9 would be 14. We've got to lay it back short of the burn, but it's much more straightforward, you say, on the back.
Yeah, I agree. Slightly straighter holes, a little easier probably to judge the wind direction.
I'll get in trouble for saying burn. It's ditch here.
Was it the Suez Canal? Some call it.
That's such a good goal shot there.
Also, if you find the fairways on the back 9, you generally get flatter lies.
Yeah, it's a flatter side of the golf course once you get down 13, 14, 15. Gets a little crazy down 17. Wonderfully crazy, I would say. So after a perfect tee shot, great angle, a fader against a right to left wind. It's got to be good, isn't it? No. See, sometimes you chop it up against the wind and it kills it. decision to be made on your shot making, whether you work it on the wind for the week, or how many times you fight it, and what kind of result would you get?
Spieth's tee shot at 12.
Sit down.
Biggest thing with Spieth is the left arm we always look at, isn't it? Just threw him back. See if the elbow sticks out more than normal. Sometimes the chest goes one way and the arms go the other when he's a little out of sync.
What's DeChambeau going to do here?
Well, yes.
He needs his hype man to get the swing speed up.
Here he goes. In practice, he carried it into one of those right-hand bunkers by the green at 340 yards. Slightly different aim line. It's got to go further right. See the TV tower just on the horizon. Yeah, over there.
Come on, ball, move.
Oh, more hay.
Did those bunkers come into play there? I mean, he's not far away from running it into the bunkers, which are pretty much greenside.
Well, that's what he's trying to do, yeah, absolutely.
Hughes at 11.
Need a low draw if you can, I would have thought, to get it to climb up the ridges. Fine shot, but
Got a new ball, guys. Number 1, Callaway.
all these slopes and hollows on the greens, I mean, they're like little mini hazards, aren't they? They take up, on some of the greens, more than half the surface area.
Brian Harman and Mackenzie Hughes leading the way at 4 under par, midway through their opening rounds at the 149th Open. DJ's just coming up short at the 8th, so this is birdie try, and a bit of movement in this one, Frank.
Up and over that hill, there's a little mark about 6 or 7 feet in front of him. Almost looks like an old sprinkler, but it's not. There you go. A little less breakfast and that would have been fine. Now Harman, 4 under, tied with Mackenzie Hughes.
He's a man with a lot of experience. His 10th year on the PGA Tour. He's won a couple of times. Although he may not be a household name, he's a man who knows how to get it done. And he's inside the top 50 in the world. And has played well on some of the big occasions this year. Remember at the Players, he had a great week. Finished tied for 3rd there. Now, Justin Rose should have learned something from DJ. Top 10 finishes in majors, with the US Open to his credit at Merion. And Scotty Scheffler for a birdie at 7, man who's been playing some good golf. He gets to a couple under, just a few back. And at the 10th, good look there at the slope there up to the 10th.
Yeah, obviously he's a little further back than you can see. John Rahman left your picture, literally having a go at it at the 10th at 417 up the hill. So it's tricky to judge. Obviously going uphill, downwind, cannot see your landing spot, but you can hear it. Beautiful. Needs to pop one in to just get the relaxation buds going, because I'm sure he's been thinking about this one for 2 years, in fact.
Big drive by Casey at 17. It's not quite the Valley of Sin in front. But wanted to avoid it.
Not taking advantage there of the big drive. And maybe, you know, too far off the tee, too close.
Well, you're a little too close. I mean, yeah, you've got to come up that ridge, so maybe, I mean, you could possibly have putted that one and given it a go and see where it finished.
102 hole.
Game 16. Spieth, DeChambeau, Grace in the second here for Jordan. What's been the turning point for him, do you think, in the last year or so?
Well, he found some game early in the season, you know, way back to Phoenix. Then obviously started playing a little better and a little better, giving himself some opportunities, and of course gets across the line, gets a win in Texas, which was huge. So now we're starting to believe in what he's up to.
Par putt here for DJ. Really good tee shot, disappointed not to make the birdie. Now DeChambeau. It didn't have the control coming out of that thick stuff.
I would say you never will. I mean, this stuff is quite something, especially after 2 months of rain in the region. I mean, that's normally an absolute, well, not the norm, is it, down this corner of England? Always a little drier. They worked on trying to get the rough nice and wispy, but 2 months of rain, it's green.
Now Oosthuizen second at 10. Yes, there was a period this year where they were worried the rough wasn't going to be thick enough because there was some warm weather, a little spell of warm weather. Nice one there from Louis, and then it changed. And even up until the Monday of the championship, it absolutely poured down. There was some localized flooding in the south of England. Birdie putt now for Casey. When the Open was cancelled last year, as we watch Zalatoris here, the members at Royal St George's had their own Open. They played 72 holes and 4 days of stroke play, and they could play off the championship tees if they so desired. And I think the winning score was about 10 or 12 over for 4 days.
Full rehearsal. That would have been fun.
Now Harmon for a birdie.
Do you think they still had the traffic jams this morning to get down to the club?
They didn't simulate the traffic jams, I don't think, but they did have the claret jug, I believe, on the first tee. I don't think anybody was allowed to touch it, but there was, yeah, no champion golfer though. Lowry, who has been the champion golfer for a couple of years, and I was listening to an interview with him on the way in today, and he was saying he thinks his win at Portrush will be the biggest moment of his career, regardless of what happens moving forward. And I think it's very interesting for a sportsman.
No, I agree with that. When you're home, all that emotion, you cannot recreate emotion like that. Atmosphere and emotion. He will, yeah, hopefully does win many more, but to win at home, and the first time, obviously, Open had gone back since was it Max Faulkner, wasn't it? And it was a special week. The atmosphere was absolutely off the charts.
Good try there from Spieth. Was it the same for you in New Zealand, Frank, when you went back to play in front of a home crowd?
Oh, there's always a different feel at home. It'd be the same for Mackenzie Hughes in Canada, especially if he were to go on and win the Open Championship. Added pressure. I mean, even from simple things such as tickets or, you know, where you stay, family. You trying to get into some sort of lockdown mode and just worry about your own golf.
So we watch Bryson here. It's a different feeling for the players who are under quite strict rules, although for many of the top players, it's just exactly what they would do normally. They just have fewer people in their team. They stay in a house. They're away from the public. They eat in that house. Those are the rules. And in fact, there are some management companies that are doing food delivery to these houses that the players are staying in, so they don't really have to worry too much about meals in the evenings. Those are just delivered to the front door. But I feel for some of the maybe the first-time players or the lesser-known players who don't have the experience of an Open, and maybe this will be the only Open they play. For them, I think it's a shame. But for the top players, it's not really that much difference. DeChambeau for a birdie. Oh, yes, he needs a few to go in.
He needs to find a few fairways. I've just been looking. He's only hit one fairway throughout the first 12 holes, and so one over the hard way. Especially when we've seen him dig it out the weeds since the very, very first hole.
Koepka at the 17th is second. Stay there.
That's harsh, isn't it? Downwind, it spins back on a links. I mean, they wanted it to be a little bit greener, didn't they, to protect, you know, the kick on the fairways, but that's not really links.
Oosthuizen. Do you think they need that?
No, I don't. I personally think it's part of its character. I mean, you don't want every test to be the same. This part of this golf course defense is as semi-blind shots. You cannot see left and right edge of fairways or greens on many occasions. So, hey, it's part of the test for the week.
Mackenzie Hughes for par.
Only 2 birdies at this hole. It's actually currently the 3rd hardest hole on the golf course. And when you look at the second 9 at the moment, the 3 hardest holes on this closing 9-hole stretch. Par 3 11th, hardest hole on the golf course is the 13th, and the 15th is playing the 2nd hardest.
So this is how it looks on the first page of the leaderboard. And with 4 under leading the way. Good save there from Mackenzie Hughes. It's been a great pleasure to be alongside you here on the opening day. Dominic Holly is going to step in just a moment. I'll return a bit later on this afternoon with our coverage here at the Open.
Find your favorite player. Stuart Singh, referenced him, 48 years of age, 2 wins on the PGA Tour. Currently tied with the #1 player in the world, Dustin Johnson. That's up for grabs this week. Potentially 3 people could grab that spot. Justin Thomas, John Rahm, or Dustin could retain it. Jason Kokrak having his best ever season. Now back to 17 after that shot spun down the hill. To be fair, Nick, that's actually a good hole location. I mean, it's fairly central. It's making them think.
That's absolutely downwind when you've got a big ridge right in front of it. Let's hit the 9th, Justin Rose. Yeah, struggling. Pulled one, was a snappy kind of one early in the round, and he tried to rescue it and got away with it.
I'll catch up with Victor Hovland, who was bunkered off the tee at 18.
Oh, he was going great. Serious rise there and then down the other side. Is he going to save? Oh. Great demeanor, isn't he? He's loving every minute, obviously.
Excellent. And if you think about it, some of the strategies, obviously no 3 putts during the course of the week, no double bogeys. If there was a third thing to consider or think about off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, that's... Well, I liked hitting fairways because I always thought, you know, get it on the short grass and then you can control what you do with the second shot. Otherwise, you're not in control.
So let's see if DeChambeau can hit his 2nd fairway of the day.
Quite amazing. 196 mile an hour ball speed. It is at sea level.
Yeah, I had it right around the hut. Left edge of the hut.
Thick old, good old English coast weather.
Left center, left edge. Split the bunker in the hut.
And his tee shot barely went over 300 yards. 310 to get past those bunkers. Personally, I think this is the best driving hole on the golf course. 2 bunkers on the right, 2 bunkers on the left. You see everything off this tee. Demands you hit a good one.
Left. Fall left.
Right between them, the lucky devil.
Right in.
Now Rose, second into 9. You're loving this bunker cam, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm loving this. If you like a bit of roughage in your salad, there you go.
Makes a heck of a noise.
It's like that fizzy sweet, isn't it, that goes off when you put it in your mouth. The kids have. You know,
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, fizzer. Wasn't it called the fizzer or something like that?
Should have been if it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, that one fizzed out.
Frank Novelo here all day.
Chicken's free.
Looking down over the wonderful links of Royal St George's, where we're enjoying first round coverage of the 149th Open. United States and Canada at the top of the leaderboard in these early stages. And it's to Englishman Casey we go.
Wow. He needs his spinach on those Popeye arms to get it out of the spinach. Did really well. Chasing. Great view of that huge mound that guards the front section.
To the third shot, beg your pardon, second shot for Mackenzie Hughes at 12.
Down.
Oh, excellent little bit. See that arm rotation to slowly rotate and shut the club face down a touch. Koepka on 18, just a 3 metal. Cut it against the breeze. Right to center is what they're looking for. And that's left, and it will just, oh, maybe not. Oh, take that.
Well,
Right, thank you
well
very
judged.
much.
Trouble off the tee for Brian Harman at 12. This is his third.
Right. Go.
It is a game of very fine margins. Sergio Garcia at the 8th to go 2 under. Well, we know he's got the game to succeed over the Lynx. Miliozzi. Not just a good performance at the US Open, but he's had a couple of runner-up finishes on the European Tour as well. He's going great guns. He may just be coming into the thoughts, if he puts in a good performance this week, of Podrick Harrington for that Ryder Cup team. I think he'd enjoy the Ryder Cup. Maybe more realistically in a couple of years' time when it'll be staged in Italy, the Ryder Cup, for the first time. Up the tiers for Johnson. Nick, what did you do on day one of an Open Championship? Did you go out with a target in mind, or is that silly because you just have to give what the course, or take what the course will give you? Or?
Well,
60 out of it, right?
absolutely, one hole at a time. I mean, play the best you can, but as I was talking earlier, you come out with the right intensity was the most important thing. You come out in the right attitude, full concentration.
Yeah,
just about
commit to that one.
Best you can.
Well, I think the other one has to be a huge fade.
Yeah.
You know, on 5, we're on that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Mostly in.
174 speed into the wind, that's easy playing. 190.
Oh, Jordan, darn it. Just fell in between again there. It's a valley over there. I just did not trust hitting that draw. Oh, a little below my under 1030.
There you go, the magic word, trust. Right, some great angle. Actually, downhill lie would help you. Help you trap it, keep it on the right trajectory.
A little easier from the fairway, as DeChambeau just found out. Just his second fairway. What a difference it made. Beautiful second shot. Now Oosthuizen at the long 11th.
Go! Oh.
Beautiful shot. Just glides through the ball, through the hitting area.
I know what you're saying. Do you know? I hear what you're saying. Do you know the shot I'm feeling? Yes, it is.
Shoulders are unwinding. Whereas delivers a club beautifully to the ball, to the 9th.
And Justin Rose to get to 2 under. Ah, there we go. Another golfing night. Gary Player. Still going strong, mid-80s.
Still loving it. Says he's now broken his age about 2,000 times. Shane's been a little out of sorts today. Yeah, as you can tell. There's a bunker cam view becoming right at us.
Keep your paddle down. You just keep the paddle down. Yeah, thank you.
A tough one for Paul Casey at 18. So it's on 26. He's right on the front. That's yards. Huge mound. Trickle it down the other side. Okay.
And Dustin Johnson at 9. What has he left himself? About 4 feet or so for his par.
This golf course is total only 7,049 yards today, and that was only 412 yards that hole, and that's links golf, how tricky it can be.
This one just 366 yards, and Harman will do well to get away with 5.
Yeah, remember, difficulties from the tee there for Harman, so that is for a bogey. And here we go, snap, crackle and pop, Shane Lowry.
I just love that. I love the sound effects. You get people in there ducking in their kitchens and sitting there having a spot of lunch in England.
Struggle today for Ian Poulter, par putt at 18. I'll be really disappointed. Came here in good form, terrific final round, played well nicely all week really at the Aberdeen Scottish Open, but that's a 2 over par, 72.
Now Mackenzie Hughes to get to 5 under. And with Harman looking like dropping a shot, Mackenzie Hughes might just see himself in front by 2.
Impressive stuff from the Canadian, Paul Casey, to finish with a par. Four shots better than playing partner Ian Poulter. And a good start to the 149th Open for the Englishman. Abraham Answer, by the way, has opened up the round of 69. Couple of birdies, just the one bogey, all the rest pars for the Mexican. So he's in pretty good shape. 6 holes to go for Mackenzie Hughes. Harman in trouble at 12. Former champion Spieth and Oosthuizen in the mix. Padraig Harrington about to get his opening round underway. 2-time Open champion, then Finau, Horsfield and Adam Hadwin. Patrick Cantlay with Matt Fitzpatrick and Ryan Fox. Cantlay leading the FedEx Cup standings over in the United States. And it's to Spieth we go.
So Brooks Koepka from the left-hand side, perfect angle, perfect breeze for his hold-off fade. Comes up the wrong side of the ridge.
DeChambeau to get back to level par for the championship. Characteristic that maybe doesn't get mentioned enough is the resilience that he sometimes has. He's been in all parts of the golf course so far today, and he's managed to make a score.
Louis from the centre of the 11th green, but he's got a couple of ridges to climb.
Well, don't forget, there's all sorts of information available to you on the website, open.com, and through all the social media channels as well. And the Open have a great app as well, which you can access from whatever device you are using. It's got a little chillier, actually, over the last sort of hour or two.
Yeah, it's gone grey. No sun right now. No sunshine for this man. This opening round. defending the Open.
Third bogey of the round, I'm afraid, for Shane Lowry. So he's back to +2. Remember, it was a bogey-bogey start, so far from ideal.
Now that's Stuart Sink at the back of the 10th. Give that a ram up the hill. Oh, and you never know. Two under.
Good look at the 12th hole, Oosthuizen.
Going to take a more conventional route. Maybe not. Huge mistake on a right to left wind to chop it against the wind like that.
Smith makes his par. Steady start to his homeward journey.
Not really a birdie putt. Huge mound to judge. And we'll be delighted to pop that one in, won't he?
Yeah, it's not really the par putt you want to leave yourself with. Here's Harman.
Good drive, so no problem with the bunkers off the tee. I know this is a big green, but normally it's hard to hit it close. There's sort of little mounds and ridges seem to kick the ball away from the flag rather than towards it.
Did drop just the one shot at the previous hole.
Oh, this is wonderful. And he's being tested in major championships. Runner-up to Koepka at Erin Hills in the US Open. That was a big boys track, that. They thought he had no chance around there. Course was too long. Proved everybody wrong.
To Chris Kirk. Birdie putt at the par 3 16th. So he's within a couple. So it's a pretty big group at 3 under par.
A lot longer than what Koepka would have wanted to finish with at 18.
That is going to annoy him. 3-putt bogey at the last for Koepka. And an opening 71. I beg your pardon, 69. I'll get my par right in a minute. Johnson in the rough.
Yes, way left of 10. Two giant bunkers. I mean, got to be very careful downwind, so he's hoping he can keep it on the back of the green. Oh, that's beautiful. Landed on the upslope. Managed to get some control on the club face.
Not often you say 30 feet away is a good shot.
Yeah, when you got the wrong angle, and when everything was just about wrong, obviously the lie was a smidgen better than what I thought. And there's a camo jacket.
I've seen you in yours like that. You've got one of those.
It's a Minnow Dinosaur.
I gave you that for Christmas. You won't wear it.
I'm more of a pterodactyl man.
No, okay, I'll do better next year. There's a couple of budding Open champions in the future there. Just wind the clock forward another 15, 20 years.
Buy me the T-Rex one, Frank, so I can't reach my wallet.
Yeah, you don't need it. You
Well, it is great to have the spectators back. I think you've been a little luckier over in the United States. They've come back a little earlier. We're just getting used to having fans back.
Yeah, as you saw it from the PGA Championship, the whole of Carolina decided to make it onto the 18th fairway there.
Yeah, they've actually put metal barriers all the way down the 18th here, haven't they, to enclose it, to make sure there's no repeat of that, because it is traditional in an Open Championship that the marshals have the ropes out and the crowd are allowed to come down that 18th fairway.
I think if the potential champion is at least, say, 3 or 4 shots clear, then they could. Mind, you've got to think of the man playing for second place, of course. Okay, so that wrecked that idea. But I did have to say I did enjoy having the fans engulfing the 18th green at St Andrews, the Valley of Sin. That is a great picture in my mind and on the wall.
Well, that's not a stat he's proud of. Most rounds of 75 plus. Especially since 2015, he's been one of the premier, if not the best, more often than not. He's actually sped up the putting routine this week. As you remember, he was taking an enormous amount of time just over the last couple of months. Routine's just a little brisker.
Maybe because there's so much going on, you're better off with just taking one good look and getting some kind of picture as we move forward. Bryson, this is his 4-iron off. This is what Brooks Koepka did.
Yeah.
4-iron and then probably a 3-wood. Got it on the front edge. That's out there nicely.
He carried the ditch in practice. 346 yards through the air.
Could you imagine what the members said at the bar?
No, make a bigger ditch.
Shane Lowry in trouble again, I'm afraid. Awkward spot. Ball well below his feet, out of the rough as he managed to muscle this one forward. Oh, he has. How about that?
Now there's your shot of the day.
He needs a little spark out there, doesn't he? Maybe that's it.
Well, he was way out of position. And, 12, we've been saying it's only 360 yards. As long as you turn the corner, but to get across the bunker, to get it to stop, I mean, that was fantastic.
Driver for Spieth at 14.
Oh, you've got to be careful. Left is really thick. Oh, like there.
Well, looks like he might have caught someone on the buttock.
Yeah, right on his left buttock.
Oosthuizen.
Guys have gone crooked here at 12. 12, you can either play well left, a genuine dogleg to the right.
Two-shot lead for Canada's Mackenzie Hughes. Sullivan, Harding and Willett in the clubhouse at 3 under par. Popular score. They're all piling up there. Spieth, Oosthuizen, Harman's played beautifully. Shame about the drop shot at 12. Very steady stuff from Berzadinho, from Victor Hovland, just continuing the form he's been in. And Paul Casey off to a good start as well. Victor Perez, the Frenchman, really disappointing performance last week up in Scotland. He's still hoping to make the European Ryder Cup team. Brooks Koepka with that 3-putt bogey at the last, having to settle for a round of 69. Should have been 70. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Justin Rose is up there. Matthias Schmidt, 2-time European Open, a European amateur champion, I should say. He played in the BMW International Open a few weeks ago, and he looks to have quite a bit of game. He'll be an exciting talent if and when he turns professional. Double major champions, Keimer, Johnson, level par. Takumi Kanaya is another exciting young player to look out for. He's doing great things over in Japan.
See if Oosthuizen can pop this one and get to 4 under. No, the other way.
Well, how much he'll be looking forward next year to going back to St Andrews, where he won in 2010 and very nearly won again in 2015 for the 150th Open. Rose at 10. Clean card so far for the Englishman, the 2013 US Open champ. Here is our leader, off a little upslope. It's all pretty stress-free so far for Mackenzie Hughes.
Now Chris Kirk. It's a good job. Just make sure he takes out that sort of huge ridge in the front of the green. Rolls all the way back.
Mentioned the 150th Open being staged at St Andrews. Next year, next July, there is a ticket ballot going on. Fairest way to decide things. So many people will want to be there for that historic occasion. Sign up now at theopen.com. And out to Harman. Good chance. He's putted beautifully. And wields that putter very nicely once again. So an immediate bounce back after the drop shot at 12. And he's back to 4 under, 1 behind. Danny Van Tonder, who got his first European Tour win in Kenya earlier this season. You little beauty. Well, he's quite unorthodox, I think you could say, Van Tonder. But back to level par for the championship.
Well, they found the ball of Spieth at 14. Just to be a little strategic here, fortunate step down area. Got to go over the ditch, and there's little pot bunkers. Probably can't reach those.
Looks like he's lost it left again. I guess he didn't like the angle, but that's actually a correct angle because that whole occasion's on that left-hand kind of ledge.
Youngest ever winner of the US Amateur Championship, Ben Arndt. That's normally the weakest part of his game. He's wonderful tee to green. But since he's turned pro, that putter often lets him down.
A stunning victory, didn't he, at the BMW PGA Championship? He romped away from everybody that week.
Not with a cut, not with a cut. Even with the wind pushing and helping like this, because I mean, you're going to cut it into this wind.
DeChambeau in the fairway at 14 after that 4-iron from the tee.
If I'm cutting it, it's going higher. Yeah. 240, helping. I like just to cut. Just a stock cut size. Yep. Good. See the shot.
He's going to, from that far back, he's going to try and hit a cut against the wind. In a way that even if he pulled it off, it still would kick right. Right at it. That's a lovely hop. How about that for 2 shots? Was that a 4-iron, 5-iron?
Well, just going back to one of your keys, I'm going to ask you your third thing. You said hit a few more fairways. Yeah. And I mean, that's exactly what he's done. He's found the fairway in the last 2 holes. 2 beautiful approach shots. Now, Larry, this would be some birdie. Without doubt.
Moving back in the right direction. Fresh off a birdie himself at the 10th, Justin Rose.
Trying to work a draw. Careful.
He birdied the 16th. This is for 2 in a row for Chris Kirk.
So here's your tee shot at 13. As Frank described, bunkers in all 4 corners, 2 right, 2 left. But playing really long today.
Dustin Johnson at 11.
We haven't seen anybody manage to release one. Oh, that's the first one we've seen flown all the way to the flag. That was impressive.
Well, Jack Senior has had a good day. Is it about to get even better? Taken him a long time to really establish himself on the European tour. He's bounced on and off over the years. Here's Justin Rose.
Tried to go the low route. Oh, how good was that? A bit of visualization and a great bit of touch.
There's a certain Spaniard who may be looking down appreciatively over that one.
Check it again. Picked a spot. Released it through that tiny little gully, then back down. So it's all humps and bumps. You've got to use your down slopes or your up slopes to control the release of the ball.
Right to the 14th. Shambo has an eagle putt. 3rd now for Jordan Spieth into the par 5.
Yep.
So Jordan will kind of deal off this one as he plays this, really trap it. Yeah, there you go. It's a little rehearsal. Now try that, the deal-off stab, to see how it works for you this afternoon.
Lucas Herbert won a couple of weeks ago in Ireland and played nicely last week as well. Here he is.
That out of bounds is only 9 yards from the right side of this par 5 green. So if the wind turns from the other side and plays left or right, anything just sort of landing on that right edge of the green can possibly kick out of bounds.
That's if you can even get there safely, Frank. You've got to get off the tee first, and that's, you know, in hard left to right wind. All you're looking at is the left rough, but you don't want to go in it. I mean, it's there it is there.
This is the hole that cost Dustin Johnson on the Sunday 10 years ago.
Most definitely did. He was laying up with a 2-iron and just blocked it straight right.
And by the way, the shot we saw from Lucas Herbert was recorded a few minutes ago. He did go on to birdie the hole. That's 3 in a row, 4 on the back 9. And after a double bogey at the opening hole, he's turned things around and is now back under par.
So after the full tour of 13 holes here at Royal St George, he's now got this to get to 2 under and right in it.
And there has not been an eagle on the whole golf course today.
Well, that is 3 in a row for DeChambeau, and for the first time today, he gets into red numbers. Some turnaround. Johnson, good tee shot at 11. Can he take advantage?
Two twos. 2 at the third, par 3, 2 here. So obviously striking the iron shots well, just keep it in the short stuff.
Let's go back over to 14 and Jordan Spieth.
Might be just outside the left edge.
There's a good chance. Just a par. Spieth stays at 3 under.
Zalatoris.
Shot dropped, I'm afraid.
There's the tee shots down 13. See the 4 bunkers all in play, especially today into the breeze. One of the few shots basically straight into them.
That lie actually might help him, just sitting out.
Yeah, I agree. Just trap it a little easier. Lovely little nudge, wasn't it? Actually seen an awful lot of good shots flighted perfectly here at 13.
For the up and down, Justin Rose at 11. Had to be, didn't it? Still no drop shots. And forward to the 18th, and the 2011 Open champion here at Royal St George's, Darren Clarke. Opens up with a 71, 2 birdies, 3 drop shots. Not too bad.
Yeah, very respectable for the over 50 club.
Harmon, not his usual caddy on the bag this week. His usual caddy, Scott Twait, it's the brother of Bob Twait, won the PGA Championship. Forgot to renew his passport. So I don't know if that was by design or not, but judging by Harmon being 4 under, I think he's watching at home thinking he wishes he was here.
So you got to be careful if you go for this one. It's obviously beautiful. You get it to somewhere close to the front edge. Perfectly on line. Don't want to lose it too far left. It's very firm, that green.
Johnson. 13th tee. 12th tee, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, this is little left to right. It really just turns straight right. Really can hit a straight ball into one of those hills. That's perfect. You don't need to be trying to slice it around the corner.
Talk to me on a clock face.
Clock face, you're 2 o'clock.
One of the toughest holes on the course, 490-yard par 4, 15th. DeChambeau swishing away.
Hardest hole today, just 4 birdies here.
Yeah, got bunkers left and right at 300, but this downwind, this will still be going up at 300. Straight at the grandstand will be perfect. It's going to be hay.
It looked like it was drawing and then it got hit by the wind.
Oh, careful.
He was sick of hitting the fairways.
2 in a row, he's done.
Into the 13th. Lowry. Oh. Hearing that John Rahm may be in the same bunker. Back to 12, this time Rose.
Nice bounce.
And over to 15, playing with DeChambeau, Jordan Spieth. By the way, Brandon Grace, who was really struggling, has just birdied 13 and 14 to get back to 3 over par. Opening hole, Matt Fitzpatrick is getting his Open campaign underway.
One of my English pre-round picks, or pre-championship pick. So we shall see. A strategy golf course, I think it suits that man very well.
Yeah, played beautifully, didn't he, up in Scotland last week? Then had the frustration of flying down for the England game and couldn't get in the end. He was too late. Had to stand outside, couldn't get any coverage. Thoroughly disappointing. Mind you, England lost, so maybe he wasn't quite as upset as he would have been. Crumply fairway, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. No flat spots on this one, and another hole where, you know, you've hit in the middle of the fairway and get a bunker in front of you, so you've got no depth perception of exactly how far that flag is over that top edge.
Said that Rahm and Lowry were in this greenside bunker at 13. Here's the Irishman. Do you remember the lovely video celebration shots of him in the bar back home afterwards?
Young Will. Oh, there you go. Boy, this man's had plenty of red on his scorecard.
And that is the first eagle today at Royal St George's.
Frank teed us up only moments ago.
Dustin's not wasting any time. But as you said, Dom, first eagle of the day. It's worthy of another look, isn't it? 366 yards of par 4, dogleg right, hit it down the fairway. Little chopped off follow through, up in the clouds. Pray for a good bounce, little spin. And every now and again, it turns out just right.
He's got something about him, hasn't he, Will Zalatoris?
He's got belief, that's one thing. And strategizes a golf course. Works with a system called Decade. They actually look at the golf courses with Google Earth, trying to figure out how wide it is, where the bunkers are, and also how tight, for example, flags are, where to aim. So it's not just blindly aim at the flag, pick the fat sides of the green.
Sort of thing Nick Faldo would have done in his heyday if all those tools had been available to him.
Well, the worst thing about it, he did, but he didn't tell anybody what he was doing.
We'll hear more from Sir Nick throughout this championship. Oh yes, Louis Oosthuizen back on the birdie trail. Look at that. 4 under, 6 holes around the turn. Oosthuizen to within 1 of the lead.
I heard a rumour Sam Torrance was going to come back. Is that true or what, or is that just...
He'll turn up when he wants, you know.
Yeah, I guess.
Down to 14. We saw the approach of Brian Harman come up just shy. Little pitch and run. And he's done that very nicely. At the first, Fitzpatrick for an opening birdie. He doesn't miss many.
After the good tee shot. Trying to send it out, let the breeze drag it back to the right. Succeeds.
Now, how deep is DeChambeau in this rough? What contact, if any, can he get on the ball? Well, he gets some contact, but not a hole to be playing from over there.
I mean, those wispy grass is nearly up to his knees. He's looking left.
Oh, come on. Man, that was so good, too. That would have flown everything and rolled right up there.
Well, berating his own luck, but if you play from there, then anything can happen. As Sam Torrance climbs back alongside Frank Nobilo and myself, Dom Hollier, and we watch Dustin Johnson.
Oh, I thought it was in at a great time there. I thought Johnson held the big one, but not quite. Good 2-putt though from where he was.
He's just made the birdie. Oh, what a great par that is. Huge in terms of momentum. The defending champion, 1 over. Hughes to extend his lead.
Lanto Griffin. Slow putt up the slope there. Has he given it? He has given it enough. Has he got the line? He certainly has. He gets to 2 under. Very nice. Weena bird is there.
Up to 18, Jack Senior. Remember, claimed the last spot available at last week's Aberdeen Scottish Open. And is taking advantage. That should be a good solid 2-putt par to close out. And around a 67 for Senior.
Justin Rose to get to 3 under. Ooh, the English Rose almost.
Let's head up to 15. Third shot now for DeChambeau.
At least he's opened up the green from where he is. Another ounce would have been perfect, but well played for DeChambeau.
Now Harmon to get to 5. Just took a little bobble just in front. So Harmon tied with Oosthuizen at 4 under.
And here he is.
Louis.
Just too far left. Man, I can still see the edge of the ball. It's not going to be great, but it's better than a foot left of that.
It's doing 235 all day. Easy. So I don't even use the 245.
Now Chris Kirk at the 18th. Similar putt to the one Koepka had, but Koepka's went the other way. He also finishes with a bogey 5. Now back to the defending champion. Scuffles one down there.
Takes a lot of class to hit a shot like that, to be honest. When they normally hit the ball skyscraper height, to just nudge it down low with lots of run. Great skills.
You were good at that, Sam.
Well, I didn't really have an option. I couldn't hit it high. But thank you. At least I did something good. But yes, I was a very low ball flighter.
Johnson at the 13th.
A lot of movement in the air there. That was Bubba-esque. A perfect shot from the world #1.
And DeChambeau to avoid another drop shot, to keep the momentum heading in the right direction.
If I was on the rules for a day, I really would look at not allowing players to use the line on the ball, just from a speed of play point of view. nothing really can be done about it. The logo does the same thing, but often we see this.
Yeah, that's.
I thought you were going to say anchoring the putter into your forearm there, Frank. Another controversial part of the game at the moment.
I believe that's close to being fixed. Well, they're certainly looking at it. That was woeful, Mr. Chambly.
Close to being fixed or anchored.
Very good, Frankie. No, they're certainly looking at it because it is. They used to say the belting left wrist, you know, and when that's strapped up to your left arm, the wrist can't do anything wrong. It just comes through square every time.
That is a drop shot for DeChambeau after that run of birdies, so he's back to level par for the championship. Jordan Spieth, meanwhile, has this opportunity to climb within one of the lead alongside Harman and Oosthuizen.
Just brilliant. Frank, are they saying in America he's back to his best? Because he certainly looks like it.
Yeah, it's close, Sam. He's done it the hard way.
Yeah.
He was run into the ground, also from positions of where we sit. We were so used to him being just brilliant week in, week out. So he really hit, you know, the depths of his career, and then just picked away at it, answered every question. And then it started in Phoenix this year. Had a great finish on Sunday, and slowly put the pieces together.
Coming later in the win in Texas. Justin Rose, always one of my favourite swingers. Absolutely gorgeous. You see the difference there. Dustin Johnson, a just nice high cut. He carried that bunker we're looking at by about 20 yards. And Justin Rose is not short.
John Rahm, who has struggled out there today. Look at that, 2 over par for the pre-tournament favourite.
Beautiful strike. You found one of those pot bunkers, paid dearly for it, made double.
And to the 15th, and Harman second. Oh, I beg your pardon, he was bunkered off the tee, so it is his third shot.
Big hook in. Oh, it's just not carried. Oh no, it's going to stay. That's excellent. If it stays, it should hang on. Very good shot on Harman. Early leader.
Yeah, got off to a flying start, didn't he? 4 under through the first 5. And he's had a sort of mixture of pars, birdies and bogeys since.
Took 50 years for another left-hander to win. New Zealand stopped in 1963. Wins Sir Bob, won first, and then Michael Campbell was the next. The US Open at Pinehurst. Long way, but we are a long way down under. It's a long way to come.
40 ball? Yeah. 35 ball here?
Now over to 16.
And 45? Yeah. 50?
This is,
what is it to the hole?
I think it's 12 or 13, 14 birdies here already.
So that's going to be playing 45 to make it bounce. Okay. Come down to just right. Yeah, I got that part.
Playing 145. You can expect this to be very close. There's a wedge. Right to left wind helps it all get nearer the pin.
Big kick left.
Quite get the draw on it, but that's okay. 25 feet for birdie.
It's stunning the way they framed this hole with the spectator stands and the hospitality. Well, like Harmon, Mackenzie Hughes bunkered off the tee at 15, his third. Rose.
Go.
Excellent shot.
Sure, is that bunker behind the sixth? There's one of the big bunkers, isn't it? I think they call it the Maiden or something, which is a really good vantage point. You can see quite a few different parts of the course. And we're enjoying what we've seen so far, aren't we? Although Mackenzie Hughes, our leader, and Brian Harmon there are both in trouble at the 15th. Victor Hovland, Paul Casey in that group at 2 under par. Justin Rose still has work to do, but he's got a chance there at 13. Here's Johnson, his second, into 13.
Breeze is starting to stiffen a little. It's at least 2 clubs of breeze out there right now. Another good shot.
Former Open champion Francesco Molinari. This to go off to the start. Everyone wants this for birdie. Off the right. Is it turning? Yes. Excellent start for the young Italian.
Well, we're just after 1:30 local time here in the UK, and the starters are going to be on that first tee until 4:15 this afternoon.
Really one of the rounds of the day, 48-year-old Stuart Sink.
He's been playing great of late though, hasn't he?
He has 2 wins.
Oh.
It's been that sort of year this year. I mean, a lot of people that you thought were slowly starting to disappear found their game. You've already referenced Spieth, I know much younger.
But has he still got his boy in the bag?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Fantastic. That's
Good story.
a dream, yeah. DeChambeau trying to crunch a wedge into 16. That's come up. Good 40 feet short. He is a wonderful putter though. So close. So close. Beautiful long putt. A tap in to remain at level par.
South Africa's Dylan Fratelli is going along nicely. Settle.
That was a total misread there from Fratelli.
Now at 14, Louis had found the rough off the tee, advanced it to here. Nice sound of ball and turf. Well rewarded.
I love that sound. Tony Finau. Birdie putt at the third. The line's good. The pace is perfect. Fine birdie, Mr. Finau.
Top 10s his last 2 Open Championships.
So our leader for par at 15, Mackenzie Hughes, hasn't dropped a shot so far today.
can't say that was a commentator's curse because it looked like he was going to drop one.
It wasn't a very bold call, was it? So he's going to slide back in amongst the 4 unders.
Now Spieth at 16. And Sam, one thing I've always admired about Spieth, I know he's been good at a young age, but whenever you watch him, it's almost like a sense of urgency. I remember seeing that in Ballesteros. You know, my mum would always say, like ants in your pants. You know, they always, you know, it's effervescence of like youth.
On edge.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, he's in the middle now. That's just fantastic. Spieth takes the lead, 5 under par. Quite incredible performance from the young man.
Back-to-back birdies from Jordan Spieth at the tough 15th, now at 16. How about this?
He is. Mackenzie Hughes has already played 4 shots. He's definitely dropping one.
A solid par for DeChambeau, so he remains at level par. 2 holes to go. Well, it's fascinating to watch him, it is, isn't it? Whatever he does, it is unconventional. He does it his own way. Harman also for par at 15. And he too is going to make bogey at best there. 15 claiming more victims. The toughest hole on the course. It's been a good breeze, hasn't it? It's not been too violent at any stage, but good sort of steady breeze, steadily increasing as the day's gone on. We are told by the forecasters it should just sort of start to die down in sort of late afternoon. And we've still got so much to look forward to, not just these great players out on the course this afternoon, but Rory McIlroy is among the afternoon starters. Justin Thomas will get his campaign underway. He played beautifully up in Scotland last week. Strong finish. Garcia's out there, Rose and others. That's the view down 17.
Yep. You got a little
off the right with a little bit of help.
Yeah, it's about quarter.
This used to be the hardest fairway in the course to hit. They've widened it considerably, and it's much fairer. Still extreme penalties if you hit a poor one. That's what it should be. He likes it, straight down the middle. Steady on, that was just needed a nudge left, but it's absolutely perfect now at 2 and a long way down.
Yeah, 360 to get past that bunker on the left.
Look at the 13th. That seemed to hop a little for Dustin Johnson. Very nearly makes the journey all the way.
Bratelli for par. So it's putt from just short of the green. Excellent save. Stays at 3 under. Big putt there. Keeps the momentum going. Short par 3, 16th coming up.
Yeah. Roll right if anything.
Swooping down to the 17th tee.
It's definitely his practice swing. You can hear it for 3 miles away.
I wonder how close he can get to the green.
He's certainly making a run at it anyway. I thought the wind was more right to left than straight down, Frank. Downwind, I think he can get close.
Slipped.
Slipped? No wonder he slipped. Lucky he didn't slip a disc. Not too bad.
Talking a lot about Canadians today. Here's another one, Corey Connors for an opening birdie. He's out there with Colin Morikawa and Sebastian Munoz, the Colombian. Justin Rose up the slope. Well done, excellent stuff from Rose. So he continues his forward momentum, third birdie of the day.
Defending champion. Just to get back to level par. Not far away. Ooh, good try. One over par, Shane.
Sixteenth, Fratelli.
Excellent shot from Fratelli. Now Oosthuizen, we saw that fabulous third shot in at 40, par 5. This is for birdie, probably just inside right. Very nice. Lovely birdie for the 2010 champion, Louis Oosthuizen, and he joins the lead. 5 birdies in the last 7. Great stuff.
16, Harmon.
I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like the wind's blowing stronger now. You can hear it in the coverage.
It's definitely a little bit cooler out there, and I suspect you're right, Sam. It does certainly feel like that wind is picking up. Day one of the Open at Royal St George's. The delayed Open. Should have been here 12 months ago. Would have been very different. The course would have been dry and baked and fast and running. Here is Louis Oosthuizen.
Excellent tee shot from Louis. And we'd be sitting at St Andrews at the 150th right now.
Yeah, true enough. Sam Forgan with a par putt at the 4th.
Matt Wallace. Bogey at the first. Can he get it back here? It looks like it. Oh, yes. Very good. I can't remember seeing another putt with the pin in.
No, I think you're probably right, actually. There's our one-time leader, Mackenzie Hughes.
Send it a little right of centre. Let the breeze take it towards the flag. It's an often told story about Mackenzie Hughes. He's 30 years of age now, but in 2004 at the Canadian Open, he was actually the standard bearer for Mike Weir. And that was the year that Mike Weir went on to win the Masters. The sailing boat's just tilted. Put the spinnaker out, surely. Get another 10 mile an hour. Get it up on the foils, Sam.
Well, they're amazing, those things, aren't they? The America's Cup boats. They're all run on iPhones, I think, or phones anyway.
They can go faster than the wind, which is quite amazing. Faster than the wind. I've never figured that out.
Shambo just chipping out of the rough at 17.
That was his second shot. Oh, he's not that far off, Frankie, is it? It didn't pitch on the fairway.
If he didn't slip.
Well, look what Spieth is as well. That's a huge drive.
It's actually a tricky little shot.
Yeah. Oh, Go all the way up. No, he's done the same. The low check he wanted to the bank. That was, oh, it just didn't get the check. That could have been very special. It's still very good though. One thing you can't do is leave that one short.
Just going back to your point about the pin, Sal, I was walking around, and I think it was Dustin Johnson turned to, I think, Lee Westwood in a practice round, and he said these pins are military grade. They're really tough because, of course, the breeze can get so strong down here. They need to be a little bit thicker. So certainly the implication was that he wouldn't be leaving them in.
Yeah, but sometimes as a player, because the flag isn't bending, you think up ahead that the breeze maybe mightn't be as strong at the green because you're used to the normal flag. Now Rose.
Very thick over there. Somebody needs to keep an eye on it. Oh, you need to keep the head on it.
Nice footwork from the marshal in the end. Nice view of the 16th. And Brian Harmon's going to give Dylan Fratelli a pretty good teach here.
Yeah, a good view there to see the pitch from the front to the back of the screen. Just that gentle grade that goes up. So this one's definitely going to swing from the back of the green towards the front. So that'll be a little bit of a slice putt for Harmon.
I find it quite unusual to watch Harmon putt because he's left-handed and he goes right hand below left. I keep thinking he's going to hit it in the opposite direction because this is what you're normally looking at, a right-handed putter. There we go. Where's he going to hit this? He's a beautiful putter too.
DeChambeau, birdie putt.
DJ 14th. This was his nemesis 10 years ago when he was tied with the lead with Darren Clarke. Hit a beautiful drive down here and then hit a 2-iron OB out of bounds, and Darren went on to win his famous major.
It's a braver line than a lot of people have hit down that hole today. We've seen quite a few over on the left-hand side. Fratelli for his birdie at 16. Gosh, he keeps his head over the ball for a long, long time, doesn't he, once he's struck it?
Well, he is South African, and Gary Player did write the rule book on that one, didn't he? You got to keep your head down till you hear it drop in the howl.
Now Colin Morikawa. His first ever Open Championship, and as a major champion. PGA Championship he won at Harding Park with one of the best shots I've seen. 16th hole, par 4, drove it on the green, made eagle.
He pushed it though, didn't he, around the trees? I saw it. It was an awesome shot. But it skirted with the bunker, come out. It was a fantastic shot. I'm not taking anything away from it there.
Another high quality shot from Tony Finau, who has just birdied the 3rd hole, so that's for 2 in a row. Choppy out at sea.
That's more my type of boat, Frank. That's the one that gets the fish.
Lilting on both sides.
I have to say it's great scoring. This is a very demanding golf course. A lot of players under par. Spieth. He got to 6. Nobody's guy's not hit it short. He didn't learn from Ryson's putt. He left us about 8 feet short. It looks like it's straight downhill, that second putt there, but it may even be slightly uphill.
Just picks the ball off the tee. There's Molinari. None have been better there today. Now, par putt for Spieth at 17.
Went through that period where he looked at the hole on that length of putt, didn't he?
Yeah, not only did he lose his game, he lost his biggest weapon, his putting. And to come through that takes very, very strong mind.
However, he putted amazingly, didn't he? So, I mean, you just can't keep holding the number of putts he did for a couple of years there. Just over 150 yards for Oosthuizen into 15. He's making Nick look quite easy out there, isn't he?
He's got just a wedge into the next. When he swings, well, he does swing it well all the time, but when his timing is on, it's quite exquisite to watch.
Another important moment in the round of Bryson DeChambeau to stay at level par. After the run of 3 straight birdies, he's given 2 back in the last 3 holes. Corey Connors, who opened with a birdie, has got another chance here at the second. I beg your pardon, that is for par.
Finau, fantastic second shot in at the 4th. So his birdie just inside right. No, that was awful. Up and out of it, weak. Shame. Such a beautiful player, but does struggle a little bit on the greens.
I don't want to upset our Canadian viewers. That was a birdie putt for Corey Connors. We were on air at 6:30 this morning. Forgive me. Stuart Sink finds another one. There's always a story, isn't there, at the Open Championship? There's always 1 or 2 fairy tales.
It's a lot of club. It was the right one though, it's pin high. He's pulled it straight into the wind. Be interesting to see how he plays that. Throws it all the way up or runs it up.
Rory McIlroy, who won at Royal Liverpool 7 years ago. Part of that wonderful run. Couldn't stop winning majors at that point. Came here early, missed the cut last week in Scotland, and he says he found a little something on Sunday, which has got him quite excited. This is what we've got to look forward to this afternoon. Mickelson with Hatton and Kevin Kistner, Xander Schauffele with the Scottish lefty Robert McIntyre, and Ricky Fowler played nicely here a decade ago. Thomas Fleetwood and Scott play together. More besides. McIlroy with Patrick Reed and Cam Smith. Matt Kuchar, Henrik Stenson, Max Homa, all the Genesis Invitational.
Mackenzie Hughes just with an iron at 17. Yeah, they like that one. It'll only be a wedge or a 9-iron in. Oh, nice forward bounce too. That's what we're used to seeing in seaside golf.
+3 tee time for Rory McIlroy. Gosh, that's a long wait on the opening day, isn't it? It's like a Sunday tee time.
Lowry, not quite. Could be advantageous too, Tom, because the greens don't spike up, and if the weather does drop down, the wind could be very easy at the end of the day. Now, Rose, this is his third shot and been very close to the out of bounds there with the second. It was in the left rough, if we remember.
'18, Jordan Spieth.
No, this is cut right.
Come on.
This can come back a bit. Oh, it's okay. It's perfect, Jordan. No need to worry. I think I was more worried than him, to be honest.
Over to 15, and Louis Oosthuizen to climb above Spieth and to move to 6 under par.
Shame the 2 shots deserve better there. Just a par, hopefully, for Louis Oosthuizen.
Yeah, but no damage done on a hole that's been costly for quite a few players out there today. Bit of a brute, the 15th. We're going to have a double change-up in the commentary box because Sam joining you is going to be Thomas Bjorn. 2 Ryder Cup captains together. There you go. And Alison Whittaker is going to come and take over as well.
Back to the 18th tee. Bryson DeChambeau. This one, just can't help loving watching him doing this. It's just extraordinary. We hit that one a bit softer. That was just like a normal drive. These people better watch out down there. Perfect tee shot. Harmon at 17. Excellent tee shot. It's deceptive for the yardage there. It's a bit further than it looks on your screen. That's okay. Again, as I said before, short here is not good. It's very difficult to go up and down to that pin. And to just err slightly long. Rose leaving the pin in. Mackenzie Hughes is second at 17. 15. Oh, that's a poor one. Shame.
So here it is, the state of play, as we just tick over around about 2 p.m. local time. It is Spieth up alongside Louis Oosthuizen on the top of the leaderboard at the Open. They lead the way at 5 under par. Some really good golf out there today, perhaps even better than we'd anticipated. Always what you like to hear at Royal St George's. Solid start for Brooks Koepka, 69 par 70 here on the coast of Kent. And it's great to see Marcus Kinholt playing some good golf after a little break, after a diagnosis of epilepsy earlier this year in Spain.
Very accessible pin here at 16. Louis 5 under, just hit a great shot in at 15, didn't hole it, so he'll be looking to put this very close. He likes to draw the ball, and that suits the spin placement perfectly. Oh yes. Another stunner by the former champion.
What number do you like, AZ?
Thomas Bourne's got his act together and he's ready. Good afternoon, Thomas. Are you ready?
Afternoon, Sam. Yep, just a minute or two late here, sorry.
Got to do a little fancy footwork here this week with our social distancing, all of the wipe downs and everything. I thought that was actually quick for you, TB. Birdie putt for Mackenzie Hughes.
Yeah, it's played tricky 17 today downwind. I think they all take the humps and knuckles out of the fairway there on the tee shot, but then they get a bit too close to the green and it's very difficult to get to this pin, so we see a lot of putts from this distance on 17 for birdie.
It's very slow back down there too. I've seen almost everyone that was past the flag leave it short.
To 14, Dustin Johnson for birdie. Just left of the green and he chipped it up to here. And that's a wonderful putt. Well done.
Ball placements there at the last. 164 left in for Jordan Spieth.
Yes. I don't like holding it gets there. I don't like going up a club. Okay. Right? I'm with you. Yep. Kind of a straight one, let the wind take it. Yep.
Just pretty much starts it on the South Korean flag there. Jordan Spieth, and let it drop down to the hole.
Oh, sit down. Hit it. Sit down.
It's like watching Bernard Langer, Sam, this. Talks to the ball, looks at his net, great. It ends up in good positions.
Birdie chance there for Harmon, not to beat. Still a nice day's work so far, being put together.
He's holding this one off, holding it into the wind there, Bryson. What a wonderful golf shot that is. It's been a trying day for him, really, out there. Bryson was all over the place on the front nine. He fought back and then a bogey and 1 over par. He'll have that for level par.
Shane Lowry, defending champion, tee shot at 16. Very accessible. Couple over. Enough to get it back to level, or 1 over even. Oh! Excellent shot. So a good chance of one of the 2 overs back there.
We go to the front nine, Billy Horsfield. This is on 5. A nice little bump and run into the hill there. That's okay. Mackenzie Hughes finishes off on 17. One more hole to go. Been a wonderful round of golf. Just the kind of start you want in an Open Championship.
Not the easiest of finishes either, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. 17 holes well done so far. There you go. Colin Morikawa. Nice start. It's a lovely par 3, this third hole here at Royal St George's. Really inviting shot.
DJ 15, he'll unleash one down here. Oh, no, this is gone. No shouts, no nothing, just...
You see where it came down? Yeah, right on the tower.
They've got it anyway, right over there. Not that bad.
One of the advantages of having the fans back, especially in this rough, a couple of extra set of eyes to look at it. Chance to get to 4 under par for Dylan Fratelli. Going along nicely, 3 under par for his back 9. Launches him up into a share of 3rd place. Nice work from the American-based South African.
There's a lovely iron shot in by Louis Oosthuizen here on 16. So this is what's left for birdie to go to 6 under par. He's got the taste of the majors, this boy, he really does. Every single time they're on, he's up there.
Certainly likes a classic, doesn't he? Oosthuizen back up on top alone for now.
Great chance here for Spieth. Just a tie for the lead. It won't swing that much, got to settle. Oh, just a wee bit aggressive.
Easily done that when you get into a frame of mind of being aggressive. You just run it a little bit by on the last. Billy Horsfield is trying to make pie on 5. Not sure if it was a green or if it was just a bad putt.
Back down to the 18th. Gorgeous amphitheatre. How can Bryson DeChambeau finish things off? Well, this would certainly help after dropping 2 shots in the last 3 holes. To get back to level for the day.
Frustrating day for Bryson DeChambeau. 1 over par. You know where he's heading after lunch, and he'll probably be there when the sun goes down.
Could just get him to bring in the pins at the end of it all, under the floodlights. Bit of a square peg round hole situation for Bryson DeChambeau, trying to work out how to bring his length, as we've talked about, to links golf. Now to Spieth. What a gorgeous round. 1 over through 4, reeled off 4 in a row from 5 to 8. He's the kind of guy that when he gets on a roll, especially in this championship, he was magical back at Royal Birkdale in 2017. He is in with a 65 on day 1 here of the Open.
Well, he is our defending champion, Shane Lowry. Desperate for this to go in. There you go, Shane. Excellent 2 on 16. Must have been difficult waiting that extra year to come out and defend your title.
Fratelli 18th, 4 under par. That's just about perfect.
So high, Bill.
A little high.
Still like same line.
Finishing on the left edge of that bunker.
Okay.
Frank.
Yes, sir. You got it.
I mean, we're at maybe 2 o'clock, but
Yep.
pretty much all off the route.
Tony Finau on 6. Beautiful par 3 it is. He's not really liking this. That's okay.
Okay.
He said he's just going to chip it out. This is where it's very dangerous with the cross bunkers there, 30, 40 yards short of the green. If you try and get aggressive and you hit it in there, you're staring double bogey in the face. Just get this back in the fairway. He's only just going to have a little chip in and try and make your par that way. You've literally taken double bogey out of the game. If you put it in those front bunkers, you bring it back in. Clever play by the #1 in the world. Take your punishment.
Comes at you quickly sometimes at this golf course.
Well, normally on this hole it's a very difficult fairway to find, but downwind, they're all going with driver. They can get it extremely close to the green. A beautiful golf swing of Louis Oosthuizen and a beautiful drive to follow.
They usually put those crosswalks where they don't think the players will hit.
Final hole for the early leader, Brian Harman. He did 3 at the 9th for 29. Unfortunately, he made a 5, but it's still out in 4 under. That's a perfect tee shot.
Zalatoris in the long grass. Ooh, that looked painful. Down at 15.
Yeah, it's one of the dangers in this kind of grass when you just take it on a bit too much. You think you can do so much. You just got to be very careful. Your wrist can really take some damage in these golf courses.
Former winner Stuart Sink. I don't think you'll mind me saying he wasn't the most popular winner because he beat Tom Watson when he was 59. But a fantastic champion. And playing some great golf now. Got his son on the bag, new lease of life.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of perspective in Stuart Sink's life. His wife Lisa got diagnosed with cancer and went through a period there where it was all about family, and now he's back just with a different perspective on golf.
And playing some nice golf. That 4 under par through 15 today. He is the 2009 champ. Oosthuizen at -6, Spieth at -5, and this man at -4 at the last. Second shot for Dylan Fratelli. You can see the flags up on top of the grandstands, give you a little bit better indication than the one does on the green.
Exquisite iron shot to finish his day, Dylan Fratelli. The wind has switched a little bit. You can see it's almost straight right to left there, which makes 17 straight downwind. That's why they're getting close to it. This would have been more into the winds earlier in the day. A lovely tee shot from Hughes. Medium iron in.
Not quite what you want. It's tricky up and over from down there. I always stood in situations like this. That number 18 on the TV tower there, that's all I would look at. Right in between 1 and 8. Stare at nothing else, just start it there and let the wind just drift the ball back towards the flag. Don't worry about anything else.
I think he likes it. Why not? Excellent iron shot from Brian Harman. And of that, round of 66. All three players, 4 under, Harman, Hughes and Fratelli. Best group of the day, I'd say.
Well, this will test even the best ones. Just have to bump it quite into right into that bank. Let it bounce up. So he's throwing it all the way up there, Louis, and got some spin on it. It's an excellent shot. Downwind to get that much spin on the ball.
To the 6 with Billy Horschel. Pin just 4 off that left edge. What a gorgeous golf shot. Looked pretty good from where he was standing.
Well, I wasn't sure Salvatore would have been hitting any more shots the way he reacted to his last one, but that's a beauty. Oh, that's perfection almost. And a great save of par there. This young American, I watched a few holes with him the other day. He can really golf his ball. Fantastic player.
To 2 under par goes Yushin Lin. Picked up a couple in his last few holes. Certainly a name to watch.
Oh, we saw the tee shot. He didn't like the tee shot. He's not going to like this putt too much either, Tony Finau. It's a par though. It's not quite a view like it in golf at this one on the 18th at an Open Championship. It's just, as a player, it's the most beautiful place you can be most of the time.
Not at 7 o'clock on a Friday night, 7 over par, 1 to play. Not a person in the grandstand, pouring down.
How much do you both remember from previous trips here to Royal St George's?
Just about everything. Yeah, mistakes.
I remember nothing. Nobody reminds me of anything from what I'd done around here.
I thought I was going to get away with that quite diplomatically there, Thomas.
No, I didn't think you ever were. I just totally swerved it and didn't look at Thomas when you asked it. Now Mackenzie Hughes up the green. Always felt sorry for Sandy Lyon in this scenario right here. He was left of the green the year he won, and he didn't hit his chip hard enough, come back down to his feet. Made a great up and down for bogey, but he thought it may have cost him the Open, but it didn't. He went on and won the Open. Difference being when he birdied the last hole at Augusta to win. Different feeling.
Mm, 15 is a really tough pin position to putt 2 on 15. Decent putt from Justin Rose. He's got a nice round going.
Missed his last 3 Open cuts, Billy Horschel. Top 30 back in 2015, but that is a stunning birdie there. You want a game that travels. It's always the goal you hear so much about from the American players that come over, trying to do exactly what the greats did.
Took a little wobble there early on, that putt from Louis Oosthuizen. One of the things at Royal St George's is when you're in the middle of the green, pretty much all the putts are uphill. You kind of have bowls in the middle of the green, and so when you're putting to the outside of the greens, you're putting uphill, and a lot of them are very, very slow. Brian Harman to finish off on 18. That's the way you finish off your first round. Beautiful day of golf. He'll be happy. Lunch will taste really, really good now.
Certainly will. What a start it was. 4 under through the first 5 holes for Harman, in with a 65 and 1 back off the pace.
This is for par for DJ. Hold a great one on the last. He's holding another one here. Poor chip at 14, hold it for birdie, and he's holding a great one there for par. 2 under. He's always going to be dangerous.
A little bit of a tester here for Mackenzie Hughes. Ran it by from down on the left.
Yeah, it's tough from the left side there. It goes up and then it actually goes down again. So it's so easy to run it by. He knew it straight away when he hit his second shot that he was not in a good position. So this is what you got left for par. There you go. Lovely round, good start. Just the 1 bogey.
Not a bad way to start your Open campaign. That's 66, first ever time at the Open for the Canadian. 2 shots back as it stands. Chance to get into red figures for Shane Lowry.
Gorgeous second shot from Fratelli. This for 65. Oh dear, dear, dear. Oh, it's only a 66. Shame, he deserved the 3 there. The 3 fantastic rounds, 66, 66 and 65 from the Harman, Mackenzie and Fratelli. Fantastic.
Incredibly strong 3-ball to watch. Posted their numbers now. Out to Dustin Johnson at 16, the par 3.
Yeah, it's an inviting pin today. Win off the right. Started in the middle of the green and let it go back to the flag there. Nice shot from Dustin Johnson.
Back to 16. Come off a bit short with his tee shot sink. A long chance for birdie. Oh, it wasn't far away, was it? Finished right behind the hole. That's good. Consistent run of golf is still going.
I played him in the singles when you were captain, Sam.
I know that.
The
You beat him on the
Belfry.
17th.
I did.
I stood beside the green, watched you roll it in like a little star.
Tarred him to death.
You beat him, that's all that matters.
That was about what I did. There weren't many birdies in that game.
It's all about points on the board, isn't it? And there's a couple of really lovely scorecards being signed. 65s from Jordan Spieth and Brian Harmon. They'll be making their way to do some media, as will Mackenzie Hughes and Dylan Fratelli in with their 66s today. Well, I think it's been above and beyond the expectation, the level of golf, the calibre of play so far here on Thursday at Royal St George's. It's the 149th Open, and it's good to have you with us wherever you're joining us from around the world. Here's the top 25 as it is. Some big names and some recent winners in Armitage and Brooks Koepka as well, former world number one. All these players there. And you can see 2018 champion from Carnoustie, Francesco Molinari. He's 1 under par. Let's head to him now. Out at the 5th hole.
Yeah, he's starting to come back, Francesco, starting to play golf again. He took a good break away from it and just slowly finding his way back to some form. It might take a little while, though.
Fantastic swing, though. You wouldn't think it could ever can go wrong. But it's mental. Most faults for players with swings as good as that. A bit of self-doubt creeps in.
All of these people they'll collect towards the back 9. If you were lucky enough to get a ticket, that is. Birdie putt for Justin Rose above the hole. Oh, he knows. He knows it. Shorten the jaws. Bogey-free so far today. Started with an opening birdie, picked up two since then, but it was a golden opportunity that he knew from around about 20 feet.
Two birdies in a row from Shane Lowry on 16 and 17, and this is the tee shot on the last. It's going a little bit left.
Oh. It's such a bad fucking drive anyway. Doesn't deserve you just stick to it now, okay? Stick to what you do.
Apologies for any language you might have heard there. Over to Zalatoris with his birdie chance. Gosh, what a little turnaround that is. A really lovely part at 15, a birdie. Just a hole later at 16. That round could have quite quickly got away from him. It's been a bumpy ride for the young American. Enjoying his time on the biggest stage in golf at the Open Championship.
Louis Oosthuizen on the last. You watch that golf swing and you never think you can go wrong, do you? What a bad bounce that was. Oh, and he'll be right next to Shane.
A great example of what Royal St George is, that the hands that you can be dealt here, you certainly need patience in abundance this week.
Can DJ make it 3 putts in a row? It's not 3 birdies. The first one was a par, a birdie, then a good par. And now for birdie. Just off the left side. Good chance. Has he hit it? No. An ounce more weight. That was right in the middle. Just a par for the world #1.
Could this be the year for Dustin Johnson?
Well, he's certainly a different player now than he was in 2011. He was working very hard last night with Claude Harmon on the reins and just fine-tuning it all, and he's looked like he's in a very, very good place at the moment.
Man from Turin. Molinari. Wind off the right.
Well, here's a man that's entertained us a lot over the years. Certainly at this year's PGA Championship, it was something to watch. Phil Mickelson. He never gets old, does he?
No, he's an extraordinary human being. You know, when you think of who he went through his career against, Tiger Woods, and all these fantastic players, had an incredible career. He's one of the truly greats of the game.
So if you're just joining us, Phil will be off in around about 14 or so minutes time, but let's get you up to speed with some of the action so far today. This on the way for his birdie at the second in the back door. Picked up birdies at 1, 2 and 3.
And here's a guy that we'd all love to see up there in an Open Championship, Jordan Spieth. This was on the 5th. There you go. We recognise that around the links from Jordan. 16. When he puts like this, he is very, very dangerous for everyone else.
And the sweet swinging of the Oosthuizen. This is second into 13. Tough shot back into the wind. Just played it delightfully. Little filter round. Gorgeous long iron there. Louis Oosthuizen.
A man that's done very little wrong today. And this was at 14. Par 5. Never in doubt, really. Pristine wedge play. And that was his 5th birdie of the day. Picked up one at 16 as well. Par at 17, and he's looking to finish off his round, but he is in a spot of bother down in the left fairway bunker at the last. Scoring's been good so far on Thursday. And a myriad of different styles of play there on the opening page. Good to see Jack Senior as well after impressing last week at the Aberdeen Scottish Open, him with a 67.
There's not much you can do here. Just get it out in a good position in the fairway. Oh, he's had a good swipe with this one, Shane Lowry.
About as much as he could have done out of there, Thomas?
Yeah, there's nothing else to do. Sometimes I think you're almost better off just splashing it out. You know, you take the risk when you take them clean to hit it right into the lip of the bunker.
Ball on the way for Dustin Johnson at 17. Under 130 feet at its apex. Ball seems to never stop moving once it hits the ground at Royal St George's.
Louis, I don't think he'll be taking as big a risk as Shane. He's a bit nearer the face for one. Back into play. Oh, got it down as far as Shane. Nice little simple third shots in there. Good chance to make the par.
He's currently playing the 5th hardest hole on the golf course. Just 4 birdies so far at 18 to date. What do you fancy, lads? Are you at burgers, fish and chips? What are you having?
I want the camera to go right and show me the bar.
Oh, we're all waving back to them.
Great to see them out there having fun, watching the golf again. It's one of the best spectator sports there is. You can get very close to the players. There we go to Jon Rahm on 18, not having his best day, 2 over. A 3 here will go a long way. 71 is never that bad a score. Oh, that's a great shot too. He's given himself the chance for that.
Back to the side of his first ever round on links golf. Played here at the British Boys back in 2009, did Jon Rahm. These are the 3rd shots for Lowry and Oosthuizen.
This is pretty straightforward for these two. As you can see, 80 yards, but it's just a little knuckle there, just landed just over it, and it'll bounce forward. 1 or 2 hops, and then it should just check up.
That was obviously on record, Mr. Borg. Bjorn, wasn't it? You saw that?
No, I don't know. He did it a little bit different than I thought he would, but there you go. He knows better.
He is magnificent that length, though, isn't he? With that swing, just so crisp, and the strike is always perfect, as is this man's. Great hands, soft hands, a little short maybe. Not quite hit it hard enough there.
It's been 2 years since the moment he walked up to the 18th green on the final hole at Royal Portrush. Got to hold on to the claret jug for not longer than anyone, unless they won it twice.
I think he celebrated twice as long as anyone else as well. Some of the shots on that Sunday night from when he went back up to Dublin were just incredible.
Provided so much joy for so many people around the world. And it means a lot to golfers around the globe. The Open trophy, the claret jug. Birdie putt for Molinari. Didn't quite have the pace on it.
Well, let's see if Stuart Sink has the pace on this one. This is slow up the hill. No. Every single one we've seen from there has come up short, leaked it off to the right.
It's been a pretty consistent factor in the Open. 20th last time round at Royal Portrush, 24th the year before at Carnoustie. And he's got a myriad of top 30 finishes to his name, not to mention the time he hoisted the claret jug himself.
Shane Lowry, the defending champion. Just for a well-earned par on 18. He's level par at the moment. 2 birdies at 16 and 17. I'd love to hold this. I know it's a silly thing to say. Of course he'd love to hold it, but 70 is so much better than 71 here. Level par, you can get going early tomorrow, get it under par.
It's just a different mindset, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So this would help. Another one short in the heart. It's a round of 71 for the defending champion golfer of the year. 4 birdies, 5 bogeys, and a couple of those came toward the end, as you can see. Long range for John Catlin at the 8th hole. Surely not. That'll help the putting stats. Very nice from the 3-time winner on the European Tour.
Oosthuizen, this for birdie. Well done. Great round, Louis Oosthuizen. For his par, sorry, he was in the bunker. A great round of 65.
That's a good start for Louis after the disappointment of the US Open. He'll be in it this week, that's for sure. Jon Rahm to finish off, one of the tournament favourites.
Understandably. The most recent major champion. Imperious Torrey Pines. About 5 weeks ago now. This is the club that he's been talking to the most, though. In particular last week at the Aberdeen Scottish Open. Ball striking, always impressive. It's whether or not this fires that usually sees him in contention.
Well, sometimes you get the help of the marks on the greens, because that was going right. It took a little jump to the left and just in the right side there. Good for John. Not his best day.
He's not used to just making 2 birdies per round. That's what he did. The double bogey at 9 and the bogey at the 5th hole. Put a little bit of a dampener on the day, but nothing could stop Louis Oosthuizen. 64 for him. Bogey-free. 2010 champion. That is the 2:48 tee time that are getting ready to play. Shortly we'll see Phil Mickelson out alongside Tyrrell Hatton and Kevin Kisner as they take on the Lynx Joy, hopefully for them at Royal St George's. Can be polarising, but it's certainly provided some nice scoring so far today. So Stuart Sink, just the last to finish off his round. He's back on the 18th tee, and we'll see him in.
Is it going a little bit left? That's perfect. What a lovely group he's in today. Lee Westwood, Martin Keimer and Stuart Sink. You would love to be the 4th there. Have a nice day on the golf course.
I'm sure they'd have you. Maybe not today, but most days, Thomas.
I'm not sure about that.
Dustin Johnson stalking this putt here at 17. Things have changed a little bit, like Thomas said, since he was here last back in 2011, back when he had sideburns. And Joe LaCava, Tigers caddy, was on his bag at that point in time.
Just want to run out there and tell them all that it's slow, that putt.
So let's get back down to the first hole with the San Diegan Phil Mickelson, the world number 32. What a year it's already been. He's already picked up a major title at Kiawah Island, PGA Championship. 55 worldwide wins, including 6 major titles for that man on screen. Little did we know that one of them would come at the age of 50. And really nice that that's something he can hang on to all on his own after a career that's sometimes been a little overshadowed by that of Tiger Woods. It's time to get his day underway. There it is. They are clapping, we assure you. Three-shot win for Phil Mickelson over Henrik Stenson back in 2013. Probably likes his chances this year better than most.
Hit it, Win. Hit it.
That'll do. And what we know is it's going to be fun to watch no matter what.
On the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
The best ranked English player in the world. Of age, the ever entertaining Tyrrell Hatton. Driver on the way.
On the tee from the USA, Kevin Kisner.
Had a taste of the open lead for all 3 rounds back in 2018 at Carnoustie, only to be pipped at the post by Francesco Molinari. Certainly staring it down, the man from Aiken, South Carolina. And you can still see that one, which certainly helps. Phil keeping his hydration up. So let's take a look at a couple of the groups that are about to tee off and we'll be watching for the rest of the afternoon. Xander Schauffele, McIntyre alongside Ricky Fowler out next. Justin Thomas, Tommy Fleetwood out with Adam Scott in game 46. Plenty of big names to watch, and just behind them will be this man, Rory McIlroy, off at 3:21 p.m. local time, playing alongside Patrick Reed and Cameron Smith from Queensland. Just 30 minutes from now. Big day for Rory, you get the feeling, Thomas.
Absolutely. It's a big, big day after what happened in Portrush. He needs a good start. He needs to get in this tournament from the beginning. As we go out to Justin Rose, he's the only one that's hit this putt, and it didn't break. Nice to see Justin playing well. He struggles with that back of his, and it just leaves him not playing enough golf tournaments, I think, but nice start this week. That was Benjamin Hebert from France. Lovely pot.
2 in a row for him. 2 under par through 4 holes for the Frenchman. Stuart Sink, second at the last. One just gets caught up in the wind a little bit. A little bit of a head scratcher.
have a look at Ryan Fox, our New Zealand friend. Struggled a little bit early in this year. His family was stuck in New Zealand. He was in Europe. He's now got his family over in the UK, and he's a much happier man.
Understandable. Tricky process, hotel quarantine for Ryan. Wasn't easy getting home the last time, and they'll be out for at least 4 or 5 months on tour altogether.
Zalatoris for his par. That was one seriously ugly looking stroke. That was just horrendous. Man.
A very gentle appraisal there from the voice of Tony Johnston.
Oh, he knows it too. I mean, it looked jerky, jumpy.
There's nothing worse when it starts going off in your hand,
no,
Tony.
No, nothing worse. Feel for him.
Not the best of days for Lee Westwood so far. 1 over par. Staring down this one though. Not quite. I feel it's been one of those days where he's just not quite got it going.
It has been a pretty uneventful Thursday. 2 bogeys and just the 1 birdie that came a long time ago for Lee Westwood at the 6th hole.
Yes.
One of the great golfing stories of modern times. Nicholson
Can I
winning
get you back up, please?
a major at 50. I mean, that is just phenomenal. It really is mind-boggling. And you've played this game, Thomas, for a living, as long as we have. You know, you think, to win a major at 50, what?
Yeah, but I think his whole story is amazing. You know, I think he won on the PGA Tour as an amateur, and then to win a major at 50. We follow, and he's been so consistent his whole career. He's just been amazing to watch. He hits it everywhere, and he's just gets, you know, some days it's really good, some days it's not so good, but it's just wonderful to watch him play golf.
Yeah, and he can hit it off the screen with a driver, and it doesn't phase him at all, does it? He just gets in and produces some kind of magic.
And he has a belief that he can do something from everywhere on a golf course. Well, Kistner's found a nice lie here compared to what you can do on this golf course when you're in the rough. And he's taking advantage of it. Great shot.
Yeah, anytime you find your ball in this rough and you can see it, you feel like, you know, somebody on high is looking down on you as a good citizen.
That never happened for you, Johnny.
I mean, this is the other side of the coin, isn't it? I mean, look at this stuff. This can just come out, it can come out hot, it can come out dead, it can come out straight left.
Yeah, and if you look at Tyrrell, he's got a little bandage on his right wrist. He went into the gym a couple of weeks ago and he did his wrist in, so he's been very fearful of the rough this week. So finding himself in these positions is not going to be good for him.
Good point that, you know, Thomas. We noticed last week a couple of times that after just normal shots off the fairway, he was shaking his right hand, and we wondered if he'd done something to the wrist, but that answers the question.
Yeah, he did something in the gym. I asked him why he went in there, but he said for good reason.
Topsy-turvy one here for Stuart Sink. Oh, but he's played a majestic shot. You don't see that shot played all around the world.
Wow, what a fantastic round of golf.
It's great to see, isn't it, Stuart coming over, you know, at his age, playing these kind of rounds of golf, enjoying it, big smile on his face. This is what links golf is all about. Get your putt out as often as you can.
Isn't that the truth? And as they've just been a special experience. Coming out in the open with the sun on the bag. There you go. Wonderful moments.
He'll have to enjoy his hair, his son, for the next few years, but I'm not sure he's going to have it for the rest of his life. I can say that. I don't have any.
Oh, was a little bit putting up a fight there, Thomas, I've got to say. But weak there for Westwood. We go to DJ. Final tee. That familiar smashed power fade. Splits the fairway. He's definitely getting back to his former heights, isn't he?
Ominous for those that play alongside him. So the 2:59 tee time. Getting ready to play away. Xander Schauffele, the world number 5. See him there in the grey, the mauve, alongside Robert McIntyre and Ricky Fowler. Man from La Jolla, California. He top 20'd on his Open debut back in Birkdale in 2017. Tied for second just a year later and has been a factor in 9 of the last 17 majors he's played in.
This is game number 45. On the tee from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
A true major contender. Just a matter of time, you'd have to think, for this man on screen.
Yeah, he's just good in every department, isn't he? And he has an unfussed way of playing the game.
On the tee from Scotland, Robert McIntyre.
Well, he returns to the Open as a European Tour winner. Picked up his first win at Cyprus Showdown toward the end of 2020. Building a lovely career is the Scot.
It's hard to believe that he's the only Scotsman in the field. There's a lot of young talent coming through at the moment up there.
On the tee from the USA, Ricky Fowler.
The Californian now lives in Jupiter, Florida. World number 100, playing in his 11th Open Championship. First ever top 5 in this championship came right here at Royal St George's back in 2011.
And he knows how to get around a links course. This doesn't sound like it's too straight. No applause. Oh.
No bounce.
Oh. When he won the Scottish Open at Cullen, he was supreme, but gone off the boil since then. And, well, you know, you'd like to say he needs to get lucky there, Thomas, but I don't know if you can.
No, it's not the great place to be over there. No bounces, Ali said. It could be difficult for him. Lee Westwood to finish off his round. Well done, Lee. You never want those to finish off your rounds of 4 or 5 footers apart.
Round of 71 with 8 straight pars to finish.
Kisner for birdie. Up on the first green, that looks pretty tasty. Yes. Oh man, it's just such a wonderful feeling when you, well, any round, but first hole of a major. Beautiful.
One of the big hitting South African from Pretoria. Doubles his score at the second.
How about that for a start? Bogey, bogey. Got biceps the size of my thighs.
You're only little though.
I know. 2 out of bounds posts I've got for legs. Sad.
Phil Mickelson on the first for birdie.
Quickly to Garcia. Yes, Sergio. Beautifully held by the Spaniard. Gets him into red numbers. Oh, he's hungry for it. You can see it, can't you?
Enjoying himself. 147 left for Dustin Johnson at the last.
I think he was asking to go. Yeah. He knew straight away. Maybe a little bit too spinny and stalled on him.
So here is the state of play at the 149th Open. Louis Oosthuizen in with that gorgeous 64. Leads the way by 1 over Jordan Spieth and Brian Harman as it stands. Plenty of good caliber play expected from our feature groups that are just getting underway here in their opening round on Thursday at Royal St George's. .468 for Berzadinho, Hovland, Casey and Chris Kirk.
It was a nice first page that day. 3 Americans, 3 Englishmen, 3 South Africans.
You might be a little biased.
Never.
The adventurous drive of Justin Rose.
Oh, it's got lucky here.
Yeah, whatever it is, there's a good angle in.
Yeah. Did it sound a little heavy? No. It might have sounded like that, but it wasn't. That is a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. That's a bonus. When you hit a tee shot that wide, that could be absolutely buried, unplayable.
That is a luxury not often afforded on this golf course. Case in point here.
Well, he's found it, Ricky Fowler. That's a good start. Steep on this one. You got to go right up, and it's like almost using an axe to get down behind the ball and then try and get the ball to pop out.
Yeah, it is well out. Oh, it's nestled down a bit, but yeah, you'd want DeChambeau or Koepka's bulk, wouldn't you, for this rough? But even a lot of the time, Thomas, that won't help in some of this rough.
In this rough, it won't help. Now, could it be his year, Tommy Fleetwood?
Think he's popular? Just slightly.
I dare say from Adam's reaction, that might have been the biggest cheer of all in that group of Justin Thomas, Tommy Fleetwood and Adam Scott out next.
Had a lot of opportunity to watch Schauffele last week and really enjoyed watching it. Just so professional the way he goes about everything. Doesn't make very many mistakes. Very few indeed.
A man that comes in with some form as well.
Salvatore's on 18. You really want him to get this up and down. It was a shaky pot on 17. This is not good either.
Settle.
Bit of a tough finish for this young man.
Second on the way for Robert McIntyre. A man from Oban, place you might have seen on a bottle or two in your whiskey cabinet.
Johnson. Over the ridge. Has it got the legs? Has it got the legs? Just shy. It's a good putt though. Those are never easy.
Scotty Scheffler, that's a name you see a lot these days. And there you go. Another birdie. 3 under par.
This would be a pretty unlikely finish from where he was off the tee for Justin Rose. It is a birdie putt to get to 4 under par. He's left a couple of those short down the stretch today.
Yeah, that was the weakest we've seen. Fowler attempting to scramble from just in the left-hand second cut of rough, and that is nicely worked out.
Playing in his 11th Open Championship. A little bit more chop out there than they might have anticipated. Things were pretty cool, calm and collected this morning. So here we go. Justin Thomas, Adam Scott, 2 former world number 1s playing alongside last year's runner-up in Tommy Fleetwood. Finished 6 shots back from Shane Lowry in the end at Royal Port Rush. Certainly many eyes on Fleetwood in the times to come here at the Open. You think it is just a matter of time. It's going to be Justin Thomas to play away. Best ever finish in the Open was tied for 11th 2 years ago. Surprising for a man of his caliber. The world number 3. Driver in hand to get his 5th Open Championship underway now.
This is game number 46. On the tee from the USA, Justin Thomas.
Finished off last week with a final round 65 at the Aberdeen Scottish Open, inside the top 10 there. I'd like to use that as a warm-up for here this week.
Many better feelings than standing on the first tee of the Open Championship. You look down, the trouser legs are just nervously jiggling a bit and you feel, I'm ready. Wow, did that hit somebody on ricochet? Not sure.
On the tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
The cheers are a little louder, aren't they? It's not just me. We're up in Southport, over on the western coast of England, and he crafted his game on links golf courses like this.
All about rhythm, that first swing on the first tee, and that was good. Stay.
On the tee from Australia, Adam Scott.
Hoping to repeat what Greg Norman did at this very golf course back in 1993 with one of the best performances Royal St George's has ever seen. A major champion.
Thomas, this is another game you wouldn't mind being the 4th player in.
Certainly. These are wonderful players and wonderful characters and guys to be around. Always a bit of a joke. Yeah, it's a nice day I tell you what, when you come to play in the Open Championship and you look forward, all players look forward to the draw, and you get a draw like this, you kind of like, very nice to be in a good group, good guys. You can maybe help each other to just do a little bit better.
It's going to be a tough finish for Zalatoris. Incredible to think that he only had 6 pars today. They were few and far between. Most of them were on the front 9. Birdie, bogey, bogey finish for a round of 69 though. Still under par for the young American.
There you go, Kevin Kisner, lovely pot on the first. Oh, that's a beautiful second shot into the second.
Tell you what, there's still a little bit left for this for par after the birdie chance for Justin Rose.
Oh, well done. Yeah, the first putt was very weak, wasn't it? But another extremely popular man, and that is a very, very good round of golf.
Clean scorecard, a round of 67 for Justin Rose today. Puts him 3 shots back.
Well, see if Brandt Snedeker can match his shoes with some fantastic golf shot, but they are very nice shoes. What a shot.
Very nearly a 1 for Snedeker.
Well done. There's a kind of not really much going on around Dustin Johnson. Well, maybe that's the way we normally see him as well. But 2 under par, 68. You can only play yourself out of the tournament on Thursday. Still in it.
Well and truly. 2 under par, 4 back. Just 6 minutes to go for Rory McIlroy. Wants to see a couple go in right before he hits the links. And it's still Louis Oosthuizen, the 2010 champion golfer of the year, who sits atop the leaderboard with his 64 today. He's a par 70 here at Royal St George's. It's caught us out a couple of times already in this opening round. We'll get the hang of it.
A long one for Phil Mickelson here. Just looking to 2-putt it. It's always a good indicator on the first couple of holes if you get a long one, if you got the pace of the greens. It's just a bit slower than he thought.
And slower than a lot of the players are used to coming over from the States.
Yeah, but I also think that we talked about it a bit earlier, but again, at Royal St George's, a lot of the green slopes into the middle. So you're putting to flags that are on the outsides of the greens, and then they're all a little bit uphill. And that's just catches you out a little bit here.
So this is how they get over to the first tee, up over the fans, as it were.
Yeah, no matter who you are, the nerves are running here. Just taking a few deep breaths. The anticipation of what's about to happen.
Yes, it's the anticipation and the excitement, isn't it, Thomas? And you know what? If you don't have that when you get on the first tee, you're in the wrong line of work.
Absolutely.
It doesn't mean enough. They'll have a little bit of the butterflies, and he'll get a lovely cheer as well. We waited quite a long time to see him have a good opening round in the major, which he did at the US Open. But unfortunately didn't manage to really keep it going. He needs the same again today. Good start. Get off to a good start.
That's the goal. He's had a couple more days to think about it, really, than a lot of the players that finished off the weekend after Renaissance last week, the Aberdeen Scottish Open, missed the cut by 1. And came down here, has been putting some work in with his coach, Pete Cowan. Said that something clicked on Sunday.
And it only takes something small, doesn't it, Ali? Justin Thomas, grass growing with him, where the crowds walk, which is a massive bonus. And he knows he's got away with a tee shot and hasn't been overly ambitious with the second. Smart play.
Sergio Garcia coming to the end of his round. This is his second into 18. It's been a bumpy little ride for him today. A few bogeys, a few birdies. That's the way to finish it off, Sergio.
Got lucky, did Tommy Fleetwood. 136, just keeping it out of that longer set of rough.
It's a lovely angle into the flag. And he took it on, but it's just come out a little bit hot out that rough.
Done all the hard work. Kevin Kisner 2 under after 2. Birdie start.
Perfect opening for the American.
Scotty Shefflow. We saw him birdie 17. Has he hit it? Good round of golf though. 67. A couple of bogeys in there on 10, 11 where you could have messed the round up. But got it back.
No, Snedeker, how close was he to hole in one at 16? An amazing shot that was. Just a little short iron into 7. You're joking.
Oh, wow.
You are joking. An inch away from a hole in one on 16. He follows it with that. 2-2. What?
Never in your life, Brad Snedeker. Birdie eagle. What's he going to do at 18? We'll head there now with Sergio Garcia. And that's a 3 as well. Birdie finish for the Spaniard. And a lovely round of 68. Back to the first with McIlroy, Reed and Smith next to play.
This is game number 47. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
The winner at Royal Liverpool, Coy Lake, back in 2014. It was a 2-shot win over Ricky Fowler and Sergio Garcia. He was the champion golfer of the year. And as ever, comes here to the first tee with a lot of eyes watching.
He's talking about he's found something in his golf swing. Sunday when he got down here, he's worked hard with Pete Cowan. It's going to be put through the test today. Big day for Rory McIlroy, I think.
On the tee from the USA, Patrick Reed.
Qualified for this year's Open through his top 10 finish. He finished in 10th place in the 2019 Open at Portrush. 9 times a PGA Tour champion and the 2018 Masters champ.
On the tee from Australia, Cameron Smith.
27 years of age is Cameron Smith. The world number 28 has a tendency to slip under the radar, but he is the best ranked Australian in the world now.
Right. Yep. Oh.
Yeah, you got a feel for these marshals down the right on the first. They've been very, very busy today.
And very good, Thomas. They keep finding. I mean, we walked through that stuff on the practice days and thought, man, in a lot of places here you just won't find it.
Well, that's where Tiger Woods lost his ball in 2003.
From the back edge, Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, online. Lovely try. Get off to a solid par. Kisner at 3, 217 yards.
Yeah, I love this par 3, Tony.
Oh.
It just sits there in the dunes and just kind of campers in both from right and left. And a little bunker there and a little trouble here and there. It's just a beautiful par 3.
It looks like God designed it. You know, there's a par 3, don't touch it. That'll do nicely, that's perfect.
For an opening birdie, Justin Thomas putting across the green over a little ridge.
Whoa. No wait, he says, quite rightly.
A little look at Webb Simpson here on number 4 for birdie. There you go. It's been changed back and forth for par this hole. It was a par 5 a couple of times and it's been a par 4 now.
Oh, this is a really lovely moment.
I don't know who's enjoying it the most, Snedeker or Benan.
It's certainly worth a double take. The second shot, an eagle at 17 for Brandt Snedeker. Very nearly binned it at 16 for a hole-in-one. Around about 5 minutes later. How about that? It had been a long time since his last birdie. It came on the first hole, drop shots at 3 and at 13, but he is coming home strong and in pretty spectacular fashion, safe to say. There's how things look. And not much movement on the front page of the leaderboard, but that might change as the day progresses here at Royal St George's for the 149th Open. Any surprises there for you on the front page, Tony?
No, not really. I mean, Stuart Sink, you'd have to say at 48, yes, maybe a bit of a surprise, but he's played so well this year. He's won on the PGA Tour, so maybe not. Again.
Yeah, strange one for Justin Thomas, that 2 drives in a row. He normally picks it up after he misses one.
So this is the group of McIlroy, Reed and Cameron Smith, and out alongside this group today is Anthony Wall. Afternoon, Anthony.
Everybody. Yeah, afternoon. Patrick Reed only 5 yards in the rough, sitting down here, trying to gouge this up, get it somewhere close. Bunkers are waiting.
I think it's tempting fate wearing camouflage pattern out there with this rough.
Yes, what's 2 cases? Good shot. Yep, head down. Mate, nice and aggressive.
And a good lie for Cam Smith, sitting on top of the grass, so this really isn't too much of a problem. Pitching on the downslope, so this will definitely release on him. Amazing atmosphere. This one's left. Strange shot, that.
It's like heading into the sofa out of that grass sometimes. Anthony, what are conditions like out there at the moment?
I think the wind's just probably eased a fraction. Direction is pretty much the same, straight off the left. Just the perfect drive for McIlroy.
Yes, 104, man.
You'd be looking to pitch this maybe 5 or 6 yards short of the pin, just spin, kick forward and just cozy up next to the hole. Nice flat stance. Pretty easy, this.
Oh, Anthony, you can call them, can't you?
That'll settle the nerves.
Well, we talk about, you know, sometimes you got to get the start, and no matter what you think, Port Ross would have been in his mind. The start he got there, an awful start at home. It was really tough for him. It took a while for him to get over it. This is what he's looking for. Get a beautiful start to the round of golf. Go up and knock that one in now.
Started with an 8 at the first hole at Royal Portrush. Fought back valiantly with a 65 to miss the cut by 1 on the Friday evening. Just another part of his tapestry at the Open.
Kisner for 3 birdies in a row, not to be, but it's a nice start. Open up with 3 threes at Royal St George's. He'll take that every day.
One of Danny Van Tonder trying to get to -3. Picked up his first European Tour title earlier this year. Going along nicely today. He knows we're watching. Partner on the bag.
Oh, Colin Morikawa holds a snake. Beautiful birdie at 8 to get back to 2 under.
3 birdies, just the one drop shot so far for Morikawa. Great to have the crowds back, isn't it, Anthony?
Yeah, stunning out here. Amazing conditions. Overcast. Greens are decent, pretty quick, incredibly undulating, so these aren't easy. Down the green all the way for Cam Smith. Tough ones to judge, these coming out of the semi. All on the first couple of bounces, that reveals all.
A man often known for his short game prowess. Might be why he's performed so well at the Masters. A number of times, a couple of top 10s, runner-up back in 2020. Up to the 4th. Big gaping bunker over on the right, the Himalaya. Green's almost in line with the white tent that you can see just to the left of that in the distance. So many blind tee shots around Royal St George's. One luxury the players have been afforded is that most of the time the wind's been out of a similar direction each day, so that not too many of their starting lines off the tee will have changed as the week progresses. Means perhaps a little bit more here than most. Another man who's quite handy around the greens is Patrick Reed. He'd like his chances of making an opening par there. So Tommy Fleetwood up alongside Justin Thomas and Adam Scott today. Jamie Spencer's out following them. Afternoon, Jamie.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Fleetwood from the middle of the fairway, 157. Trying to hold up an 8 iron. You can't go left to this flag. Smart shot from Fleetwood. Adam Scott is on the green. And Thomas is way right, but he's pulled another beauty of a lie, really, in the rough. You can't ask for better than this. He can get to the back of the ball. He's only got 137. He's got a good angle into this pin. He can maybe have a crack at this and run it in. Just a jumpy wedge out of here.
That's okay from Justin Thomas. Nice little argument with himself here about those first 2 tee shots.
About 12 feet, just coming down the ridge, really. Not a huge amount in this one. For a battling 4, get the day off. And going early.
Good up and down to start for the 27-year-old.
The 2016 Open champion from Royal Troon, arguably one of the finest Sundays in Open history, him and Mickelson. Henrik Stenson's getting on the way. Trusted 3-wood. Nowhere else but the middle of the fairway.
It's not the 3-wood though, is it?
On the tee from the USA.
He likes this one as well.
Homer.
Playing alongside Max Homer and Matt Kuchar out there today. Here's Henrik Stenson. Up ahead at the green at the first. Just a little challenger for par for Patrick Reed. Nothing but that. Par for Smith, par for Reed. But a chance coming for Rory McIlroy at the opening hole.
Yeah, it's just about picking your spot, stand up over it, one look at the hole, solid stroke.
The perfect start for Rory McIlroy. What a run he's had. The win in 2014 and a string of 3 top 5s from 2016 to 2018, including that runner-up finish at Carnoustie. Of all the majors, he seems to perform the best here, day in, day out. And a birdie at the first. Nice way to start his Thursday.
Justin Thomas. This is from good distance. Just trying to get this one down in 2. Find the pace. Yeah, lovely. Well done. Couple of bad tee shots, and he's getting away with it so far. Up to 18, Brandt Snedeker.
Overdid it. God damn it.
Let's tuck this a little bit left. It's going to be tricky from down there.
So a little change up in the commentary box. Jay Townsend in alongside Thomas Bjorn and Tom Abbott.
Yeah, great to be here, back watching Tommy Fleetwood for birdie. Right from the beginning of the day, we saw players struggle with the pace of the greens a little slower than they would expect if they're playing on the PGA Tour. As we go to Van Tonder with his second at 15.
Thomas, you have to love that swing. It's just so different but effective.
I played a couple of times with this guy. He's a wonderful striker of the golf ball and a lovely fella as well. So I really enjoy my time on the golf course with him. Yeah, talented fella.
Wind off the left, as it's been all day, nor'wester. Trying to cut the corner slightly here, McIlroy. He's got to carry on the bunkers. It's all about whether he can hold the fairway.
Absolutely beautiful. Cutting the corner. I mean, it's right in the middle of the fairway. Beautiful drive down the first. Beautiful one down the second.
Just poetry in motion when he's playing well. It seems like it's been inconsistent the last couple of weeks when he's played in Ireland and Scotland. We're hoping for his best this week for sure.
Same play for Patrick Reed, but a different line. McIlroy pretty much aimed at the green. He'll be playing down the left half. Might even turning a little bit, maybe right to left.
Comfortably carries those two bunkers that are menaces in the inside of the dog leg.
Go to the green with Fleetwood, who's left himself just a little more work than he would have liked here. For a couple of pars to start the championship. Okay. A man who grew up on the links, still plays a bit of golf at Hillside when he's back home. Now Cam Smith back on the tee.
It's 276 to carry those bunkers down the left. This is going a little bit right. All about the lie there.
Yeah, there's some areas of the golf course where it's really thick, and that area to the right of the first and the second is a pretty nasty spot to be.
Snedeker for par. Been one of the best putters in the world throughout his career. Didn't disappoint us right there. Well done. Really made that hole in one at 16. What a finish. 2-2-4. Don't get back-to-back twos very often.
This is the tee at the third. No bunkers, and the only tree on the golf course is to the right of this green. Justin Thomas.
Yeah, straight downwind, slightly off the left to this front right hole. Pin position. Probably the easiest pin on the green, to be honest, today. Those high hands of Thomas.
Nice little hop there.
Yeah, the third is a very interesting hole until Port Rush came in the rotation. This was the only hole in the open pool of courses that did not have a bunker on it.
What a shot that was from Justin Thomas. And Tommy Fleetwood, I think, well, Tommy's draw, it's got to suit him round here. I think it's a drawer's golf course by and large. It's only the 8th I think of that goes left to right. The rest of the hole's got to suit him. But it's going to take a good shot to get inside that one. But he looks focused. Had a chat with Graham Walker, his coach, short game coach, said his practice could not have gone better. Good news for Fleetwood fans.
Just hold it against that wind, Thomas.
Excellent golf shot. Got nice little draws of his, and then just straighten out.
Making this look easy, Thomas.
You certainly are. I believe it's your son's birthday today, Jamie. Is he out there following it round with you?
I saw him earlier, yeah. I was playing with Tom Watson here back in '93, went back home, saw my son being born, and 28 years later, here I am. Amazing. Adam Scott. What a privilege it is to be out with this 3-ball.
It sounded a bit heavy, this one. It'll be a little bit tricky from there for Adam.
Former champion Henrik Stenson. His shot to the opening hole from the middle of the fairway. Wind off the left. Right hole location, a downwind side of the green makes things a little easier, and well judged by the Swede.
Let's hit to the 4th hole, Kevin Kisner. A little bit heavy on that one.
We saw that great approach shot into 15, most difficult hole on the course. Can Donnie Van Tonder hold this one out? Oh no, just lacked pace when you hit the 2 shots. What a disappointment. Cam Smith, second to the second. It's all lie dependent on what he can do with this one.
Go, go.
That'll do. Links golf. You hit it in the rough, get it on the green somehow.
Not a great angle for Patrick Reed. Maybe a pin to stay away from. 116. He's probably looking 10 or 12 feet right at this one. Again, nice flat stance. It's never easy around here, but he's done 2 in a row. Just trying to hold this one against the crosswind.
Perfectly judged for distance and guarding against missing left and short-siding himself. Great views of the crowd surrounding this second green, following these fantastic players.
74 yards for McIlroy. This one sets up nice. You can just send it in pretty low, pitch it maybe 5 on, and just skid it up towards the hole. Again, just a fraction right. There is no future left. Wind's just turned a little bit into, so looking to pitch this one past.
Yeah, it's 2 exceptional drives from the first 2 holes that set these shots up for Rory McIlroy, but you've got to take advantage of it. You've got to stand up and hit the next shot as well, and he's certainly doing that. He's up for it today.
Louis Oosthuizen, 64, leads the way here at the Open. Jordan Spieth looking good in his opening round. Brian Harman played well at the Players earlier this year over in the United States. Daniel Van Tonder putting together a good opening round here at Royal St George's. This is a bogey putt here for Phil at the 4th. And he was over the back of the green in 2, did not hit a good chip, which is unlike Phil. It manages to scramble a bogey. So disappointing start for the US PGA champion.
Well, it's been 2 good shots to start with for Henrik Stenson. Can he follow it up with the putt? Not quite.
Tommy Fleetwood for birdie, back into the wind. Got 3 open venues within 40 minutes of where he grew up. This is obviously not one of them because he's from the northeast, but you know, still a player who knows what it's like to go out there in all sorts of conditions and links golf.
You've been gone a long time, isn't that the northwest?
The other side, yes, the northwest.
yes,
yeah,
okay.
that's what I meant. My other right hand.
Yeah, we've got some great links courses over here in the UK. Come and play them. There's plenty of them. This is straight down there. These greens, you just don't want to overread them. And this looks dead straight to me down the hill. I think Fleetwood thought it was a left to righter. It's straight down here.
Good try right there. Thomas, on this golf course, you're going out really the first 4 holes with a wind coming off your left shoulder or hitting your back as you stand over the ball. When you get to 5 and start back into the wind, does it get more difficult for that stretch?
Just as we watch the beautiful pictures from our playing here over Ramsgate on the south coast of England. To answer your question, Jay, yeah, there's a tricky run there in the middle of the golf course, you know, from 5 to 9. It's, you know, you just got to be a little bit on it, and then when you turn into the back nine, I think it's a wonderful back 9 on this golf course. There are some really tough holes hitting you there.
I just looked at that picture in the airplane you were describing, and when you were talking about it, I was looking, I think I left my window open. I hope it doesn't rain.
I think you're going to be all right. It's the seagulls you need to worry about.
They will wake you up, Anthony.
Cam Smith just come up about 5 feet short. A little bit, just a little bit slower than he thought back into the breeze. This one's just going to edge from right to left for Reed.
It reminds me of when we did the Scottish Open a few years ago and David Ferrety was over with us commentating. He left the window open of his room, and when he came back there was a giant crow in there, and I thought that could only happen to Ferrety.
Exactly. Ricky Fowler, second shot from the left side of the fairway, wind off the left. Back left hole location, but there's a bowl. Landed on the left fringe. It will likely feed into the middle of the green. That one stopped quickly. Good to see Ricky Fowler playing better again. Went through quite a stretch. Of course, broke his string of Masters where he didn't qualify for the first time in quite some time.
Not much on this one, Jay, for Cam. Just trying to roll this in, maybe just right of centre. Misjudged the first one. Up and over a little saddle, so just a little bit left here.
Well, Rory would have been watching all of that putt. He pretty much has the same putt.
Yeah, I agree, Thomas. I think actually both putts, I think he would have watched all on the same line, all on quite a flat spot, pin high. This is pretty simple for just the perfect start for Rory McIlroy. Different feeling out here, the crowd. You can just see how much they really want this. Desperate for McIlroy to get off to a start like this.
We've seen some of that in the last couple of weeks. Not taking advantage of opportunities. Such a good ball striker. At times his putting seems to have worked back into his ball striking, with getting a little frustrated.
Did you see anything there?
I think he was looking for it to break. Didn't look like a bad putt there. There we can see the average of the first 5 holes all over par. So you really, for a right-handed player, getting out on that left to right wind can be very difficult, and the scores prove it.
Very similar scoring average there. The first, the second, the fourth, almost identical. So go to the tee at 4.
Straight over that left-hand bunker. Of the two you see right in front of him there, this has gone fractionally left. Oh, this is going to be tricky, the next one, from the downslope in the rough to that green with all its undulations.
Ryan Fox for birdie at number 10. Looking to get to 2 under par, within 4 of the lead of Louis Oosthuizen, and he does. Likeable Kiwi. Very good on links golf courses. Nearly won the Irish Open until 2 long putts back to back were holed, like 1 in 18 regulation, then in the playoff.
Take another look at that tee shot. And you see it was just a little too far left of the line you wanted. That bunker is a great line, but for some reason players don't seem to challenge it as much as they need to.
And a front pin here at 3 for McIlroy, 217. Just got to guard against this false front. Wind is helping off the left. Should only be a 6 iron.
That head is looking very good in the air, and still a good result. As Anthony was saying, you have to be careful of that false front. Taking that out of play, you're likely to go 20 feet past, back to 4T in Fleetwood.
Interesting that he tees it up over on the left side. Better angle maybe, Thomas?
Yeah, I think so. This is just a fraction right, I think.
Yeah, down the right side, it's a very wide fairway, about 50 yards wide down there in the landing area, but it's much a flatter lie on the right and gives you a better angle in where you can actually see more of the green. Back to Reed on 3.
A bit of an insurance policy down the right. We'll feed round if the ball just tends to float away on the breeze. It's not one to really turn into, really. I think you want to just drift it from left to right. Use the wind on this occasion.
And using the slope as well. Good shot from Reed.
I was just out on the golf course a little earlier, and it's starting to get that feel of an Open with all the fans out there. It was quieter this morning than I expected, but this afternoon there's just a real buzz around, and you can see how many people there are outside the ropes, and it's great to see.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this. There's a platform behind the tee. There must be 200 people on it, trying to get the perfect view. Now, it's the first 2 fairways, Cam Smith, so this is a little bit of a relief. Iron in hand. Just try and find the centre of the green. Get his day up and running, really.
Yeah, it's the problem. If you leak it right, just gets caught by that thick rough.
Yeah, you're not good there. There's not much shot left. That pin tucked on the right. It's going to be tricky.
Is that how Henrik gets to the course in the morning? Some good scores out there today, and it'll be interesting to see how the R&A set the golf course up tomorrow, whether this is what they wanted to see, a round of 64, or whether they would like to toughen it up a little bit. Usually the philosophy is that you take what you're given. Mother Nature presents the playing conditions, and players have taken advantage today with that 64 leading. Is this what you expected with scoring?
I think it was all weather dependent. I think when you get like it was this morning, it was quite nice. It was a beautiful day. It was quite warm for the morning as well for an Open Championship. You expect a lot of red numbers. You expect people to go out there and take advantage of it. It's a bit soft as well, the golf course, what normally it's around here, so it's just helps the scoring a little bit. But I think with the weather forecast that's here, you know, with sun and with a bit of a breeze, they pretty much can do with the golf course whatever they want come the weekend. So let's see. It gets tricky this one when it gets bouncy.
They can tuck the flags here as well. I mean, there are some massive undulations in these greens for a links course.
Absolutely, they can make the shortest of holes very, very difficult here.
They might move the tee up here at the 10th over the weekend, make it drivable. It's not far off drivable for some of these guys. This is Morikawa, drivable off the back tee.
It's an unusual wind this time of the year to have it coming out of the northern quadrant, so certainly changes things up. Players that have played in Open Championships here in the past would probably be a little bit unfamiliar with this as we go to Mickelson, who's just over the 5th green.
Yeah.
He's a genius around the green, so fun to watch. So much imagination. Trying to get it to go down that hill and stays up.
Well, that's one of the tricky parts of the short game on golf courses like this when it's green. You know, then the ball starts checking up. You're not used to it, so the kind of shots you normally see on links golf course don't quite turn out that way, and you've got to adjust your eye a little bit to play it differently.
I was surprised at how many sort of little lob shots and high shots players were practicing around the greens in the run-up to the championship, which you wouldn't usually see, which goes to your point.
Absolutely, it's you know, you can actually hit it through the air on the way the greens are at the moment.
Even though Cam Smith's back into the breeze, I'm not sure really how close he can get to this flag. I think he's probably looking 4 or 5 feet past. There's quite a ridge there. He might try and fly that, but he's still going to have a bounce on it. Decent lie considering a missed green once more.
Great shot from Cam Smith out of that long rough. Making it difficult on himself through the first 3 holes. Let's see how much grass comes out on this club head. Just slides it underneath. Very high tariff shot right there.
Now Kisner at the 5th for his birdie. To say if that goes in, it's going to take a bit of the hole with it.
Well, it's optimistic.
There's a bit of a hold up, we understand, at the 4th. Sander Schauffele has had some issues there, so this group can take their time on the 3rd green. They may not know that, but they may have a bit of a wait when they get to the 4th tee. McIlroy is going to try and make it quicker by just knocking in the birdie putt anyway.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it, Tom? Yeah, there's so many people around this green. There's no chance of seeing what's happening at 4. Bit of a double breaker, this one. It's predominantly left to right. These are often quite hard, but this one's actually in a bit of a bowl, so McIlroy shouldn't really be feeling too much of this breeze, which has picked up down the hill.
Run on a little bit more than what he would like.
Just looked like a misread, didn't it? Didn't expect it to go so far left so quickly.
I think he and Anthony saw the same thing. Mickelson for par at 5. Just gently down the hill. He was trying to get the ball to go down via gravity. Caught the right edge, lipped out. So Mickelson 3 bogeys in a row from the 3rd. Not the start the PGA champion would want.
And Patrick Reed for his birdie.
It feels a much simpler putt, actually. I felt that McIlroy's was a difficult one to read. This is much more into the breeze, almost just a fraction left to right, probably a little bit more than that overall, because it is probably 20 feet or so. All about pace, this.
He didn't quite have the pace, did he? This is Ricky Fowler for a birdie. You can see Zana Schauffele there in the background. It's a good putt there from Ricky. There's a bit of a, about a 10-minute wait for Schauffele as he sort of, I guess, had a ruling there and had to figure things out. So that's been the delay.
Kisner for his comeback par putt. Birdied the first two, and 3 pars in a row to remain 2 under par, 4 behind the lead of Louis Oosthuizen.
I have to say that was some shot he hit there, Cam Smith, from the rough on the right on the third. This would be a very, very good par to walk away with. It's a bit all over the place on the first few holes. Tell you, that will feel like a birdie, that one. After the tee shot, he knew he was in trouble. He'll feel very good about that. Maybe that'll calm the nerves a little bit.
Yeah, trying to get any kind of feel out of that thick rough. You know, good luck with that, but wonderful up and down. Managed to get away with a mistake, and that's kind of a key here. If you're going to hit it offline, you can get away with a 4. You feel like you escaped. Now McIlroy has got a bit of work for a par, having had some nice chances for birdies over the last couple of holes.
And we can see here, this did roll past, if not very near to 4 feet. Wasn't a lot of break when it was going past the hole, but you would think with that bank off to the left of the screen, this should have a little right to left. Left side of the hole grabs it. Good par for Rory at the third. Remains 1 under.
Is it easy to get frustrated when you're flagging it and the putts just don't drop? I know it's early days, but he's playing well.
Yeah, but I think that's the way he plays the game, though. I think he's quite used to that he's going to miss a few in a round. He plays the golf from tee to green probably better than anyone. So I think it's just a question for him to not get too frustrated with it, as we watch Sander Schauffele finishing off here on the 4th. We don't really know what was going on, but it's a bogey. But going back to Rory, I just think that's his frustration sometimes gets the better of him, because he might just miss a little bit more short putts than most players out there.
Morikawa at 10 for birdie. To get to 3 under par, and that one comes up short. We're going to watch his putting very closely. Struggled last week, especially Sunday in the first round. Justin Thomas at 4.
That was on that downslope there, wasn't it?
Oh, that's some golf shot, that. Everything about that was against him. What a shot that is.
Just use the old step through.
Yeah, it was old Gary Player had it there.
That was some shot from Thomas. I didn't think he'd get it on the green. What a shot. 162 for Fleetwood. Not a bad lie in the first cut. Got to aim it left, but boy, oh boy, anything on that top level is a good shot here. If you try and get too cute here down the left, you're in trouble. Come back to your feet or bounce through the green.
Yeah, run in. Bounce.
Just landed too softly, that one. I was trying to just let the flyer lie kind of propel the ball forward. Just landed a bit soft, and now he's faced with a tricky one.
Kevin Kisner on the 6th, the maiden hole. Beautiful par, 375 yards today. Hole's cut in the left side of the green near a bunker, and that is the bunker it is near, and he's going to hope it rolled down in there, otherwise he's likely to have a downhill lie, certainly the ball below his feet.
3 wood for McIlroy. Down the breeze. Really, you want to finish this as far right as you can. Keeping it on the fairway, of course. Everything kicks left to right.
Yeah, just into the first cut there. That's fine.
And And that really makes a difference, Thomas. You can probably see 2/3 of the green. I don't need to tell you that, but it really does make a difference. The further right you go. Now, one name we seem to be cheering all day this afternoon is Rory. Patrick Reed, he won't mind this. He loves the atmosphere, he loves the challenge, he loves the fight.
All good, dog?
Yeah. Where's the wind?
Yeah.
Down and off the left, or just straight across?
It's barely off the left. Listen, yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Not much change here on the first page of the leaderboard. Louis Oosthuizen, 11 years ago, the champion at St Andrews, and leads the way by 1 shot. Jordan Spieth, another past champion, up there towards the top of the leaderboard, and Stuart Singh. Justin Rose off to a nice start, round his 67. Ben Ann up there with a nice day. Victor Hovland, a lot of chat about Victor as we head towards the Ryder Cup and how he will fare as the Europeans take on the US. Ryan Fox was saying earlier in the week that he doesn't really like to prep very much for a golf course. He'll, in the week before the championship, he doesn't think about it. And once he gets on site, he wants to learn it. The week of the championship, doesn't want to think too much about it before things begin. And of course you can go to theopen.com for all the latest news and updates and video from this championship. Fleetwood for birdie. It's just such a difficult putt from down there.
Well, this was designed as a par 5 green, I think, more than a par 4. So once you're down there, yeah, you're faced with trouble.
Just hitting our iron off the tee here, Jay.
It's all about position at 5. There's a little triangle of fairway up there on the left that gives you a view of the green called Campbell's Table. Named after the former USGA president, Bill Campbell, who played here in 1967, the Walker Cup, in all 4 rounds. The Walker Cup kept it up on that little ledge, hence named Campbell's Table.
There are not too many open venues where there are houses right on the golf course, but there are on the back of the 4th green. And you'll be able to see Justin Thomas here with a very good birdie try, Jamie.
Yes, certainly, yes, some lovely houses down the back of this green. Linda Bayman, famous Curtis Cup player, that's her house with all the people standing outside. She's raffled that off for charity. The marquee behind there. Thomas uphill, right to left for unbelievable birdie if this drops in.
Wow, from where his drive was on the downslope in the left rough, bad angle. That is just amazing. Pure talent right there.
He doesn't have a great record in the Open, but maybe he's learning. Maybe he's learning how to handle these kind of golf courses, and of course he's in some good form.
Took Phil a long time to really get the hang of links golf. Might be the same for Justin Thomas, but we look at another major champion, Colin Morikawa.
Oh, that's low and spinny.
Not a lot wrong with that. Maybe he got it caught up in the wind a little bit, but on the green, certainly pretty high standard on a difficult hole.
Well, here it's one of those things that you do get at Royal St George's, a few blind shots here and there. So you got to pick your spot, believe and trust what you're doing.
Ricky played so well here when Darren Clarke won his Open championship. Coming back to happy hunting grounds, a wonderful shot maker, Ricky. You can see there playing a knockdown shot into 5 that comes up short.
Well, this for his part, such a difficult first putt for Fleetwood, so he's got a chance here for his par. Bit of left to right in it for Tommy. After that drive, that's a shocker.
He probably had to guard a little bit against getting a flyer going over the green, hence came up down at the front edge, rolling back down the bank. So important to get it in the fairway. Look at the huge crowds around the 6th, urging Mickelson on here.
There's a lovely little place in there on the 6th. Beautiful par 3, bunkers well positioned. Tricky pin here today, just off that camp on the left. It should be left to right, or right to left, sorry, for Phil.
Hard reading putts for left-handed players, isn't
I
it?
was lost my way there completely. As somebody once said, have you ever seen a left-hander swing it badly? But that's because you can't, you just can't tell if they're how they're swinging it.
Now this is nasty. Sitting down on a downslope. That gazebo behind the green looks favourite if he's not careful. 166. He's actually 3 yards further away than McIlroy, but he's opted to play first. Nothing in his favour. Down breeze. If he pitches in the upslope, I'll be amazed if it actually does run up the green. Yeah, unsettled, not happy. His play here is long right, but actually achieving that, I'd say, was probably 3 out of 10.
Oh, just grab the hosel.
You will have no idea how lucky he got there.
Oh my word, Thomas. He's pitched that fully 50 short in the rough.
Unbelievable how lucky he got there. Just grabbed the hosel, but he got away with it. Big smile on his face.
Yeah, he got away with one there. 169 for McIlroy, just the perfect angle. Looking to pitch this on the bank on the left and just let it trickle round. Very much suits him here.
See where that finished up, Anthony?
Yeah, just a little long, pretty unlucky. You won't be able to see that with the mound at the front.
Perfect tee shot for Cam Smith.
And 157. It's quite blustery out here. The sun's come out, the clouds have now broken up, and it's actually quite tricky. Now, it was pretty constant for a while, but now it's gusting, so these are difficult to control. Must carry the front ridge, no future short.
That's on the correct level, just a huge ridge at the front of the screen. You saw Tommy Fleetwood struggle with that. And now at the 6th, Kisner for par to remain a couple under. He's taken off the hoodie. Yeah. This is the tee at the 5th, and Justin Thomas, just an iron here. 2 holes on the front 9 with a bank of rough that runs through the fairway, so you have to club back. It's the same at the 8th.
It's going to be down there in Ricky Fowler territory, the right side. It's going to be a blind second. The wind coming in the player's face and from the left at 5. Very difficult to get it up on the table. Morikawa for birdie from below a ridge into the wind at 11. Gave that an almighty hit. Pretty good for distance, but wide right. Can't lay. Long range birdie at 12. Putting downwind as well. To be careful with the speed. And that's what the flag is for. No harm, no foul. Patrick Cantlay, that was going close to the fringe, if not on the fringe. But look what I found, or well, look what I lost. Where'd my ball go? Oh yeah, bottom of the hole. Always looked like a birdie 3. South African Jaco Allers for a birdie at 16. Just to get to 2 under par and within 4 of his countrymen, who leads the way, Louis Oosthuizen. And he does. Wonderful putt. With the face told you all. Look what happened to me there. Look, Rory McIlroy now from over the green at 4.
And sitting down, but on the upslope, Jay. Nasty one. This is tough.
Yeah, it looked like he did pretty well. Looked like he was sitting down in a bit of a bird's nest. Well judged. That's the thing about the great players. I mean, McIlroy doesn't get the credit for his short game that he deserves. Everyone talks about what a great ball striker he is, but he's also pretty tidy around the greens. Louis Oosthuizen leads the way after a 64 with a great par 4 at the final hole. Leads by 1 over Spieth and Harman. Hughes, Fratelli, Sink there. You saw all with 66s. Let's go to the 5th tee and Tommy Fleetwood. Wind in his face and from the left. Oh no, down in the lower part, the right side of the fairway. The difficult thing about Campbell's table is if you miss it left, if you're trying to get the good view in and you miss it left, there's the Sahara bunker down there. There's a couple little pot bunkers. It's a pretty high price if you do in fact miss it left trying to hit it in a perfect spot. Let's go down to 4 and Cam Smith.
And Jay, the perfect leave, really, even from the middle of the fairway. 4's not one to mess around with too much. I promise you now, this wind is as strong as it's been all day. This is going to be a tough gig for these guys. Now, putting under the hill, just gently moving left to right. Pretty level.
Yeah, right on line. But he's going to enjoy this par a lot more than the ones at the first 3 where he struggled. Let's go to Tony Finau. It's for birdie at 13 to get into red numbers. Oh, nicely done. 13 is a very difficult hole. Into the wind. Princess is the name of the hole because it plays towards Princess Golf Club, which is just across the fence.
A couple of great golf courses along this stretch of coastline. Royal St. Ports as well.
We saw that knockdown shot for Fowler from the fairway, came up short. Oh, beautiful touch right here from Ricky Fowler. Should be a sure par 4, you would think, but well, we're not going to give anything away, are we? We're going to watch him play.
And for probably the best birdie 3 Patrick Reed potentially will ever make. This one's left to right early, then straightening out towards the end. A little bit uphill from a different angle. So a good chance.
Had a reasonable line there. Former Masters champion. Pretty fancy shirt right there. A perennial player in the top events, and there you can see his top 10 finishes in the majors. Masters is certainly his forte, where it takes a great short game. 37% of the time finishes inside the top 10.
A little bit left on this. Wouldn't complain about walking away with the par though.
Had that little bit of a flyer with his second shot, went over the green. Had a similar putt to of this length at the second for birdie after birding his opening hole and missed it to the right. This is probably a left center putt. Well hold.
It's just
walking away with a good par 4, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now you turn back into the breeze for a few holes. Things get different when you reach the 5th tee.
Yeah, there's only 5 holes on the golf course currently, averaging under their par. This is at the 5th, blind second for Justin Thomas. A couple of the tee shots here. You walk up to the tee, you look around, and then you're trying to find the fairway, trying to work out which way to go. And it's much harder, I can assure you, without the grandstands that we have this week. They kind of guide the way. This is down on the front right edge for Danny Van Tonder at the last.
He drove it in the fairway bunker, had to play out sideways, so pardon a quick mistake right there. It's going to be a bogey 5, most likely for the affable South African.
Tommy Fleetwood up over the mound, blind second at 5.
Go. Go.
Would have gone for a little walk, picked his starting spot, and he knew it was stalling into that wind.
It's not always a blind second shot at 5, though. If you can hit Campbell's table, okay?
Yeah.
Big wide fairways, but only a small portion really give you a good chance.
A really good illustration here as well, down there with Anthony.
Yeah, and 262 run out alley. Not in play today. Bit of a backstop as well. He can be aggressive here, McIlroy. Favouring the right, does give you the best angle. But from an elevated tee, that's no mean feat.
Great ball follow right there from the airplane. McIlroy's ball hits into a bank and just comes back a little bit down into a hollow. That'll be a blind second shot to come. I haven't seen anybody really try and take on the good spot up there at the top left of the fairway.
There were a lot of divots down there throughout the practice rounds. There'll be a few more come Sunday evening.
And it's a sort of tee shot alley that's just so easy to just drift it on this breeze. 3-wood for Reed. He's up there for me with John Rahm. Ball flight suits this week. A lot of nasty crosswinds. This one's left and going left.
Now there's some nasty bunkers. That one's headed left of the Sahara bunker. That is amazing. That is 40 to 50 yards wide. Be interesting to see what he comes up with down there.
Up ahead one to Ricky Fowler at the 6th.
Now the maiden hole, named after the large mound that has since been taken out. It was a blind shot, and that could be up very close to the wall of the bunker. It's come away a little bit. He'll have a stance.
Always feel like a burrowing animal when we get these views. That must be what it's like. Down, you know, closer to the ground. Down where you are, Tony, just a little bit closer to the ground.
Oh, that was harsh, Tony. You can't help it if you're vertically challenged.
Can you believe that, eh? Tommy Fleetwood. Boy, it was beautifully played, wasn't it? Landed in the perfect spot, perfect spin. Mickelson. Here he goes. It's like the driving iron. 7 sounded beautiful, didn't it? Oh,
majestic.
Pure genius, that man right there. So, Ellie, I know you like a quiz. I've been waiting for this. As we watch Van Tonder try and knock his bogey putt in at the final hole. Why is the winner of the Open called the champion golfer of the year? See, I knew I'd get you. I'll give the answer out here in a little while.
Cliffhanger.
I'll give you a hint. Allen Robertson. See, I knew I'd get you. Allen Robertson was renowned as the best player in the world. He died in 1959. They decided to have a championship decide who was the champion golfer of the year. Hence, the Open Championship was born.
Oh, I like that one, Jay.
You can use that. Keith Mitchell for birdie 2 at 11. I told Dominic Collier I'd get you on that one. He said, no, you won't. She'll know that. I said, I think I've got her. I did. You are the golf quiz champion, though.
We aim to please. Good birdie there for Mitchell.
Justin Thomas. Long putt. 2 putts would be gleefully accepted. Little shy, but it's okay.
Never seen greens like these, I have to say. When you come here for the first time, you can't quite believe how many undulations are on there. And the faces of some of these bunkers as well. Ricky Fowler's in it. Short-sided left at the 6th. Oh, stunning touch.
Beautiful execution right there from not a deep bunker, but one that didn't leave you many options.
So it was a bogey-free round out there for Louis Oosthuizen, and he's been pretty comfy atop the leaderboard here at the Open with that 64 today. 6 birdies, all of which came from the 8th hole onwards. Some incredible golf from the best in the world being shown off here at Royal St George's. And there's more to come here from the coast of Kent. Nice little birdie there at the 11th. Sneaks Keith Mitchell just up inside the top 10.
There's a little bit of work left in this for Justin Thomas. 110 fate, but he is superb from that range. Beautifully holed.
Adam Scott has already finished out at the 5th for back-to-back bogeys, so Adam Scott has dropped to 2 over par.
Sander Schauffele for a bounce-back birdie at 6. Thank you very much. Using all the hole, but you take it out the middle, and that's all that matters. Back to even par. Well done.
Fleetwood, we saw his pitch from short of the green. Nicely done. He has not been playing great of late, but certainly I feel like he'll rise to the occasion at an Open Championship. Certainly he will be on the European Ryder Cup team and needs to pick up his form a little bit.
It's hard to believe that he's only played one, isn't it? You know, such an impact he had back in 2018 with Mollywood. That's a great 3.
It was. That ball bounced a little bit, about a foot off the club face, but fantastic up and down. And if you're going to be a challenger come Sunday afternoon, you're going to have a lot of those on this difficult St. George's golf course.
South African Jaco Ahlers. Birdie chance at 17, but you've got to give it a chance.
Are you going to nationality check everyone or just the South Africans?
No, I'm going to do everybody.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
I'm just going to do everybody.
9-time winner on the Sunshine Tour, Jaco Ahlers. And his place through one of the, what was it, the qualifying series, I think back in the start of 2020.
Done the 60-metre dash 2 or 3 times, McIlroy, trying to get a line. Not easy. 183. It's got a clump of grass on the top. That or a cloud, anyway. Pick one of the 2.
Go.
This is floating. It's coming backwards at me.
I'm surprised by that technique there, Anthony. Into the wind, he was kind of playing a hold-off shot. You would think he would play a driving shot.
Yeah, a little bit of an upslope as well. Didn't help. Everything was against him.
You can see that sliver of fairway between the 2 mounds, which is Campbell's table. Hard to hit.
And talking about everything against you. Shadows, side slopes, down slopes. Really, he's actually got quite a good lie. He just can't ground the club. That's the problem.
Any chance of reaching the green?
Yeah. Well, after the last, who knows? That was a miracle shot. I think he can. He's got a good lie. It's just all about keeping his balance. Ball's got to be at least a foot below him.
Yeah, just keep it down. Thank you.
And these are the times where the talent and the experience come into play. You don't get flustered, don't rush.
Got a bit of a hot shoe shuffle on that one.
That's settled down in some pretty nasty looking rough right at the green right there. It's a little lush bit.
From one tough lie to another, perhaps, for Patrick Reed.
Yeah, he couldn't see where this was going with that mound. He's absolutely slammed it out of there. Used every bit of power
157 from just about the perfect spot. Couldn't have placed it any better. Pin's on the right, just got to be careful of missing this one right. There's a nasty ledge up there.
We've seen a lot of balls come up short. Maybe they're not feeling the full strength of the wind behind the mounds that, for the most part, make this a blind second shot.
Thomas at 6. 175 yards.
Get knocked down, go.
Flag 31 up the green, just 4 off the left. He asked it to go, but he got a massive bounce. I would not have expected that.
No, I think it just caught part of the downslope, perhaps.
Yeah.
He's playing as the easiest hole on the front 9. One of just 2 that's under par.
Saw that magnificent approach shot from Mickelson. Can he convert to get to 2 over par? Wow, that's a wicked lip out there. That got a lot of hole to not go in. Tony, how much do you think? I mean, it was an amazing victory to win a major at 51, but at that age and with the arthritis problem he does have, how difficult is it to be consistent at his time in life?
You know, to compete consistently at this level with these youngsters, very difficult. You know, on the Champions Tour, he's going to feel like a king every time he tees it up.
He's already won twice out there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Fleetwood from 175 at 6 and beautifully controlled, using the slope to get closer. That's a sure birdie coming up for Fleetwood, and that will get him back to even par.
What a beauty.
Now, while we watch this again, think about the bunker shot that Ricky Fowler hit a moment ago. The way this ball feeds down to the hole, Ricky Fowler had to play down that slope out of the bunker and got it up and down. Just puts things in perspective.
It does. Just landed it past all of it, didn't he? There it is, Sandwich Bay. Up on the top of screen. As I understand it, I think that the channel actually receded and this was underwater at one point in time. Most of this land, a couple hundred years ago that was.
Hop, skip and a jump from the beach. The alley so exposed.
Rory McIlroy played a gorgeous pitch into the breeze up the hill, about 3 feet. A real crowd pleaser, so got out of trouble there, really. And Patrick Reed, I thought, played a really, really good recovery from where he was, but at the angle, pretty much spot on, but left himself very little coming out of the hay, downwind, up through a slope and over a hog's back. So again, 2 in a row, really leaving himself absolutely nothing. This is a shot to nothing. And that's a good effort.
So difficult to gauge distance out of that juicy stuff. It really is. It can come out a little dead, but you just get a bit of grass between club and ball and it can zing 30 feet by. So yeah, as Anthony Wall says, that is a pretty good effort.
Gorgeous pictures from overhead. You can see the 6th tee just to the right of the 5th green. Crowds surrounding it.
Got the putter out. Probably 5 or 6 paces nearer than McIlroy. So this is a good play, links golf. Keep it on the deck in a windy afternoon. But it is slow. These fringes are incredibly thick, very lush. So this requires a big, long swing and a big belt up the hill.
Beauty. Yeah, these guys, you know, links courses, you get so used to
dry, firm fairways, and putting over the fringes is just, you know, a slightly slower extension of the greens, but these are very lush after the rain we've had. The forecast is for no more rain this week, so by Sunday it could be a little bit hotter and firmer.
What of Nicholas Poppleton? His partner works for the NHS. He's had a delivery driver job. He's been doing some window glazing and installing as well during lockdown. Easy guy to get behind. He's the last out today.
What a great story that is. Great story.
Patrick Reed is stalking his putt. In the meantime, we'll go to Thomas. Up one, past the pin for birdie.
Should have a pretty good sized break from right to left on this one, especially as it approaches the hole. And comes up a couple 2.5 feet short, so work left for Justin Thomas. We go back to Reed at 5. This for par, down the hill and down breeze.
Stroke looked good, bit of a misread. And I tell you what, this guy is definitely one of the best putters out there, Jay. He is. I wouldn't mind him putting for my house to save it.
Well, the thing about him is he has so much heart. Sometimes you almost feel like he's willing the ball in the hole. He's just a grinder. I mean, he's a very talented, but I mean, when you call a professional golfer a grinder, it's actually a compliment.
How much can one person extract from the round? You could put Ian Poulter perhaps in the same category.
I was just going to say Ian Poulter is one of the best. McIlroy with a little right to lefter here for par. There you go, most major wins by a European. Rory McIlroy, number 4 on the list with 4. Great Harry Vardon back just after around the turn of the 18th to 19th century. Got 7. Of course, Harry Vardon was one of the great triumvirate as McIlroy misses the par putt, and this has been a little bit of the theme of late. We've seen a lot of them the last couple of weeks, and he's been struggling with putting. He says he's been misreading them. And, you know, if you can't pick the right line, you can't make them, Tony. I know you've talked about, is it his eyesight?
Yeah, I have. And, you know, I'm always a bit wary because, you know, he's got 4 majors and I've got absolutely zip. So you don't want to be too critical, but I think it's his eyesight in my book. Tommy Fleetwood, what a fantastic 2. Talking of grinders, Ali, there's a man that he'll never stop trying.
Especially in bad conditions. You know, those little hold-off shots that he has, it's almost like he's built for it, and then you remember he was built for it. Growing up in Southport. There it goes for Tony Finau. 2 on the trot. For a man that has a surprisingly good Open Championship record. Hasn't finished outside the top 27 in the last 4 attempts, 2 top 10s. In his last 2 outings at Carnoustie and Royal Portrush for Finau. Certainly a space to watch. He's picked up 2 birdies in his last 2 holes. Keith Mitchell going along nicely at 3 under par. And these players just hitting their stride on the back 9 here at Royal St George's. What a win it was for Marcus Armitage at the Porsche European Open. An emotional win. He's in with a 69 today. His final breakthrough.
And this is a brute. The wind's up. It's definitely up a club from this morning. It was pretty difficult this morning, but much tougher now. 566 this hole. 230 to reach the fairway. It's a really difficult drive, this one.
Those are
heading a bit right.
Those are spectacle bunkers that they hit across. There's a second bunker up the right that's not carryable today. Normally it would be downwind, I believe, Jamie. more prevailing
Normalist
wind.
downwind.
The drive really important if you want to attack 7. Otherwise, you're on the defensive up ahead.
Third shot for Ricky Fowler. But this is a short cutoff follow through. Oh, you've got to love it right there. I love watching Ricky Fowler in these conditions. That one fooled him, much like it did at the 5th into the wind.
Different turf types, the wind kicking up. Maybe a little drop in temperature. What is the temperature like out there at the moment, actually, Anthony? You're live.
I've got a jacket on, Ali. It's about 30 degrees now. It's probably about 18. But the wind is strong, as Jamie was saying. I think level par will be quite a good score come 8:30 this evening. After a couple of missed fairways early on, Cam Smith level par. He'll be happy with that start. Always a bit of tension in the main groups. Looking to win his first major. 175, but playing nowhere near that. Probably playing about 145, 150. Pitching on the frontier, and it will release. Beautiful par 3 set in the dunes. Big stand behind the tee.
Oh, an aggressive shot from Cam Smith. It's going to end up pretty much where Justin Thomas was, group in front.
And 3 greenside bunkers there in play, really. Front right, middle right, and then back left where the flag is. They'll gladly take any errant shot. Now that stand behind the tee, I think, will definitely be sheltering the players. They won't know how strong this breeze is affecting the ball. Has McIlroy learned?
Something put him off behind him. I don't know, something moved or blew across, or yeah, I think something blew across just behind him as he got to the top of his swing.
Great hole this, the 8th. Segmented fairway down to the green. 174 left for Kevin Kisner.
Beautiful. That's what Cameron Smith was trying to do. Pitch just into that upslope. He pitched 2 yards too far.
Natural amphitheatres behind the green. Must be a couple of thousand behind this huge amphitheatre. Green's about 45 yards deep, so plenty to play with, but really you're trying to get this inside about 15 feet, even though it is downwind. All about where you pitch this. It will release. Yeah, they're not feeling the breeze.
Yeah, I think, Anthony, you hit the nail on the head as that one comes back. Didn't quite reach the long rough. It disappeared from our camera view for a moment, but got the benefit of the bowl-type surround behind the green.
Went right up to the top lip of the half pipe and then dribbled back down.
Fowler with his 4th at the 7th. Clipped it a little bit too much into the wind. Even on pitch shots, the wind does affect them.
Up at 12. Keith Mitchell. Chance for another birdie. Ooh, very nearly. A few better chances than that.
Robert McIntyre at the 7th green. A long-range birdie. Putting downwind, a huge gallery around this green does help block the wind at ground level. Certainly the best players with the biggest galleries get a little bit of advantage here. Unlikely make. Has to go down a pretty good slope, breaking left to right. Really what you're trying to do, you're just trying to coax it down there. Get that started on the right line, coax it down to the right distance, and if it goes in, it's just a bonus. Really just looking to get down in 2.
Was tracking for a while. Played here back in 2017 as an amateur. Robert McIntyre in the amateur. Lost in the round of 16. Minwoo Lee, last week's champion, also played that week. A lot of players here have amateur experience at Royal St George's, as well as those that were lucky enough to play in 2003 and 2011 in this very championship.
Drawing a good line, the base of the bunker. This shouldn't faze McIlroy at all. A little bit of a step up towards the pin, but apart from that, it's pretty straightforward. Jay was saying earlier, it does have a real good touch around the greens.
Another example of that. The best players, I think, Anthony, tend to have the best short games. Even though you're a great ball striker, you still have to make up for the misses in the game, and he's very talented around the greens. Great technique right there. Difficulty of that shot, as Anthony said, was had to carry it quite a long way. It had to go up a slight rise. Jaco Ahlers to finish up at 18 with a par in a round of 68. Well done for the South African. Great opening round. Nothing like getting off to a good start in the greatest championship of all, the Open.
He's playing it for the second time, Ahlers, as well. Not quite as race run as the gents in this group.
Coming back towards the breeze, up the hill, towards that right-hand bunker, which will certainly play a part on Cam Smith's and Patrick Reed's putt. This one's actually a little bit straighter. A little bit underneath the hill, but it's still right to left on him. And that's links golf. You just seem to always be hitting it to 30, 40 feet. They can wear you down. You have to take the chances when they arise.
Wow. That was just inches away from being up the bank in the long knee-high grass. It didn't quite reach, rolled down, and converted from Patrick Reed. That is one heck of a bounce-back birdie right there.
Back to level par for the day. It's for par for Ricky Fowler. Saw the little 20-yard pitch to here.
Oh dear. And that is where he really excelled until maybe a year ago. He was just deadly inside 6 to 8 feet. Never missed.
And a much harder putt to read, Tony, for Smith. That bunker really does come into play. It runs away quite violently, so this is going to camber pretty hard in the midsection. Be quite aggressive with it, but it will just camber around, as I say, and actually turn into quite a quick putt. Completely different complexion to Patrick Reed's, considering he's only 5, 6 feet further up the hill.
Yeah, look at that. And Reed just a few feet behind where Smith was, and it was just about dead straight. Big difference it can be on these links courses. Just a few feet.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little foreshadowing to what Rory McIlroy is going to have for par coming from the right.
Not dissimilar to how he usually plays this game, Cam Smith. Known to be steady. 6 straight pars to start at Royal St George's.
McIlroy putting off of the darker color to the shiny bit. Just goes to show you there's a slope change in this short putt. This is definitely, especially in the first half, definitely going to want to come right to left off the shoulder of that bunker you can see on the left side of your screen. I can't see it being less than a cup outside right.
That just absolutely dove left. And it's going to be 2 consecutive drop shots. And over par goes Rory McIlroy. Error really from the tee, but distracted on the tee as well. Hard to know what happened there. Not entirely sure that that bogey was his fault, but couldn't quite scrape away with his par, I'm afraid. As the sun finds the golf course again, it's about to break through. Third shot for Tommy Fleetwood. Wind into off the right.
And he has a perfect swing for windy conditions. Controlled ball flight, launch angle. Short follow through. Tommy Fleetwood, when he's on his game, you'd have to think he would be a favorite. Not quite hitting on all cylinders at the moment as we go over to Tony Finau. Just a wedge in hand for his second. Poor angle to this front right hole location, Tony.
I thought you were talking to him for a second. You're right, though. He's made a good job of it, though, Jay, hasn't he? It was not the ideal place to be, for sure.
2 good shots to get here for Justin Thomas, just a 57-yarder. But it's straight into the teeth of it. Yeah, can't settle.
When you're heading.
Just gusted on him then. Did well to walk away. It's got to take, you know, one more club, a little bit more, less loft in your hand. They've got plenty of wedges in their bags, these guys, and just ease it in there. Adam Scott's was coming backwards at the end of its flight, come up short of the green.
Pretty darn good. Into the breeze, you can pitch it all the way up there. He's done that.
Tough gig here at 7, back into the breeze. Really trying to get over the ridge. I'm not sure Patrick Reed can.
That looked like it buried again. Tell you what, they've selected these marshals for their eyesight this week.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, really. Par 5s are supposed to be giveaways, not this week, let me tell you. The longer they are, the harder they get. Trying to split these 2 bunkers. Hitting down the path almost. We're standing up on the hill. And, oof, there's not a lot of fairway out here. Different hole downwind, you can almost take the corner on. But not this year. Driver for McIlroy.
Cam Smith going left of the spectacles. Those are the 2 bunkers that Anthony was talking about that frame the fairway before the fairway. Pathway up the middle between the 2 that you see on the right side of your frame at the moment.
It's just amazing how quickly this golf course can get you on the back foot when you're out of place off the tee.
And driver for McIlroy. Of course, I was talking about him putting the driver out.
In the hole!
This one is going left as well, so all 3 left of the fairway at 7, and that looked like it hit some very lush stuff. Marshall goes running over to get a mark on it.
Certainly working hard this week. There's going to be 2 pretty special, really, opens for very different reasons in consecutive years here in 2021 and 2022. And the ballot, you can sign up now for the 150th Open at St Andrews next year. Another very special event in just 12 months' time.
Fleetwood for birdie, and that one looked to be bouncing a little bit right away and comes up short.
Finale for birdie. Right to left. Or is it?
Well, it should have. That was very weird. I mean, that almost looked like it hit something, because that absolutely should have come from the right. I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. You could have absolutely buried me there, but you let me off lightly. Thank you.
He's feeling kind.
Thomas thought his birdie after that exquisite pitch shot into this par 5 7th hole. Normally you can reach this in 2 easily in the summer, but the wind's turned round. It's from the northeast all week. Different dynamic on this course. Now this is just a little bit of right to left here for Thomas. Hasn't hit a fairway with a driver yet. Doesn't seem to matter at the moment.
Oh, pity, yeah. Missing fairways with drivers, you might have a run of breaks where you'll get lies and you can dig it out, but if you miss fairways around here consistently, this rough is going to eat you up eventually. That was more a result of the putt. Unfortunately, could have done with a birdie.
Sandy Lyle said on the rough here, there are no adjoining fairways like a lot of links courses, so you need to get pretty lucky in the rough if you're going to win a title here at Royal St George's. Just get deeper and deeper into the thick stuff sometimes.
Adam Scott for par at 7. The Masters champion secures that. Currently 1 over par. Back-to-back bogeys at 4 and 5, but a nice bounce-back birdie at the 6th, as you can see.
Yeah, because I was thinking if we're hitting hard sand, that's not all. Yeah, correct.
Sandy Shuffler.
8's money.
Favorite lower right, if anything, yeah?
Correct. It's right. It's out of the right. Okay. Pretty much a quarter on this angle. Okay.
Some great audio there from our people out on the ground.
Aggressive tee shot up to this position right here. It's only 27 yards wide once you get past the bunkers on the right off the tee. And a little bit of misjudgment, guarding against going over, and comes up short.
Jay, I'd be surprised if Schauffele wasn't in contention at the end of the week. He's just such a neat, tidy golfer, isn't he? He does everything well.
He really does. I mean, everyone has been touting him to win a major for several years now after he came on the scene.
As much help as what?
At the U.S. Open.
Well, it's not going to be 420.
Chambers Bay.
No, especially depending on the flight you're putting on it. It's more like 443.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's not getting as much help as the par 3. That's true.
For sure. What would you say hole was?
Hole was just 22.
Aggressive tee shot, as I said it's only 27 yards wide there. If you lay up short of the bunkers, especially downwind, it's 36 yards wide. So these players are being aggressive off the tee to get a shorter club in hand for the second. Elevated position here, downwind and downhill to the green.
Yeah, it's a very inviting second shot here on the 8th once you found the fairway. Ricky Fowler is taking advantage of a good tee shot, giving himself a nice birdie opportunity here. And obviously when I came back in the box, the 16th hole had to come up. Tony Finau.
Well, the pin's nowhere near where you were alluding to. It's over on the other side of the green, Thomas. You don't have to start sweating. It's fine.
48?
Benjamin Hebert for birdie at 12. Just to get to 3 under, within 3 of the lead. You can see the wind blowing, tugging at his trousers. Frenchman pours it in the middle. Very nice. Benjamin Hebert, winless on the European Tour. What a first win this would be. It's been done before. Ben Curtis.
What a time it was as well back in 2003. Went into that week ranked 396th in the world, if you can believe it. Over to McIlroy.
Just hacking out, Ali. 3 missed fairways for these guys, just trying to get it some 80 to 100 out. Get it back in play.
Ooh, he's done pretty well there. I mean, when it's in that long stuff, there's no guarantee that it'll actually move. Still a long way to go.
As the sun starts to set, you really get an appreciation of how many undulations there are around this golf course in the late afternoon.
Now we see Tommy Fleetwood laying it well back on 8th, unlike Ricky Fowler in the group in front of him.
From one of your boys to another, Thomas.
Yeah, these two were some partnership a few years ago. Putting like that, they were. Both of them.
They were electrifying. 2 on the bounce for Molinari. Champion in 2018.
Another former champion, Henrik Stenson, on number 6 for birdie. There you go. It's been struggling a little bit lately, Henrik. There's nothing like coming back to a tournament you love playing in.
Back with Justin Thomas, the world number 3, on the 8th, iron in hand. Wind trailing. That just scampers on through. Pins over on the left side today.
Massive putt for Finau. And you won't get too many putts on these greens from that range that are fairly straight, but he's got the pace badly wrong.
Not often you see that from the world number 17.
Managed to get it down the fairway, Patrick Reed. 215 to this front pin. I think you could probably add about 25 to this. Hence why wood in hand. Danger here is short side on yourself, finishing up one of the face of the bunkers. So he's looking down the left, trying to make a scruffy 5.
Ooh.
Somehow missed them all.
Thankfully.
A much better angle for McIlroy, 201. Playing from underneath the hill. Ball just slightly above his stance. That'll help him here. Good hard low draw needed. Get it chasing up the green.
Up and out of it, and then all of a sudden you get a bit steep, and then you get the spinny up in the air into the wind. It's a bit of a struggle for McIlroy now. Ricky Fowler for this, his birdie on 8. Great tee shot, lovely second. That's how you do it. That's the Ricky Fowler we know. He's coming back slowly to his best, Ricky.
We've seen a lot of that best in this very championship as well. Great record. So this little tester
Go on, go on. Well done. Good two-putt in the end.
Made hard work of it.
Go to Morikawa. See the clouds, the shadows scudding across the green. Oh. All but in the hole.
Making his Open debut. It's hard to think, isn't it? But that's just kind of how the last 24 months have been, in particular in 2020. Could he pick up his first Open championship in his first try, just like Ben Curtis did 18 years ago now? Hebert, Mitchell, they're out there at -3, just inside the top 10 here so far in round 1 at the Open. A little bit of sunshine poking through. It's a lovely stretch of golf courses.
Less than that part
along here.
Yeah. Smooth one, isn't it? Yeah. Get up the upslope as well.
Yeah. A little bit more there.
I know, but it's perfect club. Yeah. It's going to come down just right to the pin, yeah.
Alright.
Just a smooth one, mate. I think it's a good start line, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, yeah.
Smooth one.
179, Fleetwood. Back left pin. This is very similar to the shot he had on 6, the par 3, where he stiffed it about 20 minutes ago. I've got to think it's the same club. It's straight downwind. Can only be playing about 145 this. So just a nice wedge for Fleetwood.
He's eyeing it up and down, and it is just straight down the banner, but shy. Almost a club shy. We head over to the difficult 14th hole. Connors for birdie. And that's the way. The par 5s here are not that easy to play, and they're not gimme birdies like on a lot of other golf courses.
That's not a bad lie for Patrick Reed. Slightly on the downslope, plenty of green to play with. Taking the elevated route, looking for a little bit of spin.
That's an excellent shot. The lie might have been okay, but I mean, there's an element of utter guesswork out of that stuff. Well done.
Just 2 par 5s on the golf course. Par 70, 12 par 4s, 4 par 3s.
Not a bad lie for Rory. Ball above his feet. Needs to be aggressive here. He's pitching on a downslope, so it's all about the strike. Trying to cut across it.
Turning out to be a tough hole for Rory McIlroy here. It's left for par.
Adam Scott's come up a bit short as well as Fleetwood. It's a slightly different angle to that 6th hole, but I was talking about the par 3, so it's a bit more across from the right-hand side, but predominantly down. 172 for the American, but he's just staring right at it. I mean, it's just a perfect spot to come in from. This tight left pin, this one for Thomas.
It's so unusual, this hole. Normally you're hitting 3, 4 and 5 irons in here into the wind. That's normal wind on this golf course, and seeing them with wedges is quite strange. It's quite surprising, isn't it? Molinari F. Settle down. That's a very good effort for Francesco.
It's the 7th green, top of your screen. Only about half a wedge from the beach.
And it was a difficult pitch for McIlroy. It was very easy to leave it short. Got a green patch. He was almost coming through the fringe. It just required a little bit more aggression. Tough one to really play off such a side slope. It's not getting much easier either. This is not an easy par putt. It's running through a flat spot, but it should go from his right. And these are key moments in the first round of a major. Trying to build some momentum. He had such a good start. He's just gone a bit flat since then. He just seems to be struggling just a little.
Yeah, this to avoid 3 bogeys in a row. And a par 5 thrown in this very hole. Come on, Rory.
Can he get his iron this time? And the troubles kind of started back at Mount Juliet, day 1. Just couldn't hole anything really inside about 7 or 8 feet. Wasn't exactly the 2 weeks of confidence building that Rory McIlroy wanted. Missed the weekend last week. That's another drop shot for McIlroy. 3 on the trot.
We go to Benjamin Abbott. This is for his par. Going along nicely. But you need these ones once in a while on links courses, and there you go. Very easy right now for him.
He keeps his scorecard clean of bogeys. Over to Patrick Reed.
Yeah, McIlroy's putt, I thought, moved a little bit more than we thought. But this is more straighter up the hill for Reed.
It's stumping a couple of them, this pin position.
And he's, you know, you have to be a great reader of greens to be a great putter. And he falls in that category, but just didn't see it. Didn't see it.
Either that or you need a really good set of eyes on the bag. We've
Yeah.
seen that before, you know.
Yeah.
Dustin Johnson and Dustin Johnson, quite a pair. Austin's helped his brother a lot with the putter in hand. What of Fleetwood at the 8th off the green, but birdie chance of sorts.
Superb effort, big slinging left to right break. Be quite pleased to be able to walk up there and tap it in.
Tony Finau coming to the end of his round. This is about the time where you start thinking about getting in the clubhouse. Sometimes you lose your concentration, but that was a decent shot.
Certainly not an easy pin to access. To Thomas now for his birdie.
Well, he's had a good read from Tommy Fleetwood here. If it comes off the left for Thomas, keeps his head down nicely.
So he'll tap in, presumably stay at 1 under par for his round.
Let's look at the 9th hole with Ricky Fowler in off the right. Beautiful control from Ricky Fowler. Really like the way he looks at the moment. He's just grown back into himself. Don't know who showed up early in the year, but this is the real one.
Same part for Adam Scott. He's had 2 looks at it from the other 2 players.
He was a decent student. Won't quite get the A+. So that'll be for his part. Adam Scott will stay at 1 over the card.
Morikawa. With that very deliberate, slow backswing. And according to the stats, there is no better iron player on the PGA Tour than Morikawa. He is the best.
Here's another decent one. Sander Schauffele on 9. He's taking a lot more club off the tee.
Stop. Stop.
Tricky one there, into the wind on an upslope.
Almost it just looked like he quit on that a little bit with his footwork.
You get tricky lies once in a while. You get those kind of where just you hit it in the middle of the fairway, but it's really difficult in back of the ball the way you want to control the flight, and that was certainly one of them there.
Looking to pitch this about 240. Cam Smith, just positional play. Breezy's with him off his right. Maybe just slide across a little bit, just try and hold it up so it doesn't run out down the left. Quite a wide fairway.
What a different hole this is with a helping wind. And it's into the wind. Well, the name of the hole is Hades. That tells you everything. It's a beast.
A familiar pre-shot routine for Patrick Reed, really working on the club face control through the ball. Actually quite a flat fairway, 8. One of only a couple around this fine links. 2 bunkers down the right, just trying to keep it short of those.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Yeah. Wally, a lot of these, you know, the overhead shots make the course look relatively flat, but the fairways generally, they're all wrinkled and crinkled, aren't they? Same with the greens, they're very tough.
Yes, it was built obviously ahead of its time because it's still so current. Now McIlroy needs to get to grips with his round. Doesn't seem to be that comfortable in the wind. He's barely got an iron shot to the pin from the fairway. It's 3 shots now, he's ballooned into the breeze.
Yeah, downwind, he's as good as anybody, but into the wind, I think he spins the ball too much. He hasn't really learned to hit that soft shot taking spin off it. He generates a lot of spin normally with everything, but if you put a lot of spin on it into the wind, you're a lost soul.
Well, he says that, you know, even though he grew up on a lot of links, he's been playing over in the US, he turned professional, 95% of the golf you play isn't this style, so even Rory McIlroy has to make some adjustments when he comes back to a place like Royal St George's. So Louis Oosthuizen not really being challenged at the top of the leaderboard so far. He's hanging on to that 1-shot lead, and he'd like to think at least that that's going to stand firm given the tougher conditions we're seeing here this afternoon in the opening round. He's in the ideal position, looking down on the field on day 1. Good little round from Yuxin Lin, a Chinese amateur, just 20 years of age. He's at 1 under par. Ryan Fox, the man that crept inside the top 10 at Royal Portrush 24 months ago now. He too out there at 1 under par. Xander Schauffele from the sand. Greenside left at the 9th. Big drop off behind it.
Yeah, this is all about splashing it out. Maybe try and take it a little bit heavy so you can get it rolling the ball. Lovely shot. We're back at the tee. Tommy Fleetwood with a 3-wood. A little bit down the right, this one. That's okay.
That'll be fine there. So, up ahead at the green, Ricky Fowler, his birdie chance.
Justin Thomas has selected the driver. Why not? You hit it like that, why not?
It does bottleneck a little bit down there, doesn't it, Thomas?
Yeah, it does a little bit, but it's a nice green to go in with a short iron, so it can be worth taking the risk off the tee.
3 birdies, 2 bogeys so far. Trying to add to that tally is Ryan Fox. Nicely done. Gets into 2 under par. A little bounce back after a drop shot just 2 holes earlier.
Just trying to drop this one just under the hole. Cam Smith from 177. Just a superb par 4, number 8. Just drops down about 20 feet or so. Green's nestled amongst the dunes. It's a nice ridge behind the pin. You don't want to go long. It won't give you a birdie putt of any note.
They all seem to get the wind wrong here for that second shot. There's so many guys coming up. It's short of the green. Leaves a tricky putt as well.
Yeah, I just wonder if maybe the wind is just, I don't really think it has changed, but it's funneling, I think, through the fairway, and it's actually a little bit more right to left than the players can feel. I'm down towards the green. It's definitely quartering.
So what is it I need to pitch? 40. Yeah, I'm going pretty much straight on a pop. Pop off your right.
161 for McIlroy. Something in the region of 145. A couple down the hill. Acres of room right. It's going to spin left on you.
That's better. Way better.
Amazing how the fans just live or die by his every shot. Such a popular character anywhere he goes, really, but even more so in this part of the world.
15's played a tough hole. It's not very tough for Morikawa from tee to green when it slips by.
He struggled last week with that putter, Thomas. I've got to say, over the 4 days, it might be the worst exhibition of putting I've seen by a pro. You know, a top-class pro over 4 days. He just couldn't buy a putt.
Just a wedge for Reed from
You
150.
forgot how you put it,
He
Tony.
can really go at this one.
Oh, I lived by it. Patrick Reed, dead on line, little shy. Mr. Bjorn. But did you watch much of it last week, Thomas? I mean, I just could not believe how...
Once he gets rolling on that wind,
No, I watched a little bit. I thought Sunday was a big sports day. There was golf, there was tennis, there was football, and it kind of flicked back and forth, and I watched a bit, but I can't say I watched all of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was his line and his pace. He just he couldn't buy a putt the whole week. It was,
Needs to have a bit of hold on it. Balls above my pace.
Really?
Past that pin, so
Yeah, yeah.
Just got to finish, Tom.
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
On the 9 to left of it. Yeah.
Well, they're talking about our TV tower behind the green and number 9, big number 9 on it, and that's where they're aiming for. That's just left of the pin. You can't be right here. Big slope to the right of the green. And run all the way down the bank. Poor Fleetwood is blind, 166. Good lie, though. Oh, it's got to come down, surely.
That's okay. That's just in the back half of the green. Exactly where you want to hit it when you found the right-hand side of this fairway. Just get it on the green. 2 putts, get on with it.
Connors. This is for a bogey, unfortunately. Okay. Damage control. Gives back that birdie he's just picked up. Still good work.
Club short for Cam Smith. Slope of the bunkers just slightly protruding out onto his line, so left or right. Strong down breeze. This is actually quite a quick one. These are the hard ones, I always think. Upper hill, downwind. Really tough to judge. I can see him knocking this 6 feet past if he's not careful. A couple of paces of fringe also, so just makes it a little bit harder. This is going to require a great touch.
Yeah, that's a pretty good putt. You've got all sorts of elements contradicting yourself, haven't you? Downwind, up the hill, then downhill again. Oh my goodness, confusing.
Excellent position here for Justin Thomas. He's looking straight at this flag. It's a tricky pin though. Just want to throw it in just a little bit left of it. Just stalled in the wind.
He knew that straight off the face. Not much change so far on the leaderboard. In the last little while, lots of finished scores on the left.
Certainly a feeling that it's a little bit tough out there now. There's a little bit more wind, a little bit more to think about for the players. It seemed a bit easier this morning for them to get at the golf course. Now it's just testing them a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree, Thomas. Left to right for Reed up the step.
The draw will flip, and those that played late today will play earlier tomorrow.
I can't see a lot in this, but it does have to be struck pretty swiftly. Wind's belting towards his knees from the right. Just a hair down the hill. So this needs to be hit with authority. And a couple over McIlroy. I think he'd probably take level par, keep him in this tournament. You could just feel everyone around, the whole crowd willing this in.
Nice, timely putt. Just to restore a bit of confidence after those 3 bogeys in a row. Early days, Rory. 1 over par. Not disastrous.
Things can slip away pretty quickly when you lose your confidence on the greens here. Benjamin Herbert out on the other side of the golf course at the 14th, the par 5. In it goes. To 4 under par goes the Frenchman.
He's putting beautifully, isn't he?
Blemish free. 4 birdies on the card is Herbert. And there he is. He pops up to the first page of the leaderboard with that 4 there at the par 5. And he is within 2 of the lead that's been set already today by the South African, a former champion in Louis Oosthuizen with that 64. A couple of recent winners on the European Tour, and Andy Sullivan, Justin Harding, both won in the last 12 months.
Justin Thomas just a club shy with his second. It did stall in the breeze. So a sizable birdie putt. And oh my goodness, that was almost going back towards him.
That did a U-turn. Pay attention to the low camera angles here. That's what really shows off what these players are up against.
He's one of my favourite golfers, Webb Simpson. I love watching him play golf. I don't know why. You're looking at me like I'm October. That's why. Excellent golf.
Nice work there from the 35-year-old. He's enjoying himself, the 2012 US Open champion. From across the green at the 9th, Tommy Fleetwood. A couple of bowls almost on this green. That is tracking, that is poured in. 2 birdies in the last 4 holes now for Fleetwood. And he's back in the red.
I think you can tell he's an Englishman.
You can tell from the way he plays the game, but you could almost say that of Ricky Fowler, who's got a stunning record in this championship. He's up at 10. This is his second shot, found the fairway. The drive.
That is an absolute corker.
Just so much different to most of the holes on the golf course as well. 10. Back to 9.
Rory McIlroy, the driver, just hanging on here. Not quite sure about that one.
Are you looking back?
I like the look of the 9th. Bunker down the right, just aim at that, just turn it off that with the wind, off the right also. Everything cambers from right to left to help that draw. .412 yards the 9th. So 8 and 9, 2 good chances for birdie.
Nice controlled golf swing there from Smith.
Driver also for Reed, it's the only play back into the breeze off the right. And one of a number of fairways that cambers from right to left. Pins towards the back on the right, so really coming from the left is the ideal angle.
Yeah, nice one from Patrick Reed. That just misses the divot, so that's perfect.
You all right?
Up to the green. This for par for Justin Thomas after the ball started coming back towards him from the front of the green.
That's a disappointing bogey for Justin Thomas. It was a beautiful tee shot. Just looking straight at that flag. 3 putts.
Schauffele. Start in the back 9. Can he start it with a birdie? Is that going to come back enough? No.
He's not doing too much wrong though. 1 birdie, 1 bogey to his name so far today.
No, he's never does do too much wrong, does he? Morikawa. Birdie putt. Orthodox putting grip. Go on. Go on. Yes. Beautiful. Yeah, we talked about his putting last week. He switched between the claw, then he tried the orthodox. You can see when a man is really struggling and he's at odds with the putting. But that was a beautiful stroke. And the rhythm is so much better when he holds it orthodox. When he grips it orthodox, it's a rhythmical stroke. When he goes with a claw, he gives it that really slow backswing, and there's no rhythm in the stroke. Stick with it, Mr. Morikawa. Thomas Bjorn looking at me as though He doesn't agree, Thomas.
No, I do agree. I mean,
really?
I didn't know you were a coach. But
There's a first.
I do agree.
There's a first. Thomas Bjorn agreeing with Johnston. Nice to know it happens occasionally.
I'm going to switch seats and come sit between you two. Birdie putt for McIntyre, trying to get back to just 2 over par. That's a good chance missed, and he knows it. Yet to have a birdie so far today, the Scot, much to his disappointment.
Corey Connors. Yeah, there's a late break there, isn't there? We've seen that during the day.
It was such a beautiful approach from Ricky Fowler here on the 10th hole. You would love to see him take advantage of it. And when this guy putts well, he is arguably the best in the game. Just never hit it. Just never hit it. It was all about the line for him there. Forgot to hit it.
Back on the tee is Tommy Fleetwood. Up to one of the higher points up on the green at the par 4 where Fowler just missed his birdie putt. Another very undulating fairway, and that's trundling its way down there. Gosh, that's long. It is downwind, but that's still long.
That is huge. It's a 415-yard par 4. He absolutely smashed it.
So just a little flip in left for Fleetwood.
Standing there the right, isn't it? Yes.
And this strong breeze, I think, will help these three. 148 back into it. Can be pretty aggressive with it. It will run away if you're long and right. But that's not disaster. Just favouring the left a fraction.
Okay, nothing wrong with that.
Just such a tidy player. I mean, his hair's not tidy, his moustache not exactly neat, but on the golf course, Cam Smith punches well above his weight.
Yeah, I must say that the moustache looks like a bit of an afterthought.
Playing in his first Open Championship, the 31-year-old Englishman.
Just a fraction closer, 147. Trying to really punch this one. Sawn off the follow through. Pierce this breeze.
Oh, it stood up.
It's a little bit short, but that's the way to play these shots into the wind. Club extra, hit it softer, keep the spin off it.
And just sitting down a fraction here for McIlroy, so losing a bit of control. 133. Bit of an upslope. So this could balloon or it could fly. Take your chance, McIlroy.
Come on, Lowry.
Yeah, hand off it straight away. He knew that was not going to go where he wanted it to. Just seems a little bit steep on it into the wind, Rory. It just seems like everything pops up for him.
When he's gone on to win a major, you can see there are his positions after the opening round. Has generally been inside the top 5 with a good start. Will need a couple of birdies to get himself right back into the thick of things, at least in regard to that statistic. Nice there from Forgan. Qualified at Prince's, not far from here. No, that's a round of 73, but you know, his expectations might be in a slightly different spot, a Euro Pro Tour player.
Well, Justin Thomas is teeing this one up. He's going to let rip. Needs to go a bit more right. wanted to catch one of those knuckles on the downslope, and then he can get all the way up there. Didn't, but that's in perfect position.
You almost want the power bounce off the back of one of those like Fleetwood had.
Fowler. 238 yards, 11 today. And into the wind now. Look at the flight on that.
Run.
Almost underground, but just pulled a little, but the right idea.
He said he fatted it off the tee. You could hear the audio. I'll tell you what, that dog will hunt though, Ricky Fowler.
Up to the 18th green. 2007 and 2008 Open champion. Oh, Padraig. That's very unlike him. His mind might just be starting to going a few months ahead to the Ryder Cup now. I saw him earlier in the week on a golf course, and he's still focused on winning and believing he can win golf tournaments. But it always sneaks in at the end, that Ryder Cup.
Got to be at least 50 feet. And from 133, you've got to be looking at least half this distance. Actually quite flat once it gets over the ridge. Might just feed a little bit to his right. He's missed the slope. That's the danger.
From one section to another, from one mound to another on these greens. Gotta keep your focus.
Well, here's a blast from the past. He won last week on a Challenge Tour to get him in the Open Championship. Marcel Siem from Germany. There you go. Worked so hard to get his game back.
Isn't it great to see? It really is, because he's one of the true characters out here.
He's amazing. He really is amazing. He loves playing golf, and he lost his game a bit. And just to see him on his way back, great.
That is the 9th green.
And only, you know, another one just always seemed to be a club short. And I've always felt at St George's you've got to get up to the hole. And this, yes, it's right to left all the way, but it's all about the pace. It will just camber left so much if you just can't quite get the pace. A much more straighter putt from across the slope for Reed. But again, it's all about the start line.
Started on the right line. It is almost coming back towards them at the end. And we've seen already today that even, you know, 6 foot either way can really change the complexion of a putt. Whether you have to contend with the mounds and the slopes on these greens. So Patrick Reed taps in for his 4. Outward 9 of 36, 1 over par. 2 bogeys and a birdie for the world number 9.
And Smith on top of the ridge, so this is a much more makeable effort for the Queenslander. And just going back to McIlroy, watching him from 133, you just would love to know what club he's hitting. You just want to get him to stand there with 7s and 6s and just learn to flight it low and control it rather than balloon it up in the air. A shot that you see an Australian like Cam Smith play regularly. He's seen 2 before him, right to left, pretty slow.
At least he got it there.
So it's a little heavy from Ricky Fowler on 11. Yeah, nice little bump and run up this green. That's the danger when you try and do it a little bit more through the air than you normally do at links, and when it's a big green, then it just checks up on you. It's just along the floor. That's the way to play them.
Huge putt right here for Rory. Birdied the first, then bogeyed 5, 6, and 7. Birdied 8. This for a par. Oh, that was a huge putt right there. Especially coming off the nice birdie at the 8th. That one right there just kind of has him hanging in there. 1 over par. Tied for 71st position at the moment. You just don't want to give too much away. There you can see the drives at the 10th. Justin Thomas, perfect position, 70 yards from the hole. Tommy Fleetwood's just off the edge of the bunker. Uphill downwind shot here for Thomas.
Yeah, but with it being soft, you can land it up on top and then stop it. Stop it. Can try and stop it anyway. Decent shot from Justin Thomas.
Well, he only had 70 yards. Hard to put that much spin on it from 70 as we look at Morikawa. Third shot. This is all lie dependent, how much grab you can get, how much you can control it. Pitching back into the wind, that certainly had an effect there. Comes up a little bit short.
And there you see what Thomas Fleetwood is left with. He was almost on the green, and then it came back to here. It's not too difficult. The rough actually helped a little bit because you can get topspin, more topspin, and I mean, it made it look extremely easy, but great shot from Fleetwood.
We saw the chip for Ricky Fowler come up short. This for par at 11. Extremely difficult par 3. And the 5th most difficult, and he leaves his par putt short. It'll be a bogey 5. He's in good company. There's been 29 bogeys at the 11th so far today.
It's not the kind of company you want, though, is it?
Certainly not. Benjamin Hebert, he's on a roll right now, 4 under, trying to get to 5. Most difficult hole on the golf course, Thomas, so anytime you walk away with a par at 15, you're doing well.
Yeah, it's a slight surprise in this wind that it's played that difficult, I think. But
I think it's all due to that front right hole location just over that bank.
Yeah, it's a tough green to hit.
Certainly is, and 2 of the 4 hardest holes on the golf course today are in the last 4 holes on the Royal St George's layout. So for these players that are trying to finish off their rounds, the likes of Morikawa, Keith Mitchell amongst others, they're up against it, and they'd love to stay exactly where they are here in round 1 at the Open. Good little start there from Victor Hovland. Became the first Norwegian to win on the European Tour around about 4 weeks ago now. Dustin Johnson, a man that knows this course, contended here back in 2011. 68 for him today, the world number 1.
I like driver for McIlroy. Such a tough fairway to find. He might as just bust this down the left, get it on the crosswalk, pitch up the green. Fairway sits across. It's actually quite a straight fairway, but he's positioned over on the left, so it's a tough one to find. You might as well get it up somewhere close.
Sit there. Sit there.
Yeah, he knows this is going to be a tricky second shot. This over the bunker to that flag.
You'd rather be on the right side down there, Thomas?
Oh, absolutely. You have to be, I mean, you want to be in the middle of the fairway, but preferably down the right. It opens up that back hole location. Being down the left is extremely difficult shot.
One of the tee shots, he was allowed to use his high ball flight and launch it at least.
Thomas for birdie at 14. Oh, excuse me, 10. I said 14. I'm still thinking about the 14th. Out of bounds still scares me. Haven't played there in years.
I'm sure it plays on the mind of a couple of players out there today as well. So birdie miss for Thomas. Was in the bunker at the last. Tony Finau, this for par now. That's going Going to be one drop shot to finish, you'd think.
Tommy Fleetwood for birdie on 10. Just the tap in. The typical English cheer there, just a yeah, that was good.
He's turned it around since the 6th hole. 3 birdies since then. And it goes for Morikawa.
Well hold right there in a crosswind. Good par at 17. 3 under par. 18th hole to come. Pretty generous fairway at 18 this year. The fairways are a little wider than normal. This is the 18th green. Tony Finau. This is for bogey and a round of 69. That has probably been his bugaboo if he had one in his game. Struggles putting. Wonderful ball striker. And that is certainly a disappointing way to finish with a double bogey in the final hole for a round of even par. Time for 47th at the moment.
Super par 3, this 11th, heading straight back towards the sea and Pegwell Bay. Out there in the ocean, Fleetwood, he's on a run. Tees up, flags back, sort of back centre really, just over the ridge in the middle of this green. You can get on that top level, makes a lot easier, but you take a par all day long here on 11. That just picked up as he hit it.
Shot there. Hit up. Great swing. Nice. Thanks.
Not too many would complain with that tee shot.
No, very good there. Didn't quite get it up the ridge. A couple more feet, it would have released a little bit more, but good shot right in the middle of the green.
I feel like this one applies.
Great par 3 this. It's not a disaster hole. You're not going to make 5 here, but it's so easy to make 4 at the length it is. For the back tee, it's 240 yards, but not off this tee. It's 214.
Okay.
But it's playing miles.
I do like this one.
Yeah, they got a little kind here, didn't they, Jamie? Put them on the back tee. They're pros. They have names on their bag. Come on.
You're cruel. There's enough tough holes out here. Correct. Are you not entertained?
I am entertained, but you know what? I mean, they've got more clubs in their bag. Use them all. Come on.
Yeah, well, they're still hitting 3-iron, Jay. What do you want?
Nothing wrong with a wood on a par 3. There's no water up there.
He's struggling a bit, Scott, today. Just a little bit of a struggle for him, but he's normally a brilliant long iron player.
Stay right.
Coming back down, didn't quite get up the ridge, much like Fleetwood, but good shot.
Benjamin Abbott. Oh, and a wonderful 16th hole here. That's okay.
It's easy to have a love-hate relationship with that hole, isn't it?
No, I don't like it.
Only one of us has a bunker named after us in this commentary box.
Just to give a little bit of a backstory, it was Thomas had the lead. The year Ben Curtis won, and 16 was the demise, so he is kind of joking as we look down to 11T.
Thomas, he's just gone 2 club lengths back, hitting the 3-iron. Just thinks it's a touch too much, but got to keep it low. Keep it under the wind. Watch how high his hands go here. So high at the top of his backswing.
Three very good shots at 11 for the group that teed off at 321. McIlroy, Reed, and Smith. Excuse me, Thomas, Scott, and Fleetwood. 310. Getting all my times and holes wrong. Let's go to Fowler. I think this is 12.
Got one in a row. Just on top of a little ridge here is Fowler. Wind off the right. Pins on 15-4 off the left. Is that going to stay there? It does. Digs in. Played in a practice round with Ryan Fox and Daniel Hillier, a young New Zealand player. And they're out there playing a match. He was giving Hillier quite a bit of an advice. It was nice to see.
And 103 off the upslope. I'm not convinced he can go at this. Elevated green is just going to keep on running.
That is some nasty stuff down that bank. He's going to be struggling to be able to see the putting surface from down there.
Yeah, there's only one thing for him, and that's it into the wind, the next one.
A much friendlier shot, but not sitting great. He's standing in a bit of a bowl, 100 yards for Cam Smith. A better angle, but that's about all. Just trying to pitch this front middle and let it release all the way up the green. Just trying to get it to come out straight will be an achievement. It's very well played.
A brilliant shot of that long rough. Great shot and maybe a little lucky as well. And you do need luck on links golf courses from time to time.
All the time.
Just 50 yards playing right of it. No chance to get this close using the bank. And that's very well played. As good as he could do, McIlroy.
Excellent shot. Imagination in full flow there for McIlroy. Pure quality, that.
He certainly knows how to paint between the lines, doesn't he, Rory McIlroy? What a shot it was off the bank. So a birdie putt to come.
Isn't it lovely to see how he just hooded that club down to get the top spin going, bouncing it into the bank, kicks left, up there, nice birdie chance.
Ryan Fox for par at 18, just for a round of 68. He does have history of playing well on links golf courses, and that is a nice save. A little different trip to dinner for Ryan Fox than what we just saw from Tony Finau in the group ahead. Well played round right there. Good solid start.
Benjamin Hebert.
Long range putt here, this to get within one of the lead of Louis Oosthuizen. Is it going to swing from the right? Well, it would have. It didn't have enough pace. A bit of work left as well, reaching for that coin early.
Still going along nicely, blemish free.
And not a particularly good one. A little bit on the upslope, which will help him back into the breeze, so it can be mega aggressive. But he's sitting in a nasty little clump.
Got a lot of club on that, didn't he?
Yeah, it certainly helped a lot that it was into the wind. You know, you feel like you can be a little bit more aggressive with it, but it was a terrible place to be.
Molinari, second to 18, narrowly missed that bunker right behind him as we look at him. Into a right to left wind. Hole's got pretty much in the middle of the green. Wow, what a shot. Is that a... Oh, it's going right at the hole coming in from 3 o'clock. Oh, you've got to savor those moments. Of course, he's had the greatest moment of all in the Open Championship, winning at Carnoustie.
Tommy Fleetwood on 11. This is for birdie, but it's up and over into the wind. It's slow. Difficult to get the right pace on this one, and it's okay.
Looks as though it's going to be Cam Smith first to play.
Yeah, after a stunning recovery, Ali. Putting down the real centre of the green. A little bit of wind in play. This green is pretty elevated. The crowds are quite thin at this point. They've all moved on down towards the grandstands at 11. It's a tough area for the spectators to see. Sun's now dropped, starting to get a little bit colder as well, so conditions are definitely not easing. Predominantly left to right, a little bit of wind in play.
The only man so far to par every hole on the front 9 consecutively. It's going to be another added to the tally there.
Justin Thomas for birdie at 11 from below the ridge line. From this angle, not a whole lot of break. Ooh, he had the right street. 1 digit off on the address.
Just shows his intensity there. He's playing 1 birdie, 1 bogey, but just hunting for it, Justin Thomas.
And a good chance for McIlroy, but there's as much wind in this as there is slope. It's all about how much feel you have in those fingers. Just trying to visualize the ball dropping from the left side of the hole.
He's annoyed with himself on that one. He's never hit it.
Ricky Fowler for birdie at 12. A little bit downhill the last 3 or 4 feet. That too, like Justin Thomas, right on line.
Well, this is the best way to finish off your round in any major championship on the 18th. Just tap it in for birdie. 2 under par, 68. Francesco Molinari is slowly working his way back to some of his best golf. He's still in this championship. Here it is again. Just sending out, letting the wind carry it in. Gets a little bit of a fortunate spinny bounce here. And look at that. If it just had rolled in one more time this morning, it would have gone in.
Par putt for Benjamin Hebert here at the 16th. Just a little bit too long to say, oh, that's a sure thing. Goes right in the middle. Perfect speed for the Frenchman. Nicely done. Continues on. 2 holes to play. 2 behind the lead of Louis Oosthuizen.
Yes, he's going along nicely. There is Benjamin Hebert in a share of 4th place as it stands alongside Hughes Fratelli. Stuart Sink at 4 under par with just 2 holes left to play. Just the 1 left for Colin Morikawa. Can he finish it off? He's at 3 under par, 3 shots back of the lead of Louis Oosthuizen as it stands. Still some good golf and some pretty tricky afternoon conditions from a couple of players out there this afternoon.
Fleetwood on 12. There's more bumps and knuckles in this fairway than probably any other fairway on this golf course. He likes it. Tee's picked up. Needs a nice bounce. Oh, a soft one. That's okay.
They're quite significant. If those ridges were out in the surf, you'd say it was a pretty good day for it.
Spoken like a true Aussie.
Webb Simpson, his 3rd from the left of the 14th green, pitching back into the breeze, and that really did help. He had short-sided himself, so Simpson has that short birdie. That should be a tap-in for one of Thomas's favorite players.
Told you, love watching him play.
A tough par 3, 11, as Jamie Spence was saying. Just a fantastic par 3. So hard to get all the way back there. Kidney-shaped sort of green. Littered with bunkers, trouble everywhere. It's going to require McIlroy's finest of long irons to get this anywhere near this pin. This is a par 3 and run.
Well, we've seen him struggle a little bit on shots into the wind, ballooning up. Did he hit this one flat enough to get it there? No. It's a pattern today. Certainly struggling with the into the wind shots. Let's not forget he's in between swings, kind of revamping things with Pete Cowan, working on swing changes at the moment. Such a beautiful swing, but it doesn't take much to be a little bit off. And when you are changing things, sometimes you get caught up in what you're trying to do, and sometimes it's more difficult to actually play golf in the championship.
But one of the things I love about Pete Cowan, I was standing behind him on the range last week, and he was talking to Jazz Jane Watananot.
65? Yeah.
I'll get back to that in a second if we've got good audio down here.
I think it's got to be the low body shot. How do you like that? I love that. I absolutely love that. Let's talk about where we're finishing. It's mostly at the right, maybe a little bit of vert. Finish on the O. Finish on the O, started at the 1. Perfect. Right? Yep. Good. Nice and committed to it, bud.
You feel like you're right there with them.
Yeah, but he talks about low body shot. So this is what he's trying to do here is he's trying to take his wrists out of it so that can make, so he's just using his body to try and keep the ball flight down. And when I look at McIlroy, I see too much of wrist working on the way down into the wind, and that sends the ball up in the air. Morikawa hits it with his body, and that keeps the ball flight down. Rory McIlroy hits it a little bit with his hands, and that sends the ball up in the air.
Great insight there.
Cam Smith, tee shot at 11. 214 yards. Moved the tee up 30 yards today. Mainly due to the fact that it's into such a strong wind. Same winds forecast all 4 days. That's a really good shot from the Australian. Two-time winner of the Australian PGA. They were actually back-to-back in 2018 and 2019.
Yeah, around about an hour and a half from where he lives. Where he grew up, at least. Lives over in Florida now, in Jacksonville.
Clever green also here at 11. A couple of distinct tiers, a little one at the back and a little one just on the right-hand side. So many pin placements. Can Patrick Reed punch one out low and get something on that back tier?
It's just the opposite, Thomas. Reed is very good at flattening it out and playing different shots. And I do think it comes back to the fact that McIlroy's in between swings. Let's not forget the great Sir Nick Faldo. He was in between swings for a while. Tiger Woods, after leading up to the Tiger Slam, he made some swing changes. And sometimes it takes a transition period. I think Rory's in one right now.
Oh, absolutely. And there's nothing worse than playing links golf when it's a little bit windy, when you are in between, because you're not quite sure where it's going. It's difficult to commit. As we just watched Webb Simpson finishing off there on 14. He's got a beautiful round going.
Second shot for Connors into 18. You can see from the flags surrounding the 18th, wind is off the right. Right at the hole. All the way, landed softly.
Playing in his second Open, enjoying his time. A little bit more miscut 2 years ago at 2019 at Royal Portrush for Connors. Back out to Hey Bear at 17.
Yeah, we'll have to land this one short. We'll have to try and either into the slope or even short of the slope and try and see if it can come up. It looks like to me he's sent this right up in the air. So then it's past the hole, not much spin, left for the long top.
Is it worth the gamble off that uphill lie down wind to pitch it and try and run it up that slope?
Well, I think you're in the rough, so you are going to get the spin. You are going to get the overspin. So I would definitely go for trying to hit it into the bank and see if I could roll it up there.
That's a great thing about links golf, especially in windy conditions. You have so many different ways to get to the same spot. Schauffele at 13, hole called the Princess.
Certainly one of my favorite golf holes on this golf course. It really just sets up beautifully. You look at all the bunkers. It's looking straight out towards the ocean there behind you. Get uncertainty with the wind here.
It could just take a wind gust that makes you start over, because you stand over it waiting for the gust to stop. Of course, you'd be out of your routine.
Yeah, but you just got to commit to a shot that you know is going to go a certain distance, and if you are uncertain, well, then you have to knock it down even more. Take the wind out of play. Know what the ball is doing. There's a lot of room to work with here, so you can just flight it in really low and roll it up there.
Right hole location today, protected by a bunker short and right.
Settle. Settle.
Got that riding on the wind and goes down the slope. Not surprisingly, Rory's coming with the putter from just short right of the green at 11. Have to give this a good hit. Has to go up a slope into the wind. He would surely take 2 putts and run to the 12th hole.
Ball's running.
He's left himself several putts of that range for par.
Can't work out if someone's taking photos out there or if it's a receipt machine.
Well, there's Jerry out watching his son play, wondering what kind of putt was that, young man.
Good player in his own right. Loves playing in the Dunhill Links Championship. Oftentimes they do together. We go to Morikawa at 18 for birdie to get to 4 under par. Be a good round of 66. Great view right there of what he's facing. Downhill. Pretty good effort right there.
Pins in another bowl. I'm not sure I've seen so many bowled greens as you get here at Royal St George's before. Seems to be one on every hole. That's where we find Patrick Reed at the moment. Front of 11, long range.
And another good putt from long range, as you say. One of the biggest things when you have a long range putt, the benefit of hitting it up there where you don't have to work on the second one is the fact that you're eliminating stress, and that stress on those 4 or 5 footers adds up as the week goes on, and you're really taking it easy on yourself, on your nerves, by not having to work so hard on the second one.
Benjamin Hebert, 17th green. We've seen this putt a lot of times today. It's slow, it's into the wind, very much uphill at the end. It's a difficult one to commit to. I think about the only ones we've seen, the only one I think we've seen hold it was Sergio Garcia earlier today. There you go. It must just be an optical illusion for them. They can't see the hill going up there at the end of the putt.
No, I think it's one of those that everywhere you go, it looks downhill to you all the way around. Good observation.
Cam Smith for birdie at 11 to get into red numbers. It's been a grinding day for the Australian. Got off to kind of a rough start, scrambled for some pars. Easy par at 11. Certainly he was in position to maybe get one back.
Product of the Golf Australia rookie program. They're set up with, their own teams, but they get so much support. Minjee Lee, Hannah Green, 2 others in that category. Mark Leishman was a little too old. He missed out. It was created after he'd kind of already made his name in professional golf.
And quite a difficult return putt for McIlroy's. Got to feel it should be one way, but I think it's t'other.
Another black number on the scorecard.
Yeah, and that's a bogey. And you have to think back, okay, why did he make the bogey? He made the bogey because he didn't flight the tee shot correctly, left himself out of position. It wasn't really a 3-putt. We go to Fleetwood at 12.
Up over the slope for Fleetwood. Started it down the right. He's trying to come back. No, it's not going to come back that far. Good try.
He's getting some good work done, though, today. Tommy Fleetwood. 2 under par. And there aren't, like we've been saying, many red numbers out there this afternoon.
Thomas hit it way left off the tee, and he took all his might to get it back on the fairway. He has missed 5 fairways with the driver. It's not his favourite club at the moment. I think to win round here, you've got to drive the ball really well, and he's not done today so far, Thomas, so he's got this for a par. Was about 2 feet away at one point, but he just dribbled down this hill. He's now got to come up over the slope. A little bit of break in it. It's quite slow. He's just starting to falter, the American.
You know it as soon as you hit it. When you haven't hit it square, you're going to come up short. Frustration, shake of the head. Thomas goes to 1 over.
Well, everything was going kind of smoothly, but this one was for par. You got to commit to this one. Just left lip probably. Keep your head down. You don't want to come up and out of this one. There you go. Beautiful putt. Absolutely beautiful.
One of just 5 players from the afternoon rounds in red figures.
That was a really big putt for Benjamin Hebert, especially going to the 18th, which is not the easiest hole in the world. That was because he's never been anywhere like this before in his game. Major championship, 4 under par, 1 hole to play.
Certainly putting in a good afternoon's work, Benjamin Hebert. 4 under par, 1 left to play in the opening round of his Open Championship at Royal St George's. 2 shots back off the pace, but he'll have the morning conditions on Friday.
Playing partners for McIlroy, one down the left, one down the middle, so absolutely fine in the fairway. McIlroy with the sweater back on. 12 runs parallel with 9, so needs to try and control this ball flight if he can. A couple of bunkers down the right. Anything left of those will just be fine.
And he's got the big stick out riding on the wind right to left.
Plug. 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 Plug.
Fleetwood on this difficult 13th. I don't think he can reach the left bunker. He's leaning. I think it's heading that way.
They've got eyes on it.
Well, Ricky Fowler up at the green for par. Just down the hill is quick. That got there. So leaving 3 or 4 putts in a row short in the middle of the hole. Finally one down the hill so he could get it there.
Marcel Siem with the broom handle putter, just for eagle for the German. Get to 3 under par and right in the thick of things. Won last week on the Challenge Tour, so playing with a lot of confidence at the moment. As Thomas said earlier, has really worked hard to get back to this position. Let's go to Webb Simpson.
Well, that was a quick swing, wasn't it? Yeah, good shot though. Hang on, hang on, hang on.
He had a longer shot into the 15th than most, laying up off the tee, playing the wide part of the fairway. So many different ways to work this out.
It's a gorgeous part of the world where we are here in Kent. And there are the white cliffs of Dover. We're at about 45 minutes south of here, right on the southeastern edge of England, about as close to continental Europe as you can get without going for a swim. There's Sandwich. There's a couple of roads here, you're just not quite sure if they're two-way. What a great place to visit.
I remember flying back from the Isle of Jersey for the first time back to England and saw those white chalk cliffs. And it's like, wow, that is really amazing. Definitely worth a visit.
Apparently there's a couple of hidden tunnels in them as well, I've heard. They're about 140 million years old, or give or take a million or two.
Marcel Sim on 14, while these two keep talking about tunnels. Nice birdie on 14.
He's got tunnel vision.
Thomas struggling to get the driver in the fairway, into the wind, right to left. Going towards the left bunker, but into the wind. Can you reach it? 280 yards today, and not a problem for Thomas.
Well, a bit of a topsy-turvy birdie putt to try and finish things off for Keith Mitchell, who'll probably take 2 strokes in a heartbeat from down there. Even at this calibre of play, it's been a good day so far. Could he? Beautifully judged. As we go back to the 12th, this is the ball placements of Smith, Reed and McIlroy at the dogleg right.
Sitting like a bird's nest, McIlroy, 94 yards. Quite a big miss, really. It's quite a wide fairway, bunkers down the right. This is a pin to stay away from here at 12. This is where he needs a floater up the right. He has that shot today.
Pure strength getting the club through there to be able to control the distance, and McIlroy does it brilliantly. Will that be the one that turns his round around?
Just getting back to what we were talking about earlier about, you know, trying to play imperfect golf, and now that he's got Cowan on the team, and there's something I heard last week, Cowan talking to Jazz saying there's nothing wrong with a toe cut because toe spin's the holy grail. Because of the lack of gear effect, and especially in these kind of conditions and in the wind. And so he's got a guy in his corner that's encouraging him to play imperfect golf. And I think he needs that, doesn't he, when he's trying to make changes and then you come to an uncomfortable style of play in the wind with less control.
You know, when you play Open Championships, it's not about, you're not going to play 4 rounds of great golf.
Yeah,
you've got to go out there and play rounds of golf where you don't play very well, but you're going to grind it out and you're going to find a way to get the golf ball to where you want it to go. And I sometimes think with Rory, when it gets windy, that he just struggles to keep that flight and control of his flight to exactly know where the ball is going, and it leads him to some really silly bogeys really out there.
Cam Smith from 88 yards, tough little side hill lie, plays it very well. Birdie putt to come for the Australian as well. Keith Mitchell, a nice 2-putt at 18 for a round of 68. Certainly didn't hurt himself at all. 4 shots behind the lead of Louis Oosthuizen.
That's a nice rise, isn't it? Looks like something from the mid-80s, that one.
Bringing it back. 79 yards left for Reed.
Just trying to pinch it down and control the spin here. He does both. Feeds a little bit off of a mound in the left edge of the green. So all 3 players at the 12th, called Lemonade, have birdie putts to come.
Technology's changed quite a bit, hasn't it, since then, fashion, you could say, since the last time we were here in 2011.
Benjamin Hebert, perfect tee shot up the right center at 18. Wind off the right. bet his heart is pumping. It's only the first day, but such a huge round going for the Frenchman. Will it go down into Duncan's Hollow? Yes, it will. Aptly named. George Duncan, when he was down in that hollow and took several shots, ended up losing to Walter Hagen in 1922.
Are there any spots on the course that are named after good things at Royal St George's?
Yes, the table on 5 called Campbell's Table.
There we go.
Bill Campbell hit it all 4 days of 1967 Walker Cup when the U.S. went on to win.
So much history here at Royal St George's, hosting the Open for the 15th time. So Abbott, with just a little bit of work left to do to try and clock his 66. Webb Simpson, Thomas's favourite, going along nicely. 3 under par. No one complaining with anything under 70 out here this afternoon. The first ever sub-70 round was actually recorded here back in 1904, if you can get your head around that. It was a 69 by James Braid in the 3rd round.
Reed first to go for birdie at 12. He knocks it in. Can the other two? Fantastic birdie for the former Masters champion. Gets him back to 1 over par. It's been a scrappy day so far for Reed.
Justin Thomas on 13. The strike was good. Staring at it. Yeah, that's okay. It's a tough hole today, 13 into that wind. Anything on the green in 2 is superb.
And a similar line from Patrick Reed. Quite a quick putt actually, coming up and down the ridge. Slightly wind affected this for Cam Smith, but a very good chance after a superb iron shot underneath the breeze.
Excellent. A little bit annoying for Rory McIlroy. It's always difficult when you see the 2 guys in front of you hole it. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, it's definitely a situation when you're a player thinking, can all 3 of us make this? Did the hole just get smaller? It was a huge putt at the previous hole for McIlroy. Can he make this?
Is there room for 3?
Well, there's always room. The hole doesn't change size.
You're not superstitious, Jay?
Well, I'm trying to be more pragmatic. Yes, very. Good speed. It looked to me like he hit it on the line he intended, which you never mind missing a putt unless you're Tony Johnstone, as long as you hit it where you wanted to. Tony hated missing any putt. He had to put the microphone down. He's now over there giggling. McIlroy, 2 over par. Currently in a time for 91st place as he's about 2/3 of the way through his opening round. 149th Open Championship. Great stuff if you're out there, if you're coming later on in the week. Some of the boards have some very good rules trivia questions. Great stuff from the RNAs. We go to 13 green.
Thomas up and over the ridge. This is some green here at 13. There's a big spine all the way down the middle of it, and Thomas has got to go up and over the other side. So it's going to go both ways. This difficult to 2-putt, let alone hold it.
This one had a little bit too much pace right there, and it's not going to be a straightforward one coming back. Hole at 13's cut in a little bit of a swale. Let's go to 14. This is a tricky pitch shot. The screen flattens things out. This green is about mid-chest height on Kevin Kistner. Above him, pitching into the wind makes it a lot easier and nearly holds it. These guys make these shots around the greens look pretty easy, and they are anything but. so challenging around the greens. We go to Fleetwood.
Yeah, he had a chip out of the left-hand rubbish, had a terrible lie. Got it here in 3, Fleetwood, so this for par on this very difficult but brilliant par 4, 13th. Straight down towards the Princess Golf Club. There's 2 beautiful 18 holes just over the other side of the fence. This is left to right, up over this spine and down the other side. It will go the other way. Difficult putt.
Yeah, that was difficult. A tough read. Those double breakers always are, especially when you're going up and then down. How much will it break up the slope when it's going at pace, and then how much will it break when it's dying down the hill? Really difficult.
Cam Smith just nestled just short right of the first bunker. And this one's heading well left.
We saw the apex on the ball flight of that one, only 55 feet. That one was a bit of a smother. You don't see that often from players of his quality.
What a great break, Jay. Right on the pathway. Perfect.
Yeah, I can see that from here, Tony. It's sitting up like a coconut, that one. Now, this wind has not, I repeat, not laid down. This is going to be a tough finish until the turn for home for McIlroy. Trying to send this one down the middle through the bunkers.
And that is as straight as they come. Anthony taking on the bunkers. Was that frustration or just his game plan on this hole?
Yeah,
whatever it is,
both, probably.
It's a good one. Sets up 13 for where he can be aggressive coming in with his second. See some gray skies over Sandwich Bay. Imagine the temperature is going to drop quite a bit before these players get finished with their round. Snack time for Rory McIlroy as we look up to the green, and Justin Thomas with his par putt. Should have a little bit of left to right downhill for the first half of this putt.
Nicely holed. He is very good with that short stick, isn't he? Beautiful rhythm in that stroke. When you talk about rhythm in the stroke, it doesn't have to be, you know, the metronomic rhythm. It can be slower, it can be faster, but as long as it's rhythmical, and every golfer out there knows what rhythmical looks like.
You mean the same pace back and through?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Make it slower. You know, it can be, some guys are slower, some guys are faster, but exactly, Jay, just rhythm. See it from a mile away.
Bogey putt for Fleetwood, all of 3 feet. It's a 5 at 13 for Tommy Fleetwood after an errant tee shot. Drops back to 1 under par. He heads to the reachable par 5 14th as we go up to 18, and Benjamin Hebert out of Duncan's Hollow. A big slope to putt up. Get up. Didn't get over the slope by much.
Sean Norris at 16 with a birdie putt. A long one. Oh, a good one. How about that? He's only had 1 par on the back nine. He's had 4 bogeys. That's his second birdie. All adds up for the day to 2 over.
Norris, the South African, plays a lot in Japan where he's been very successful. Now to a Frenchman on 18 for par. He has holed out so well. Benjamin Hebert round in 66. Never a winner on the European Tour. A dream start to the 149th Open Championship for Hebert. What is he thinking at the moment? He's thinking he's only 2 shots behind the former Open champion Louis Oosthuizen. Jordan Spieth, also an Open championship in his back pocket, only 1 behind alongside Brian Harman. Some great scoring in the opening day of the 144th Open. Tour champion. You can see he was rounded in 67. Great story, Jack Sr. Made a knee knocker of a par putt last week at the Scottish Open to get a berth into the Open this week. He's taking advantage of it. Opening round of 67 as we go to Justin Thomas at 14 with an iron. Wind coming off the right. Have to lay up short of the Suez Canal, which crosses the fairway. About 335 yards. That is the name of this hole, Suez Canal.
That's a ripper too. You've got a lot of chase on it. Beautiful shot. Let's go over to Tyrrell Hatton. Putting through the hollow, down, up the other side. Will it come back? Not bad. He's going to be, oh yes, hit it. He does like letting off a bit of steam. But he's a good lad. I had a long chat with him on Tuesday, Jay. He's really pleased he's going to be back here for a while now, playing. So, that's the comfort factor, isn't it? Tommy Fleetwood, like Justin Thomas, with the iron. Is that too far? Has he lost it on the wind? It looks like it. Oh, goodness. You don't want to be going with an iron for safety and do that. Oof, that is thick stuff down there.
Go up to 16 green. Former U.S. Open champion Webb Simpson. This for a birdie 2 to get to 4 under par, within 2 of the lead. And pours it right in there with confidence, lots of speed. So Webb Simpson joins the group at 4 under par. Let's go down to Rory McIlroy at 13.
Yeah, 165, Jay. Playing partners on the green. Cam Smith with a superb iron shot into about 15 feet. It's a good chance, but again, the ball flight of McIlroy is twice as high as his playing partners. That's given away a little bit of control once more.
It's going to be on the downslope in that first cut of rough. That might be a tricky one, dealing with a couple slopes. Every shot, Anthony, it looks like playing into the wind. He's still flighting it up. Head down a little bit, possibly frustrated.
Rafa Cabrera Bello. The elegant Cabrera Bello on 18. Nice tee shot. Oh, there you go. That's how you play it into the wind. Hit it softer. Take spin off it. Spin is thine enemy on a windy day. Take a club more, swing it softer, leave the spin off. It's not rocket science.
14th green. Xander Schauffele is to get into red numbers. Always at the top of many people's list of potential winners, and fantastic putt for Schauffele. Bogeyed the 4th where he got in a bunch of trouble. It was actually a good bogey. Birdies at 6 and now 14. We go to 17 and Simpson.
Good round of golf he's putting together, but this is way right. Is it as far right as it looks? Oh, it's not too bad, but like all golfers should do. Good shot of 4, even if there's a slight possibility of hurting someone.
Great overhead look from our camera in the airplane, giving us such great pictures throughout the week. A little bit of sun on parts of the golf course, clouds on the other, waves chipping away at the beach, and we go down to Fleetwood out of the rough.
Yeah, you can't even get over the burn in front of him, about 50 yards in front. He's just going to have to chip it down the fairway. He can still reach. Oh, look at that. I mean, it's just nothing when you go in that left rough.
Oh. Well, it is a pretty wide fairway. It's 36 yards wide when you're trying to hit an iron to it.
Well, we paced.
Jay, Tony, you need to just give him a kick under the table.
He's too far away. He can't reach me with his. We go to Rory in 13.
Okay.
Downhill lie here. Is it a good lie? Could he get the club on it? Reasonable shot. that was downhill. Par putt to come, about 3.5 feet. The former Open champion.
Jay, Warren Humphries and I paced across that 14th fairway yesterday in the driving area. 53 yards we made it.
That's in the that's in the layup area. It's 57. I had it 36 in the driving area.
Yeah, yeah.
See him at 16. Only 2 under.
Stay there. Stay there.
Good first round for the German. Asking it to stay there. There's a bunker not far away out of the picture to the right, but a brilliant shot from Marcel Siem. That's a sure birdie 2 coming up. And he is just enjoying life, having fallen off kind of into the doldrums of professional golf for a while, fighting back, and I gotta believe he is back as we go to Reed on 13 green.
And putting across three almost church pews, coming across the slope, wind off his back. Tough one to judge this.
Just enough to catch his attention.
Just having a very good look at the slopes as he makes his way up to mark his ball, as you should. Justin Thomas, iron in hand. He can reach 14 green and 2, no problem. Picked it clean, trying to work it on the wind, but asking it to hit the bunker so it doesn't run off to the rough, but that is pretty close to the edge. Will he have a stance? That could be a tough one coming up for Thomas as we look at Fleetwood.
Yeah, just a bit closer for Fleetwood. He can definitely reach with this iron, but he's got to take it down the right.
Hey, Chuck.
It's on a good line.
That is absolutely awesome. What a recovery shot. That shot in itself is deserving of a birdie.
Cam Smith at 13. Down the hill for birdie. Once again, no stress, par for the Australian. All pars with 1 birdie at the 12th. Pretty solid. Webb Simpson, second to the 17th. Coming in straight down breeze, and as they all have, flying up on top out of the rough, end up in the back third of the green. Difficulty on that one is the putt coming back into the wind.
I love that overhead shot there of the wildflowers growing in the rough, and they've all sprung up in the last month or so. Doesn't make it any easier to dig it out though, Jay.
Certainly not, but this man is going to be digging in his bag deep to try and save this par. It's 1 putt per round. There you see Patrick Reed, number 2 behind Scotty Scheffler. Pretty good group there. Tiger Woods and Ian Poulter, one of the all-time great grinders. A rare miss for Reed. It's going to be 3 putts at 13. It's not often Reed turns 2 shots into 3.
No. Absolutely right. You're right. A rarity to see a miss from that range. McIlroy. It was a decent chip. It just scuttled on a little bit. It wasn't straightforward. So for his par. Nicely done.
Yeah, just what he needs right now. Getting his par at Princess, number 13, and then heads to a par 5. He can easily reach in 2 with a pair of irons. Up to 18 green. Cabrera Bello. Can he finish off his round in style? Even par, he was begging, had the knees working. It'll be matching front and back nines of 35 for a 70 for the Spaniard. Certainly not a bad round, but even par, you'll find 47 players in red numbers ahead of you.
Marcel Zim. Beautiful tee shot, nicely done. There's not a single person out on tour that isn't delighted to see Marcel playing like this again. The win last week on the Challenge Tour, it's all about confidence, self-belief, and he's 3 under par. Good man, Marcel.
And let's have another look at that tee shot. Led to that short birdie putt.
Stay there. Stay there.
Had to talk it, ball into it, ball listen. Tony, when you've played well, your game falls off, and then you come back. Do you appreciate it more on the comeback than you did initially?
Yeah, no question. Yeah, when you're playing well, everything just seems so easy, doesn't it? You go out and you keep piling on decent rounds of golf. But he's really been through the middle, lost his card, and just, I mean, delighted for him, delighted for him. I spoke to him about 2 years ago, and he'd fallen out of love with the game. It was obvious, you know, he just wasn't enjoying himself. Didn't know where his swing was at, didn't know what he was trying to do on the golf course. But he's back.
And there's a look at 14 fairway. McIlroy's on the tee, trying to hit the fairway.
Yeah, and with the wind off the right, out of bounds right, it's not easy. It's an intimidating tee shot, even for one of the greats in McIlroy. Really can't see much of it. Just playing for position. Trying to hold this down the right.
Would have been a nervous moment or two there with the out of bounds, which you can't see. It's hidden behind the long grass there, only 5 yards from the edge of the fairway, all the way down the right side of 15, but all is good now.
Like maybe at least the 240 front edge. I think it definitely does. I like that.
Just a quick change to the iron for McIlroy. Same play for Patrick Reed, just trying to send this down the right. It's quite a wide fairway. I really can't see very much. That does play with the mind. This one's down the left.
I think it's pretty good.
It certainly won't hurt him. First cut of rough won't be an issue at all. Might actually help him run it up on the green.
It's not a long par 5, but it's a good one out there at 14. So Webb Simpson coming home strong, trying to finish things off here in his opening round. He actually made his debut here back in 2011. Opened with a round of 66 then. Could he do it again? He's going in that direction at least here in the opening round of the Open. It is great to see the German Marcel Zim playing some good golf. He's a 4-time winner on the European Tour, and coincidentally they actually came a decade apart. His last couple of wins in 2004, 2014.
Justin Thomas for par at the 14th. The American struggling a little bit on the par 5. Oh, excuse me, it's for birdie. And that's not a big problem. Of course, we saw his second shot go into that left bunker where he had a compromise lie, played the bunker shot to that position, and then putted up. Should be a par, no problem. As we go to Simpson at 17, this is a putt, Tony. We've seen this player struggle to get to the hole.
Yeah, it is so slow. And if you just get it slightly wrong, it has that sideways bender, doesn't it? It's just an awkward putt.
We saw the fantastic shot on 14 for Fleetwood. Can he convert? Yes, he can. Tommy Fleetwood, huge roar from all the people standing in the elevated position to the left of the green. So that was for a 4 after having to chip out of the rough. There you can see the sand trap, one of our bunker cams. Catch some great action through the 4 days.
They actually blowtorch the revetted faces. They come out with this huge flamethrower. It's quite a sight to see. Looks like something from an action movie.
Yeah, it's a specialist skill, that, doing bunker revetting. A couple of the older greenkeepers were specialists at it. I'm sure they've passed their knowledge on to the younger generation. Bunker can. Whoa, it's the ultimate cruelty. Look at that face of that bunker on the right. Oh my goodness, it's almost vertical.
That's it. Someone asked me the other day, what's so hard about them? They're just bunkers. Well, you can get up pretty close to those lips. That's why.
Seeing little spots of rain on the lens there. That wasn't forecast, I don't think.
No, there's just a strip of dark cloud just passing over at the moment.
Oh, and that is a miss. I had mentally given that to Thomas.
Oh, talk about a dark cloud, Jay.
Wow. I mean, he was greenside in 2, takes 4 to get down, and that really is a dagger in the heart of your chances. A hole you're standing on the tee and you're thinking birdie, walks away with bogey.
Yeah, especially with his short game skills.
Get some run with, so. Because you can actually get some run with this. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's just the same shot I hit last hole.
Yep.
Reed's ball's just sitting down a little bit in that first cut. First cut's about 3 yards wide. Trying to send this one down the right towards the out of bounds. It's a brave shot.
It just begs to bail out left. You hate going from that angle he had, aiming right at the out of bounds, and he does bail out to the left.
Wow,
it's going to be more difficult now that it's in the first cut of rough.
Oof, what a scoot that got off that mound, Jay. I suppose he was expecting that, but not quite as far left. But it's a little tester.
Probably hidden almost out over the out of bounds, McIlroy, from 276.
Fly from high.
This will need a bounce. Pretty soft up there. Oh, there's a shot.
Yeah, his game, I mean, downwind and into the wind are just about polar opposites, aren't they? But his downwind, he seems to work it all out. He works out how much it's going to run the flight, but he struggles into the wind. There's no doubt about it. That was a good shot. Maybe it's time for an eagle.
Yeah, it certainly was a beauty from McIlroy. 259 for Cameron Smith. Good angle. He can easily pitch the green. Low lying these fairways here at 14. It's my favourite bit of the golf course, overlooking at Prince's, another fine links in its own right. That's okay in the bunker. That'll play.
Yeah, he should have no problem at all right in the middle of the bunker. The way it rolled in.
Not far away, Princes. Hosted the Open in 1932. Royal Cinque Port's also next door, hosted in 1909 and 1920. So the Claret Jugs spent some time along this coastline.
Zim. Good tee shot at 17. Just a little wedge.
And that's a reasonable shot using the slope behind, taking the big false front out of play. Look at that. You can see some of the undulations in the fairways that the cameras flatten out. Robert McIntyre for par at 15. Yes, that is a huge save for the Scot. Big support here. Now a birdie on the card. 3 over par is languishing down, a time for 112th at the moment as we go to 18T and Webb Simpson. Wind coming off the right, you want to set it off down the right edge of the fairway and work it back on the breeze. Just about like that.
Interesting little finish on that one.
There's a bunker down the right side that's 325 yards off the tee. Players can't reach today, so safely aim at that one.
Fleetwood already on the fairway. Justin Thomas now at 15.
given it a good clout. Oh, yes. Bonus time. Avoids the putt bunker. That's a big bonus.
That would have been insult to injury after taking 4 from the edge of the green at the previous hole. Schauffele for par at 15.
Doesn't want to give back the one he just gained at 14. He's putting on Velcro there. Second bogey of the day to match his 2 birdies, level par.
There's just nothing more frustrating, is there, than in the jaws and short, especially from that range. It just stings.
Anthony, what does Patrick Reed have down in that first cut of rough?
It's not that easy, Jay. I thought he had a little bit more green than he has. He's a good 5 feet below the level of the green, so that just adds to the pressure of the strike that's needed.
Does he have a lie where he can fly it on the greens? Or do you have to bump it?
Yeah, he can. I think you can play both. If I'm honest, I prefer the lobber. Lie is good enough. I would use the wind. It's hard off the right, coming down the hole. I'd be working really across this one, trying to add some spin to it. He sees this flop shot. We've seen this on many occasions. Aggression, sawn off finish. That's the way to play it.
Right on the knife's edge, barely flew it on the edge of the green. Leaves himself about 8 feet for his birdie 4.
Schauffele at the 16th tee. Average 2.80 today, so it's under par. Guys are looking for a 2 there.
Reasonable lie here for Cam Smith. Should have no problem out of the bunker at 14, sorry. That's his 3rd. So birdie putt to come.
That was tidy.
Yeah, wonderful sand in the bunkers this week. Oftentimes in the past they've been very fluffy, but they're pretty firm with the heavy rains early in the week as we go to 17 and see him with that slow putt back into the wind. It's fooled everyone. That's pretty good effort. That's one of the few we've seen get nearly to the hole. Should be no problem. Par 4 for Marcel Siem.
Must be on a little knoll, that hole, Jay. I mean, if you're straight at the hole, it goes sideways left to right, slightly left, it doesn't break.
Coming out of the bowl, McIlroy up the slope. Bit of a double breaker this. Pull straighten towards the end. Just got to guard against the down breeze.
Ooh. Yeah, I think it was pretty much on line. If he just had a little more pace, it's going to be an excellent birdie.
Just to put things in perspective, he's struggled. He's misplayed shots into the wind. The greatness of Rory McIlroy, he's only 1 over par, having a bad day. It's difficult to see someone going with the way the golf course is set up all 4 days in the 60s. So McIlroy, if this is his bad round, is not hurting himself that badly.
Thomas, after a terrific drive here on 15, 176 yards. It's down off the left. Big 9, little 8 maybe. Got to be left of this pin. It all feeds off on the right-hand side. And it's a tough flag, this. It's on a little ridge, so just left, let it feed in.
Yeah, great graphic there showing the wind helping from the left, as Jamie was describing. And that is what entices you to do. Go for that front right hole location. That's why this is the #1 most difficult hole today in the first round. We think of this wind to be playing much easier.
Imagine if it was into the wind, Jay. How it normally is.
Well, yeah, they probably wouldn't have put the hole there if it was into the wind. So I think with the conditions, it was a well-placed hole.
Yeah, it's just a tough hole, whatever the wind is, this one.
I do have a kind side, see?
I don't know. 173 for Fleetwood. And with his little draw, it should suit him. He can just hold it up against the wind here.
That's a smart shot there, Jamie, away from the trouble. Middle of the green. Well thought out, knowing it's a danger hole location. Reed, 14 green.
Trying to seal the deal, make the up and down, walk away with birdie. You're going to get 2 chances to do that on this golf course at a par 5. And he's missed one there.
I'll bet if you asked him before he hit his 3rd shot, think you can leave it short of the pin there? Nope, he did. He missed. Schauffele for birdie at 16 to get into red numbers. Caught a little bit of the hole, but it's going to be a par.
To get to 2 under par for Cam Smith. And it goes, one of just 5 players under par that are still out on the golf course. 2 in the last 3 holes as well. He was patient. 12 straight pars. 11, I should say.
Well,
Picked up 2 since then.
I'd given this one to him, but let's watch it anyway, just for the sport of it. Now we could have gone to the next shot. No problem at all for Marcel. Of course, we have seen putts shorter than that missed, and that is the nature of golf. They all count. Webb Simpson after a good tee shot at 18.
Wake Forest grad. Grew up in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Saw the hand action there, trying to move it right to left on the breeze. There's a big slope over there. It's going to help feed it in. Well played shot.
The move we saw back on the tee as well for Webb Simpson. So a chance to finish off nicely. He's been doing well. You can see his name there in a share of 4th place. And anything on that front page of the leaderboard, if you're playing with an afternoon tee time, is pretty good golf here in the opening round at Royal St George's. .64 hasn't been challenged today. Many were surprised to see it there in the first place, but we know that this is a golf course that has produced a 64 in the past. It was how Greg Norman finished off his round in 1993. Some pretty funny quotes came from after that, Tony. Greg Norman, not one to hold back, said that might have been the best round of my career. I think he said he was in awe of himself, and you know, he was in good company. Really, I think it was Gene Sarazen, who of course completed the major Grand Slam, said that might have been one of the best rounds I've ever seen. It was high praise.
I love it. I'm in awe of myself.
We've had some great lines in the game.
Norman played a pretty good one at Turnberry there in the first round at 86 in wicked conditions as well, as far as great rounds in the open and tough conditions. I put that one right up there.
I used to love watching him play, Jay. I mean, it was glorious to watch Norman when he was in full flow. Maybe the best driver of a golf ball that ever lived.
You stole the words. I was waiting to say that. And let's not forget, I think he could drive it against these guys today back there with his Balata ball and Persimmon head. He was just that much better driving the ball than anybody else.
Yeah, he certainly was. And actually, every department of the game. You know, they say he wasn't a good chipper when he started out. He certainly became a great chipper, a great putter, fine golfer.
He was a great bunker player. If we look at another Australian right here, Cam Smith. Tee shot at 15, wind helping off the left. You have to be careful. The Marmalades are up to the right, a couple of bunkers. And there he is. They were named after a couple of brothers that played in the Walker Cup that were attached to a jam company, hence the Marmalades.
Ricky Fowler above the hole at 16 for his birdie. Playing for it to break to his left.
Ricky.
Rory McIlroy with the driver, aiming up well left. 3 bunkers up the left side. The third is 295 to reach. And just over 300 to carry. No bunkers in the middle of the fairway, and that's where McIlroy is headed. Beautiful tee shot.
Wasn't it pure? So easy to lose that on the left to right wind. Let's go to 18. Marcel Sim. Find the fairway. Oh, yeah, I don't know if he has though. He's hit that very gently. No. Just try to smooth it down there and keep it in play, and just flipped it over.
That's a splash out into the fairway for McIntyre. A nice birdie too. His first birdie of the day. Good time to get it at the 16th. Gets back to 2 over par, and the Scot down here in England is much loved. Fantastic player to watch.
Incredible to think he's the only Scot in the field.
Simpson for his birdie at 18 comes up a little short. Tap that in for a 66. He's got a major championship in his back pocket. U.S. Open. He knows how to do it.
9 years ago, that win. It was a 66. As I said, he made his Open debut here in 2011, and he started with the same score here today. A nice bit of symmetry. Oh, the world number 15. And there he is. He's stamped his score out there in the opening round. Good day's played. Let's head out to 15.
Yeah, 194, Ali. Just trying to knock this one back into position. And with that pin on the right-hand side here at 15, he wants to give himself as much of an angle as possible. Aim a little bit down the left, try and give himself a flat stance, give him something across the green. It's all about where he's comfortable, leaving himself a short pitch or a slightly longer one. It's only ever going to get 100 max out of it. Yeah, that's just fine.
So easy to get a little greedy in those pot bunkers from back there. You try and squeeze a bit more out of it, catch the lip, and it's back in your footprints. Smart play.
156, straight down the breeze for Fleetwood. It can only be a wedge, pin tight left. Yeah, he was a bit careful there, don't blame him.
It's another one of those professional Tommy Fleetwood rounds where you just see him sneaking under the radar, not making too many mistakes. He's made 2 bogeys today, but has offset them nicely with 4 birdies.
It's a great pin here at 15, just tucked nicely. Green cambers from left to right, so he can have a go at this without really taking it on. 176 for the American. Just managed to hang on to the edge of the fairway.
And the bank short of 15 catches another victim. It's a long and distinguished list today. I love that whole location. Jamie's going to think I'm mean, but I just like a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a challenge, isn't it? That was a poor one. No need to go at that. 169 for McIlroy. 15 feet left and let it just camber around. This one is going high.
There's so much green to the left. That whole location has tempted so many. It's another victim, Reed and McIlroy.
Couple over par, 3 to go for Thomas. I think he'll be taking dead aim here. He needs to get cracking. 156 yards with a wedge.
That one got a nice bounce up. We also saw Adam Scott in the shot. Former Masters champion having a difficult day. Australian is 3 over par. One behind this man right there, Justin Thomas. Good opening round average at the Open. You can see 68.5, but really falls off after that in the last 3 rounds.
Playing in his 5th Open championship. So there you have the 14th, 15th and 16th. A couple of chances at the par 5 and the par 3, but the hardest hole sandwiched between the two. Down with Cam Smith now.
Normally pretty good with these. Cameron Smith, 92, he can pitch it all the way. It's just on top of a little knoll, can just repel at either side. So this needs to be absolutely spot on. He'd be in my top 5 to choose this shot though. Normally very good from 100 yards and in. This looks a little long. Just caught the downslope.
That's better than most at 17 though. So forced to play a wedge shot at 15 after driving in the bunker up the right. The marmalades are not sweet at 15.
We saw Marcel Sim in that left-hand bunker. He's managed to extricate himself. He'd love to knock this in reasonably close and give himself a par opportunity. Beautiful shot.
That's just what the doctor ordered.
Got a good lie, McIlroy. A little bit surprised the putter's out. It's never a bad move on a windy afternoon on a links course, especially one of this note. But it will be incredibly slow up this hill. He's a good 4 feet below the level of the green. Back into the wind, that would have helped the chip. So it needs to be firm here.
Well done. They are just never easy, those slopes. And these, we said earlier, these fringes are not like typical links fringes because of the lushness.
Looking to become the 10th male player to win 5 or more majors before the age of 33, Rory McIlroy. Got a little bit of work to do here. 7 off the pace, but that was a really lovely recovery.
Putting down the green, Fleetwood for his 2, and it will turn left at the hole, quite significantly in fact, once it gets down there.
It was rolling end over end, straight towards it. It's interesting how his Open record kind of reflects a little bit of his progression through the game. He's playing in his 7th. He missed his first 3 cuts, Tommy Fleetwood, but since then he's incrementally got better as he went along. And obviously all of that culminating in the runner-up finish at Royal Portrush 2 years ago. 2 under par for his opening round.
Yeah, Thomas also pin high, putting down the green for a much needed birdie for the American. Little bit of break at the hole. He's not hold much, has he, today?
He's kind of been in third gear in a couple of parts of his game. I think he'd agree on that front, Justin Thomas.
The 16 Open champion Henrik Stenson for birdie on 14. Easiest hole today. And there's another one that goes in. A little fist pump. Struggling with his game of late, Henrik, but this is nice. This is nice this afternoon. There's not many people under par.
So this left for Cam Smith to try and save his four after finding the fairway bunker wedge to here, putting back towards it. And he's going to be his first drop shot of the day. Well, there you go. Only 8 people have been outside 4 shots of the lead who've gone on to win. The flip side of that graphic. Pays to be close to the lead.
Well, we head to 18. Marcel Siem for his par. No matter what, this has been an excellent round of golf this afternoon. There you go. Well done. Absolutely delighted for this man. It's a long way back sometimes from the dark places in golf, but this back nine shows that he's on his way.
It says a lot for him, Thomas, that there's a lot of smiling faces in the comments box here. We're all pulling for him.
Yeah, but he won on a challenge tour last week in front of his daughter, and it gave him, I spoke to him earlier in the week, it gave him such a kick to be there with his family and do that. Really nice to see when these things happen.
It is, kind of gave him a little bit of a different goal. That's a par for Patrick Reed. So he'll make his way to the par 3 16th in a matter of moments.
From long range for Ricky Fowler, left to right, and it's a beauty.
Yeah, everybody's been short. I mean, he almost got it there, which is a very good effort.
Fleetwood on 17. Doesn't need the driver. It's just an iron and a wedge, really, today. Down the wind or a little... Oh, he doesn't like that. That's left. He needs to get lucky. That's his favourite club as well, that 5-wood.
He's been good today, Jamie, but that wasn't his best.
Out the right. Yeah.
Well done, Lowry. Salvages his par. Only 1 over. As Jay Townsend said, you know, when you have a bad day and you only 1 over on this course in these conditions, it's a good sign. Very unlikely anybody will have 4 good rounds around here with the wind blowing. So if this is his bad day, it's a great thing.
Schauffele on 17. Oh, amazing. Just beautiful stroke. Just look nowhere else. Very, very nice.
Now Thomas just having a good chat with his dad, Mike. He's moaning he's had to move to Florida to all that sunshine. He's looking a bit chilly now. Needs a finish, his lad. He's got the big stick out, I think. This won't be far away if he gets it.
Certainly went after it. That's in prime position, just skips by the divot. Don't have too much left in, which we've seen can sometimes work against you with that front pin.
Well, this is an easy pin here, Anthony. What's he got
Yeah, 156, Thomas. I think the wind has definitely switched a little bit more down this afternoon. This morning it was more off the right. So it's probably playing just some sort of wedge for Rory McIlroy. Just a soft draw. Just nicely nestle it under the hole.
Go! Go!
That's a man in between swings.
He's just not quite sure what's going to happen, is he? That's what that reaction tells you.
Yeah, I think to some extent he's never been the greatest of wedge players in the game, and I think when he's in between golf swings that becomes even worse. So he hits some really weird wedge shots sometimes. It's just, you just got to take it when you're in that period in your golf. You just got to take it and get on with it and try and get the best out of it and hope one round where it just clicks and you shoot a low one.
But I do think Thomas sometimes with his wedge play and also his iron shots into the wind, if he was a lot shorter and took more club, he'd be far better. He just sometimes gets a little bit long, a little bit loose, and then desails into them. But they'll come. He's as good as there is in world golf. We all know that.
You like that?
We want him back at his best.
It's blowing, right? There's one there. Yeah, there's one there. All right.
Now 156, what's that playing? Ooh, probably 140, maybe just a fraction under with a bounce. He'll have eyes for the prize here. He won't shy away from this one.
Coming down. Up the right.
A bit green nestled amongst the dunes. It's got a nice flat spot where McIlroy's ball has finished. I'm sure the pin will be there at some stage. I always think this tee point's a little bit right. Sometimes it's quite tough to get your aim. Big stand behind the green. Just pick someone and aim straight at them. It's got a bit of a phoenix feel to it.
That's a good one there from Cameron Smith. I was about to say that the first two were pretty average wedge shots from great players. You get a lot of help from that hill down towards that flag. You go straight at it, and even if you go a little bit left, it kicks right.
So Cam Smith, he went 11 holes without anything but a par. And then birdies 12 and 14, dropped one at 15, but another chance to get it straight back, coming at 16 for the Queenslander and the world number 28. So it's just ticked past 7:25 p.m. local time. And that's where our feature groups are.
And the pace of play's been good, Ali, I must say. Been getting around nicely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dangerous shot coming up. 128, I don't think he can reach, but he's sitting right down. He's got to be really steep on this. He's having a few swipes in an area just behind it, trying to replicate the lie. So he's aiming right, just going to try and smash this. This could snag left if he's not careful.
I'm not sure about that bunker shot. Seems like that's going to be a difficult one with a side slope there. The master's here, Tony Johnson. He knows everything about being in bunkers.
You know what? If I agreed with you, we'd both be wrong.
Back to 18, or up ahead I should say. Xander Schauffele, just a fairway medal in hand.
Field it, guys.
Just drifting back on the wind. Should be fine. It is. Neat and tidy stuff. As usual.
Par for the course for him. Doesn't do much wrong, Sander Schauffele. 4 top 10s in his last 6 majors. McIlroy with around about 35 feet left.
It feels left to right for McIlroy from just pretty much pin high here at 16. I'm not so sure. There's a big bank at the front of the green which influences. It's almost in a bit of a channel. Sounds silly, but it's actually quite a good chance. Across the green for a 2.
Oh, if it hit it, maybe.
Just not really building any momentum today. Rory McIlroy, I guess, after the birdie at 1, who knew what was going to happen? It's gone the other way, sadly, for the former world number 1. Here's to another former world number 1, Justin Thomas at 17.
Ball looked like it was maybe just lying down a little. Hence the bump and run, perhaps. But it's well played. Clever little shot.
Excellent golf shot, that. Well, Ricky Faldo on 18. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Drawing off that bunker down the right-hand side. There you go. Beautiful. Up and over and straight into the middle. I was lucky calling that.
Isn't that the rule here at Royal St George's? You don't call the shot until the ball's finished rolling.
You got to be gutsy, though.
It was a bit of Danish experience there.
Yeah, two top 4s on this golf course. Thomas Bjorn, I guess you can make calls like that.
Oh boy, this is a tough one for Fleetwood. Ball sitting down just a little bit. Oh, he played that very well.
That is absolutely superb, as Jamie described. That was not easy. You could see the ball nestling down in the sand. Had to carry it over the slope and get it coming down very softly. Gorgeous shot.
It was just delightfully played, especially being out of position off the tee. To have a little tap in like this was a bit of a bonus, really.
He knew it was going to run a little out of that lie, so he had to carry it just over the slope. Man, it was good.
Cameron Smith got off to a rocky start on the first few holes, saving pars from everywhere. But he's having a nice round going. One of those you just don't hit. All about the line for him. Don't forget to hit it.
We've seen way more putts left short than hit long, haven't we, Thomas, today? By far.
Yeah, I think in the afternoon sometimes with links courses they just get a little bit grassy and people forget to hit them. You know, you've got to keep the green slower, because if you get windy conditions, surprisingly more wind than you expect, then it can get very tricky around here.
Just misses low side there for the world number 10, Tyrrell Hatton.
Just trying to contain his frustration. 2 over par for Hatton, 72.
Well, we go out to the final game of the day. That teed off at 16 minutes past 4. And this is Ryutaro Nagano on the 12th.
Gosh, like you were fluent there, Thomas. Oh, look out in the back edge.
Hey, you can wait till all the way to 4:15 to tee off if you can do stuff like that.
Playing in his first ever Open Championship, as well the world number 486. And it's worth another look. 4 times a runner-up in Japan. Has never won. It is his first ever event on European soil. And that's going to be a nice memory to take home.
Can you imagine what a surprise it is for him? First time on European soil and first time on a links course.
Just an iron for safety for McIlroy. I think driver gets within 20 or so. But I like iron. Such an undulating fairway at 17. You never quite know what bounce you're going to get. Was out with him in practice. He tried everything here.
We weren't really sure, were we?
I noticed that you learned that time. You waited. That would have been a really nice birdie. Kind of deserved it a little bit after the second shot with such creativity. Things just not going the way of Justin Thomas.
Phil Mickelson. Oh, this is a bogey putt, and he's 8 over for the day. Oh, gonna finish with a double. Not a single birdie on the card. Oh dear. 10 over par 80. Oh, and to finish with a double. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Disappointing from Phil Mickelson there, but it's always great to see him now come to these great championships.
Yeah, making his 27th trip. Out to 17 with Cam Smith with driver in hand.
Yeah, and rightly so, taking it on. I like that for him. He's pretty straight today. McIlroy's been in between, so the iron was just fine. Looking to carry the slope, Cam Smith. That'll do just fine.
Yeah, that's turned out well, hasn't it? This is Max Homa from the USA. Opened up with a double bogey. He's had 2 birdies since. And oh, nicely done.
For par. Okay. After those 2 birdies. Playing his first ever Open Championship, Max Homa, 2 times a winner on the PGA Tour. Let's go to Tommy Fleetwood up next.
Home hole. Bunkers a weight down the left. You can't reach the right-hand one. Fleetwood at 329, so that's where he'll be aiming.
It's a ripper. That's as good as it gets on 18. Just don't find any divots. Perfect.
So Fleetwood in position A1 as he looks to finish his round off in style at the last.
They're a great team, aren't they? Tommy and Fino, good friend of his. They just gel. There's chemistry there. There always has been.
I like that one.
Adam Scott, last hole. Chance for birdie if you can make the fairway. It's not this normally driving a 5-iron type hole. Not today, just a short iron really for these players, but it's been an up and down day for Scott. Not been his best stuff.
Yeah, he's had 1 birdie way back on the 6th hole. Breaks, breaks, breaks. Oh, oh.
Just at the death.
And I mean, that barely fell into the back of the bunker. I hope he's got some kind of swing there.
Thomas gone for an iron. I don't blame him because he can reach that bunker. So He'd like to have a crack at it, but he can't. There's a photographer walking straight up the path towards the tee, totally oblivious to life.
Hello.
He's incognito now. They can't see me now. I lay here. No, I've got to go quick.
Golf tournament going on.
He's gone. It's all right. He's hiding now.
You should have worn the camo, Jamie.
Yeah, I know. He thought he was. Just what you need on the last hole when things aren't going your way. Haven't held a putt. Missed half the fairways. Justin Thomas. It's not been his day. I know he loves links golf. Loves it. But he's learning all the time. Long iron down this hole.
Well, when you can hit it like that, you should love links golf, really. Excellent shot. McIlroy on 17. Took iron off the tee to give himself more of a full shot in here. You can't describe it any other way than awful. For a guy that plays golf like he does, with wedges like this, it's not. It's just not. At the moment, it's just not there. You gotta go and find it, learn to control the ball flight better. He's such a good player. We all want him to play well, but that's not his best.
Second shot for Cam Smith now.
Just a little flick. Stay right there. Rabbit in the headlights. It's okay, Cameron.
He doesn't trust it, does he?
He stares at you like...
Thought he was going to take off running for a second there.
Don't hit me, don't hit me. I didn't do anything.
Get the coin out of the pocket, Cam.
It's okay, don't panic. It's okay. I've got a coin at the ready. It's a really odd yardage, 103. I think they were expecting to get over the slope. And Cam Smith has not made this any easier for Patrick Reed. Trying to pitch this in the upslope. Yeah, good shot. Two good shots, in fact.
Good hands there. Very good hand from Patrick Reed. Maybe not quite the direction, but beautiful weighted shot from him.
Ricky Fowler. Final green. Long birdie putt, and it's not straightforward. Up over the ridge. Keep coming. Nice. Change of glasses. Looks like a headmaster.
Birdie putt for Max Homa above the hole. Will it? Will it? Oh. Scared of heights, that one. That would have been for 3 birdies in the last 4.
Robert McIntyre. Par putt. Roll this in. 2 over pars. Not a disaster. Okay, finds the bottom of the hole. Come out and start off fresh in the morning. Might be slightly easier conditions. Go and take advantage of it.
Yeah, and rightly so. Putter in hand. Just can't get a proper stance with a wedge. Yeah, doesn't fancy it. That's a surprise. You might see him come back. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Harry Diamond's got the putter in his left hand. He might change. Yeah, there you go. That's his third go back to the bag.
What would you play from here, Wally?
Well, I think if you're happy playing the ball position outside your right foot, then you can chip it. It's absolutely fine. But if you're someone who likes it further forward, then I would probably take the putter. Me, I would chip it back into the breeze. Just got to be careful.
Not bad.
It's not easy, is it, Thomas, when you're standing on your tippy toes and you're balanced, the feet are going, the legs are going. Oh.
No, you're thinking more about not falling in the bunker than hitting the shot. Schauffele to finish off. Good par up the last. Excellent round on the par. Not too many of those this afternoon. Good work.
Round of 69 for Schauffele today. His playing partner, Ricky Fowler. He too finishes on the same number.
That's good work, isn't it? And anything under par this afternoon is excellent, and you can see it's quite draining. Out in the wind on a links course is always a test.
It's a fair point you make. It is an absolute assault on the senses, and with the wind getting up to some of the strengths that we've seen this afternoon, not crazy by UK standards, but still very much so a factor, and it played a decent amount of havoc with the later tee times.
Yeah, it's kept it honest this afternoon, that's for sure. I mean, I felt like this morning it was really there for the taking. This afternoon it's been more of a grind, more of a fight, more Royal St. George's that we know.
Nice try from Patrick Reed. Let's go to 18. Thomas with that slinging, low running iron shot. 147 left. Getting a little gloomy out there.
Pins on 26. Need to carry it. Right about there. He's digging in deep. There's Justin Thomas. His last birdie, a distant memory, came back on the fourth.
Cameron Smith's a birdie on 17. Even from that direction, it's slow. It's played a lot with people's minds, this pin position today.
He's going to give it the death stare again, isn't he?
One half of Team Mullet that won the Zurich Classic with Mark Leishman earlier this year.
This is one of those putts you need to commit to. It's quite slow, left to right braking, late in the day. Greens are a bit slower than you expect. You've got to keep that head still now.
Tell you what, Thomas, he pops this in for a par, birdie up the last, 70 even par would be a heck of a round for him today.
Absolutely. I think he started out so well. Beautiful putt. Probably his best putt of the day. Good time to do it. And you're right, birdie up the last, by no means a disaster. He hasn't played well. He won't be happy, but he'll be happy with the score.
Fleetwood. Ideal position to attack the 18th. Oh, they're going to love this in the grandstands. Those two shots were worth hanging around to see till 7:45 in the evening.
It is getting late in the day, but that's a feature, as always, when we come to the Open. Long days. The sun doesn't set until near on 10 p.m. Louis Oosthuizen, he's enjoyed the afternoon off, watching a couple of players behind him struggle a little bit in the afternoon winds. Justin Rose, Danny Willett, both major champions from England, both in 3 under par. A couple of big names there looming. Dustin Johnson, Sergio Garcia, Francesco Molinari. 68s for them today. Sees them just inside the top 20. Tommy Fleetwood, just one left to play. And he's up at the 18th green with our mate, the dinosaur.
Well, what a round of golf Fleetwood's put together. He deserves this. It's not easy this afternoon. I think it's definitely harder. You guys better tell me the scoring, but it's cold the last hour. Since those dark clouds have rolled in, we've been lucky with the weather. A super shot from Fleetwood. This for birdie. Deserves it as well, the way he's played.
He really has been excellent today. Tommy Fleetwood, what a round of golf. The best play on the golf course this afternoon. 67. Well done, Tommy. He'll be heading back to the motorhome he's rented. I'm sure Claire's got something cooking, and have a nice evening and ready for tomorrow morning.
So he's hoping it doesn't get too windy tonight, because that thing might need to be tied down. It was 2 birdies in the last 5 for Fleetwood, 67. Adam Scott now.
That was for a par. Adam Scott, only 1 birdie, 3 over. It's okay. Day 1, come out tomorrow, all guns blazing.
Well, I have to say that Justin Thomas hasn't been at his best today either, and he will knock this one in for a round of 1 over par. It's been excellent work, actually. When you play the way he has, he's really committed himself not to let the round get away from him, and to knock this one in, that would be a little nice bonus for him, and he won't feel as bad as he did a few holes ago.
Oh, it just seems to be the way this game works. When it's not working, it just ain't working. Pity. Very disappointing day for him. A lot of people fancied him as one of the absolute favourites. Still may be a long way to go.
He's going to have a battle tomorrow to try and get back inside the cut line. Probably looks like +1 perhaps, but there's plenty of golf left to play.
That's quite low, isn't it, really? And wind on this golf course. Oh, they love him. English player at an English Open Championship.
Cameron Smith off the 18th. McIlroy's already teed off. He's straight down the middle of the fairway. So here's Cameron Smith trying to follow him.
Beauty. Bisected the fairway.
Jimmy Walker for his birdie at 14. Made the turn in +2 and has done a nice job of fighting back. That's 3 birdies in the last 5 holes for Walker. Back to level par, he goes. So here's the state of play as we draw towards our last 10 minutes or so of coverage. Louis Oosthuizen leads the way at 6 under par. Jack Senior, good 67 from him today after his form's been trending in the right direction. Sandwich between two other English players in Danny Willett and Justin Rose. Scotty Scheffler in on the same number. They find themselves in the top 10. Paul Casey, winner in Dubai at the Dubai Desert Classic earlier this year at the Emirates Golf Club. He's in at 2 under par. The Mexican Abraham Ancer, many liked his chances coming here. And it's a good game, one that travels nicely, a winner in Australia at the Emirates Australian Open a couple of years back now. He's in on 69. Takumi Kanaya. Level par for him today, the former #1 world amateur. Lucas Herbert, a winner from just 2 weeks ago at the Dubai Duty Free Irish Open. They're all at level par. Henrik Stenson there. Level par for him today. Here's another one with a very good record. Obviously, already took the claret jug home with him in 2016 at Troon. But I think he's only ever missed one cut in the Open, something like that. Runner-up back in 2013 at Muirfield to Phil, as we know. He's made 13 of 15 cuts. I've just found the stat. Pretty much anyone would take that, especially the Swede.
Just in the front of the divot for Patrick Reed. 137, just trying to get this on top. Got some spin on this. If he catches it pretty cleanly. Just a hint of an upslope. It doesn't really help him. Needs to drive this forward. Otherwise it will come out a bit fluffy.
But you would always rather be at the front of the divot like that, where you're not going to get sand between. You're not going to be hitting the ball down into the sand and you're unsure what will happen. That's well played though. Still had to get a pure strike on it. Nicely done.
Oh, you should grip it a little bit harder when that can kind of make you take the ball a little bit cleaner when you grip it harder.
Yeah. There you go. Just squeeze it down. Can't really do that when it's at the front of the divot. You're hitting it down into the sand and it dies.
133 for Cameron Smith. Worked hard today. Just trying to chop across this one, get it to spin. Pitch on top. Give himself a nice 10 feet to finish the day.
That'll do.
$118 for McIlroy to finish off his round. Just the perfect chippy gap wedge. Short sawn-off swing required. Dancing around the hole. Good few thousand people hung on to see him finish. I'd love to see a birdie 3.
And they just might.
Frustrating day. He's never really let it get to him, and that's, you know, his demeanor is still the same, and he still tries really hard. He knows, get it in somewhere around par. It's a new day tomorrow. Last week he talked about there's a new week this week, and he also knows after today there's a new day tomorrow. And for players this caliber, you know, he can go out and shoot 63 tomorrow, and then he's right in the middle of the tournament.
A lovely reception. It's a similar pattern to that of 2019 at Royal Portrush. Didn't quite have the magic on day one, but certainly gave us all a thrill, very nearly making the cut with that 65 on day 2. In his home country.
Well, this is for par for Henrik Stenson back at 17. That's never going to get there.
The man from Gothenburg, Sweden now calls Orlando, Florida home.
Jimmy Walker at 15. He's fought back beautifully to get to even par, and oh man, that would have been a nice way to get 2 under. Beautiful shot.
Excellent shot. It seems a lifetime ago he won that PGA Championship, Jimmy Walker. He ran into some illness and struggled with his game. It's wonderful to see him back playing some nice stuff.
Back in 2016, that PGA Championship, but a lot, like you said, Thomas, has happened since then in the life of Jimmy Walker, battling Lyme disease.
Again, shy on pace. I think you're right, Thomas. I think just late evening, late afternoon, just a little bit of growth in the greens, just slowed them up a touch.
Yeah, but often on links golf courses, when they're dry, you know, they almost get quicker as the day goes on. Today, when there's growth in them, they can get quite slow at the end of the day. You just got to try and believe in what you feel out there, and that's difficult at the end of the day.
Round of 72 in the bag for Patrick Reed.
Good chance for Cam Smith here on 18. He's fought hard all day. This for a 2 under par 68. Not a lot of break in this one, certainly makeable. Started off a little errant off the tee. Was really grinding. Slap of the leg there. He knew that one was makeable. Still a good opening round, Thomas.
Yeah, he's impressed me today. It really was a bit rocky early on. Impressive the way he hung in. Good round, under par. Everybody on this afternoon has been under par, has done an excellent job out there.
Yeah, certainly a round below 70 to start the 149th Open Championship is not going to knock you out of things. Huge putt here for McIlroy, just to get back to even par. Birdied the first, can he birdie the last? It's been a mixed bag in between.
They'd be nice bookends, wouldn't they? They've had some interesting chapters between the front and the back cover of it.
This too, a very makeable putt.
And the first punt, it means a lot. Great finish.
Yeah, well done, Rory. It's a tough day for him out there on that golf course, but level par at the end is a good job for this day.
It just feels different, doesn't it, when it doesn't have a plus next to it. You can see from his reaction he feels the same.
Yeah, and the evening will be a lot better finishing like that. He'll feel comfortable with what he's done. He'll feel like he gave everything he had. He knows he wasn't at his best, but he's given everything, and that's a nice feeling to go home with.
The cut is top 70 in ties here in the Open. And that just pops him into a share of 49th, just a little bit of breathing room, but he will have the better half of the conditions out, presumably at least. You can never quite say it with certainty here in the UK. We are a little further south. This is the southernmost course on the Open Rota. change in the body language there. Rightly so for Rory McIlroy. It's 5 holes to finish that contain 2 birdies. They were hard fought. Some very solid play out there this afternoon. A couple from the second half of the draw added their name to this list. And they'll have a chance to make their way up while the others are sleeping in here at Royal St George's at the moment. Pretty fun day in the end for Brandt Snedeker. 68. And a nice little eagle in there. Joaquin Neiman, 69 for him today. President's Cup player. Ever steady Sander Schauffele. He too at 1 under par. Finds him in a share of 32nd place, but you'd be surprised to see him stay there.
Former Open champion Henrik Stenson going with the trusty fairway medal off the 18th. Customary low to the right side before the club head starts its way back. Heading towards the left bunker. And it's in there. Won't be going far there. Can't reach the green from that position.
Ryosugate. I should say this is Nagano at 14. It was a birdie chance. Not quite. For Ryu Taro. He's played 254 events in Asia. His first time playing out of it. At the age of 33.
Jimmy Walker, former US PGA champion, where he won at Baltusrol, going for a birdie. A rare one at the 15th. Well done. Brilliant birdie 3 for Jimmy Walker. That's only the 7th on the day, the most difficult hole of the course. We look at the tee positions or the tee shot positions at the 18th. Kuchar will be first to play. Out of the long rough, and you just go somewhere where you look like you have a similar type of grass to swing through to get a practice swing. Okay, did that, got the feel of it, ready to go. Customary aims right, comes over the top, plays a little cut shot normally.
Come left, come left.
He's only had 1 birdie today. 3 bogeys, a double. It's on the dance floor, but it's a long way from the hole.
Stenson can do nothing but splash out. Hasn't had a bad day off the tee. 9 out of 14 fairways so far. Paid the price at 18 in the bunker. Max Homa, middle of the fairway. Only a wedge in hand.
Just hold still. Right there. Thank you.
Certainly he's in good position to be able to attack here. 152 yards to the hole. Duncan's Hollow is just to the left of the hole location, so you want to set this out a little on the right.
Just trickle its way back. And the man from Burbank, California. His win at Riviera, not far away from where he took up the game earlier this year. It was a big one for Max.
Getting late in the day, just past 8 p.m. here in England, and 32,000 people were out here today, and happy to be here. Really, things have opened up. What a place to do it at the Open Championship. Stenson doing a little bit of math work here, trying to figure out where do I want to land this. How's it going to react once it hits the green? It looks flat from here, but it's anything but. You can see the graphic there, a little wind helping from the right.
Yeah.
As the light gets low, we are going to stay on to see this group in.
Just a breath of wind. Probably compensates for the cooler air temperature now.
Such a wonderful sound when Stenson hits it, especially off this great links turf. Really compresses things. And that was a very good wedge shot, playing safely to the right, away from the big slope left of the hole. Some players, Tony, just make a different sound when they hit it. You can get a similar result, but it's that sound, that quality strike.
Yeah, when you walk down the range, there are certain guys, you hear it and you stop and have a look, don't you? Ooh. Bit different. You never stopped and listened to mine though, Jake. It was more of a clunk than a thud.
Yeah, it was good. But you got it going where you wanted to. That's the key thing. And you were pretty good around the greens. Great applause from former Open champion as he walks up to the 18th. Of course, he and Phil Mickelson had one of the greatest duels of all time. Many say outdid the duel in the sun in 1977, where it was Nicklaus and Watson, where Watson outdueled Nicklaus. Well, Stenson outdueled Mickelson.
Nice claps as well. It's a very knowledgeable golf crowd. And lovely to see the respect of and for the former champion. It was a 63 in that final round. It was a two-horse race, and it made for some entertaining viewing. Troon.
Former champions walking up at the Open are much like they are at Augusta, that reverence for the former champions, and rightly so. Of course, Augusta National Golf Club and the R&A linked at the hip, trying to expand golf worldwide with the their amateur championships, both in Latin America and in Asia, which, certainly have proven to be very successful. A little look there. Webb Simpson, probably the round of the day in the afternoon with that 66. Followed closely with the 67 by Tommy Fleetwood. Not a straightforward putt here from below the slope for Kuchar, who has had a pretty difficult day forward part of this point. You get a look at the slope. Ball disappearing for a while, breaking in from the right.
Runner-up just a year after the battle at Royal Troon. At Royal Birkdale, lost by 3 to Jordan Spieth did Matt Kuchar. Mind you, Spieth did just about everything we've ever seen in an Open that week.
Just an hour and a half or so ago, the grandstands were full of people. It's been a fantastic opening day.
It has. The scoring's been good. I think they all just got hungry. Around about 85 k's from the heart of London. No doubt people trying to get back to their homes before nightfall.
Well, from the lower level for a birdie to get into red numbers.
Oh dear.
He's done such a good job on the back nine as well after the opening double. All pars except for 2 birdies at 13 and 14. He's going to be stressing over that one.
Might have just got too involved in the line there, Ali, I think, and just absolutely forgot about the speed. Little mental blank.
Certainly what we've seen more of in terms of a pattern short rather than long, and if it has been long, it's been kind of an over-adjustment for the ones that you left short.
Quite easy to lose concentration to at this time of the day. It's been a long, long 12 or so hours.
Stenson, after driving into bunker, splashing out. This for par. It would be a good way to finish, and it would be a round of 71 for the Swede.
And it goes. Three bogeys, 2 birdies, and a round of 1 over par for Henrik Stenson.
That par will feel, he'll go home feeling like he's birdied. Great save. Makes tomorrow a little easier.
So one of his playing partner, Kuchar, can he match the feet? He too pops it in.
Good 2-putt from the front right part of the green for Kuchar. But it's a disappointing round of 74.
Jimmy Walker's on a little bit of a tear. Birdies at 13, 14 and 15. This for another at 16. Oh, that was never missing. That is 5 birdies on the back 9 alone. You can see streams of red. Was a little blemish at 12, but he's not complaining. And to 2 under par, he goes for the event.
Homa for a 4, and nicely holed after coming up well short with his first putt on the final green. It's a round of 70 for the American. A couple of birdies at 13 and 14 really turned things around after a double bogey at the first hole of the championship.
One of the players that's really come on the scene after the Open at Royal Portrush in 2019. He's won twice since then. And it is level par for Max Homa in his first ever Open Championship. So let's take a little look back at what's unfolded here today at Royal St George's. Brian Harmon.
Got off to a good start. Birdie the first hole. Just to get off to a birdie start. He did that and better. Birdied the third hole as well.
18. It was going nowhere else but bottom of the hole.
Yeah, brilliant start. 65 for Harmon.
Former Open champion Jordan Spieth. Just trying to get this one close at 5. Big swing from the right in the middle, perfect speed. And he looks to have his putting boots on.
So it was birdies at 5, 6, 7, 8, 15, and then this. Alongside Harmon at -5 for his opening round is Spieth. One of our leader though, Louis Oosthuizen.
Oosthuizen birdied 8. And this is to follow it up at the 9th. Well done. Out in 33, 2 under par.
Birdie 10. 13. Second shot. Glorious off the left-hand rough, and would roll that in for another birdie.
Oosthuizen certainly knows how to play links golf, where he dominated the field for his Open Championship victory at St Andrews. This is third to the par 5, 14th. And beautifully controlled. That would lead to a birdie 4 for the South African. And a round of 64 where he heads the way.
It was an impressive opening to his Open campaign. Louis Oosthuizen, after his round, he caught up with Richie Bessard. Let's hear from him now.
Louis, some observers would say that's the perfect round of golf for the Open Championship. How would you describe it?
Yeah, that was pretty good. I would have taken 1-2 under today. It was quite windy, and but drove it well. You know, and flighted it really good today in the windy conditions, and there was a lot of holes where I had really good numbers for the shot I wanted to hit. So everything sort of came together and made some good putts, and it's just one of those where I think if you look back, you can't really say I could have, you know, scored better.
When people talk about your record and consistency at major championships, it's one that a lot of players would be very envious of. Reading about you, you say that the tougher the course, the more you focus. So how tough was it out there today, and did that help you focus?
Yeah, around this golf course, you need to be focused, especially off the tee. Things can quickly change around here. If you're just not on your game, especially off the tee, you're going to find it difficult all day. So you do that extra bit of just getting everything right and settled, and try and hit those fairways.
Louis Oosthuizen there, proving that he can get things done at a place other than St Andrews, where he won in 2010. He was runner-up in 2015. But that's it from us on day one at the Open. The last few scorecards will get their sign-off. The sun will set over Royal St George's, and we'll be right back with you after it rises here tomorrow. And we hope you can join us again then on Friday here on the gorgeous coast of Kent.